Attention, please. The conference will begin now. Simultaneous interpretation devices are available in the back in English, Spanish, Portuguese, and American Sign Language. We invite you to access hashtag Diálogo CAF OEA to follow and share the conference online. Please take your seats now. Thank you. Atención, por favor. Le recordamos que vamos a comenzar la conferencia ya. Si necesita interpretación simultánea al inglés, español, portugués o lengua de signos americana, los dispositivos están disponibles. Utilice el hashtag Diálogo CAF OEA para seguir y compartir la conferencia en línea. Por favor, tomen asiento. Gracias.
The intersection between security and strong democratic institutions is a fundamental pillar for achieving sustainable development goals in Latin America and the Caribbean. Enhanced cooperation among countries in the hemisphere is essential to address common threats such as transnational organized crime, regional instability, and gender-based violence. Latin America and the Caribbean, home to 9% of the world's population, accounts for 1/3 of global homicides, making it the most violent region in the world. 50% of total homicides in the Americas are linked to organized crime. Factors such as inequality, unemployment, easy access to firearms, and overcrowded prisons and detention centers, often infiltrated or controlled by criminal gangs, exacerbate this crisis. The region's rapid urban growth makes its cities particularly vulnerable to pockets of crime, especially in port and border cities, which have become fertile grounds for recruiting a predominantly young male force. This group, which constitutes over 80% of the victims, is also largely responsible for the violence. The environment is increasingly a target of illegal activities as large, unpatrolled areas become hubs for crime financing activities like illegal logging, mining, and trafficking of protected species. Greater citizen involvement in democratic processes is crucial for generating internal consensus and protecting human rights, and subnational approaches to creating safer communities and developing long-term solutions to combat citizen insecurity can significantly contribute to effective strategies for achieving a more peaceful and prosperous region. CAF, Development Bank of Latin America and the Caribbean, the Inter-American Dialogue, and the Organization of American States present the 27th Annual CAF Conference.
Good morning, distinguished panelists and guests. My name is Maria Molina. I am a news correspondent in Washington for Univision News Network and also for RCN Radio. It is my pleasure to welcome you to the 27th Annual CAF Conference, co-hosted by CAF, Development Bank of Latin America and the Caribbean, also the Inter-American Dialogue and the Organization of American States, where we have the privilege to be standing in. We are pleased to welcome also those who are joining us on the OAS, Dialogue and CAF livestream and YouTube channels, as well as through our media partners, NTN 24, El País, UCL, and Latin Finance. The annual CAF Conference is the preeminent forum in Latin America based here in Washington, D.C. With a 27-year legacy, the conference addresses the most pressing challenges and opportunities in the hemisphere. It also reaches tens of thousands of policymakers, experts, civil society leaders, and key stakeholders from across the Americas. The theme of this year is the intersection of security and development. This is why panels will feature high-level conversation on regional stability, transnational organized crime, local strategies for fostering safe communities, gender-based violence, and the impact of this intersection on U.S. relations with Latin America and the Caribbean. Throughout the day, I remind you, you can follow us on Agenda CAF and the Dialogue on X. You will see all the highlights and updates from the conference. Also, we welcome to join us on the discussion using the hashtag DialogoCAFOEA. To start the day off with what promises to be engaging and lively discussions, I would like to introduce Mr. Luis Almagro, Secretary General of the Organization of American States, Rebecca Bill Chavez, President and CEO of the Inter-American Dialogue, and also Mr. Sergio Díaz-Granados, Executive President of CAF Development Bank of Latin America and the Caribbean. They will all offer welcoming remarks to open the conference. Let me begin by welcoming Secretary General Luis Almagro.
President Abinader, welcome to the House of the Americas. Rebeca, Sergio, Roberto, querido amigo ministro, Enrique y Enrique, Laura, Isabel, Ruben Albert. Great to have all of you here. Dear friends, colleagues, I will talk about what I believe is the most crucial issue that we have in the hemisphere. People in poverty should shame us as societies and institutions and challenge us about our aspirations. And there are no magic, simple, or immediate solutions in the fight against poverty. But we need solutions, and we need to start working them. This fight involves policies and works aimed at combating poverty and its causes. Sometimes we have seen countless brilliant speeches to eliminate poverty, but they remain only words, this reason. Sometimes without policies or concrete actions to achieve them, which allows poverty to keep reproducing under the umbrella of the speech. We want to live in the region of peace, a region that expresses peace and lives it. And for peace to be the main source of identity for the region's people. A region of peace, a region at peace, is the best possible way to put an end to the scourges afflicting the hemisphere. Peace offers a solid foundation for identifying structural solutions to the problems we face. Similarly, peace needs support to take it stable and enduring, and that support is the elimination of poverty. We live in the world's most unequal region, and as nations, and as people, we should be ashamed of that. We do not identify with inequality. We identify with equity, justice, and equal access to rights and development. We live in one of the world's poorest regions, yet we do not identify the condition of poverty. We do, however, identify with a region of increasing prosperity and with a framework of rights for more people in our hemisphere. We identify with the political choice that acts for freedom and equity. Poverty is the enemy of both. In recent years, the fight against poverty has been impacted by falling rates of growth, the pandemic, and rising inflation, which has exacerbated our structural problems and crises. And a good number of forecasts indicate that it will be worse in the near future. Poverty and extreme poverty have been on the rise, and we cannot either accept that they will never fall again. That is why it's necessary to start working solutions. And of course, we are going to face obstacles, social, political, economics, obstacles that lie and want the structures that exist to be kept, this structure, this special interest. The fight against poverty is not impossible, and it should be an imperative to tackle with seriousness, discipline, and perseverance. We must concentrate our efforts on that fight. It is not impossible so long as we do not allow ourselves to be dragged by ideologies that promote us against them, mindset or promote the idea of the existence of antagonistic projects. Some Manichaean ideologies that seek to separate people into two groups whose entire thought is a reflection of their political identity. This is merely absurd, because those who take this up as an ideological banner for their politics forget that the same problem faces both them and us, and that we all suffer the same consequences, including violence, the proliferation of crime, the environmental degradation. It is poverty a multidimensional problem. It is now commonly understood that over and above income levels, poverty is a multidimensional phenomenon, that those multiple dimensions involve access to certain rights: housing, education, health, work, and access to public service. The fight against poverty is a fight about access to rights and equity. It's a complex problem. The existence of trapped and vicious circles within the problem of poverty is also common knowledge. Those phenomena describe how different poverty-related factors interact in a system of interplay that it makes it difficult to establish causal relationships between them and generate mechanisms whereby the phenomena feed back into each other. Instead of an institutional change, what is needed is a shift in the extractive nature of institutions toward inclusiveness. Incremental progress with the institutions' level of inclusiveness can be made, and those marginal changes can allow the emergence of capacities that transform the vicious circles and virtuous circles in countries, in communities, and in households. It's a geographical problem. The rich live where the rich live, and people in poverty live where people in poverty live. In the conditions that prevail in neighborhoods made up for poor household, the environment does not help aspirations. Destitution, overcrowding, violence, and drug trafficking do not make for an environment where people can entertain aspirations for the medium term. It's a real problem, and we need real solutions. All institutions should address the problem: the executive, the legislative, the justice. How all our policies related to fundamental freedoms, access to rights, fiscal policy, agriculture, education, housing, they must point in the same direction, looking for the same solutions. Of course, it requires dialogue among decision makers and political, economic, and social organizations to build social, economic, and political cohesion. But we need institutions that ensure rights for the people. This is not ideology. We have seen countries with alternating government from the left, right, and center that achieve conditions of development and quality through design, implementation, and execution of appropriate public policies. We have also seen the same alternation, but with poorly designed and executed policies, which reproduce inequality and poverty. Without alternation, the situation is even worse. We'll always be oppressed and oppressors, and conditions for inequality and equity will never be achieved. You can see a rich country transform in a poor country like Venezuela with a lack of fundamental freedoms, recreating and creating more poverty. We have to overcome the obstacles, and we have to work in this direction, every single institution. And we highly appreciate that the Manifesto Against Poverty that we have done here at the Organization of American States has the support of CAF to implement further policies, further projects that can help institutions to overcome this scourge of the continent. And the obstacles will be from the left and from the right, because it has to be like that, because the interests protected are sometimes on the left and sometimes on the right. But the case is that we still have the same poor in the continent. We still have people that live in extreme poverty, people that live in poverty, and we still have the most unequal region in the world, and that is shame on us. Thank you.
Thank you, Secretary General. Now we'd like to welcome President Rebecca Bill Chavez to the stage.
Good morning. Luis, I just want to say, I can't believe this is our last time we're going to have this CAF conference with you as Secretary General, and I want to take this opportunity to, to thank you so much for your partnership with the Inter-American Dialogue over the years, but also for your leadership and your steadfast commitment to advancing democracy across the hemisphere. It is such a pleasure to join my good friends and close colleagues, Luis and Sergio, on the stage this morning. I'm so grateful for the collaboration among our three organizations, and not just on this annual conference. Our partnership is much broader, and it is I believe it's one of the most impactful partnerships that works towards addressing the most fundamental issues, challenges, and opportunities facing the region. So for that, I'm tremendously grateful to you both. Today, we're going to have the opportunity to delve into the issue of citizen insecurity in the hemisphere. And this issue is particularly timely given the coming elections in the United States and the elections that have spanned the year and the region. This is an opportunity for government leaders and other stakeholders to take a closer look to develop long-term solutions to address insecurity. The need to address crime and violence, it's urgent and it's undeniable. Reducing insecurity is going to accomplish three goals that I think we'll hear a lot about today. One is would help us secure economic development, which is so important if we are to reach our full economic potential. Second, it will help address one of the root causes of the hemisphere-wide migration crisis, an issue that we need to address humanely and holistically for the benefit of all. Third, it will strengthen democratic governance and help address the crisis of confidence in democracy. Over the past 2 decades, support for democracy has declined in Latin America and the Caribbean. Today, only 3 in 5 believe democracy is the best form of government, and only 2 in 5 are satisfied with the performance of democracy. in large part because it hasn't delivered their most basic needs, including safety. It shouldn't surprise us that people lose faith in democracy when they can't send their children to school safely. So addressing insecurity is one way to increase support for democracy at a time when we're seeing the erosion of democratic institutions across much of the hemisphere. Today, we're going to have the opportunity to hear from leaders across government, from academia, and from civil society to address how, as a region, we can most effectively tackle insecurity. This is an issue that transcends borders, and no single country can address it on its own. So we look forward to hearing from experts and from practitioners from across the Americas to develop balanced and effective solutions. So thank you all so much for being with us today.
Thank you, Dr. Chavez. Now please join me in inviting President Sergio Díaz-Granados to the stage.
Good morning, President Abinader, Secretary General Luis Almagro, dear Rebecca. Edmund Burke once said that the only thing necessary for the triumph of evil is good men to do nothing. As we gather today, this quote is a timely reminder that inaction is not an option, in the words of Secretary Almagro. We must build our collective responsibility and influence to take decisive actions against the challenge that threaten hemispheric security and development. The urgency, as Rebecca said, of this challenge demands that we move with purpose to shape a brighter future for the generations to come. It's in this spirit and with a profound commitment to our region that CAF has partnered with the OAS and the Dialogue to organize this 27th edition of our CAF Conference on Security in the Americas. I wish to thank our partners, the Dialogue and the organizations, for the enthusiasm with which they promote the historic partnership, and especially thanks to Luis Almagro. As Rebecca said, it's the last conference in which he accompanied us as a Secretary General. It has been almost 10 years in which Secretary Almagro has been a dean, un decano, como le dicen el equipo de fútbol nacional en Montevideo, in supporting this space, CAF. Yeah, I remember the first meeting with Secretary Almagro was around El Nacional. Well, thank you, Secretary General, for supporting this space, CAF, and the most important agendas in the region. The work has focused on the pillar of democracy, human rights, development, and today insecurity, has been expanding to strategic issues such as climate action, financial inclusion, the labor market, and gender equality. CAF is stronger, and this action is sharper and broader thanks to the contribution of the OAS. So thank to Secretary Mauro and all the team in OAS for having us today here. It's the first time we have our conference in this wonderful venue. And thank also to Enrique Garcia, former Executive President of CAF, a visionary in promoting the conference and projecting over time. We stand on the shoulders of giants, and today's CAF bears witness to this. In 2023, the bank has its best historical results, with access of more than $50 billion and consolidating itself as the issuer with the best rating in the region. CAF is a solid and a prosperous bet that is growing, driven by 26 shareholding countries, and we are adapting the bank to the new global trends and challenge. We are a platform that amplifies and makes visible the voice of the region on the global stage. And we intend to put at the service of the region a series of tools that will allow to successfully overcome the triple transition, green, digital, and energy. And having this conversation here in the United States makes a special sense. We are a hemisphere, a region connected by history, culture, nature, and a common destiny. As is the case with ecosystems, the promotion of sustainable development requires an hemispheric approach. And that's why we also thank Rebecca Bill Chavez, Inter-American Dialogue team, and Michael Shifter for driving this vision. This conference connects Latin America and the Caribbean with the United States, ratifying that more than interdependent, We are one. Although the US is not part of CAF, its support for the takeoff of CAF was decisive. USAID granted the institution, or AID at that moment, in 1970, a loan for $50 million that added to another loan from Canada was decisive for the start of the bank. This loan leveraged CAF first operations in the region, providing credibility and long-term support. Now, at present, successfully overcoming the triple transition in Latin America and the Caribbean is more feasible working shoulder to shoulder with the United States. The digital transition, for example, needs to integrate into the conversation the nation that is leading this process at the global level. The influence of the Latino population in the country continues to increase. Today, 1 in 5 residents is Latino, creating a connectivity that unites us in the daily and family life in the hemisphere. The cities of the region are a key setting for the actions we carry out. And precisely, together with the Inter-American Dialogue and with the support of Secretary of State Antony Blinken, we carry out the Summit of Cities of the Americas, an idea that arose of the Summit of the Americas held in Los Angeles in 2022. All of our actions must be tied to a strategic pillar, which is security. Without security, there is no possible development, and without development, security is not possible. Throughout the day, we will address this challenge from different dimensions, from change in the transnational organized crime market to expression of violence at subnational levels. Also, the best ways to combat gender-based violence at the doors that creative and cultural industries open so that young people stop being the perverse target audience of organized crime. Different governments in Latin America and the Caribbean have asked us to incorporate this issue into our action, and we are doing so. We have had events at the highest level in Ecuador, Paraguay, and Peru. We've also been going to Chile and Trinidad and Tobago very soon. At CAF, we do our part, but the challenge requires coordinated action from the entire development banking ecosystem. Hence, the importance of joining efforts between multilateral banks and other institutions to offer countries a portfolio of knowledge and financing to carry out more effective security policies. 2 weeks ago, in Guayaquil, we signed a memorandum of understanding to advance collaboration and cooperation on this matter with the IDB and the World Bank. Security efforts do not stop here and are not limited to what we have already done. We want to and must do more, and I'm sure that this space will be fundamental for that. Now I would like to give way to President Luis Abinader. The Dominican Republic illustrates very well the potential of actions to address the triple transition. The country became a full member of CAF in 2023. I want to thank also Minister Jochi Vicente for his role as the chair of our board. In April this year, Dominican Republic assumed the presidency of our board of directors, and this marked an unprecedented event with the Caribbean country assuming the reins of this fundamental entity of our bank. President Abinader has set a priority to work for sustainable development, the protection of biodiversity, the promotion of clean energy, and the generation of prosperity for the most remote communities. And we stand ready to support those efforts with knowledge and the necessary funding. Thank you so much.
We welcome now President of Dominican Republic, Luis Abinader.
Buenos días, honorable señor Luis Almagro, secretario general de la Organización de los Estados Americanos, OEA, señor Sergio Díaz Granado, presidente ejecutivo del Banco de Desarrollo de América Latina y el Caribe, y quiero también saludar a don Enrique Iglesias, presidente del BID, y a Enrique García, presidente y fundador del CAF. Muchas gracias por su presencia. Señora Rebeca Vil Chávez, presidenta y CEO del Diálogo Interamericano, Su Excelencia Laura Chinchilla, expresidente de la República de Costa Rica, Su Excelencia Isabel de San Malo, ex vicepresidenta de Panamá, excelentísimos señores embajadores, representantes permanentes ante la Organización de los Estados Americanos, distinguidos panelistas, invitados especiales, medios de comunicación y prensa, señoras y señores. Es para mí un gran honor dirigirme a ustedes en esta 27ª conferencia anual, un espacio donde se vienen abordando los retos más apremiantes de nuestra región. El pasado 19 de mayo fui reelecto en la primera vuelta electoral para un segundo y último mandato como presidente de la República Dominicana. Además, logrando una mayoría calificada en ambas cámaras del Congreso Nacional. Esta fue la 13ª elección presidencial consecutiva en mi país desde la transición a la democracia en 1978, 6 de las cuales han implicado la transferencia pacífica del poder de un partido a otro. Todo esto refuerza mi compromiso y el del Partido Revolucionario Moderno con la preservación de la democracia dominicana. Nos encontramos en un momento crucial para la democracia en América Latina y el Caribe. En las últimas décadas hemos sido testigos de un preocupante deterioro en la calidad y el apoyo a los sistemas democráticos. De acuerdo a la reconocida encuestadora Latinobarómetro, y también Rebeca lo mencionó, solo el 48% de los latinoamericanos apoyaba la democracia como sistema de gobierno en el 2023, una alarmante caída de 15 puntos desde el 2010, cuando registró un 63%. El estudio también señala un aumento en la indiferencia hacia el sistema político que pasó del 16% en 2010 a un 28% en el 2023 y un ligero aumento del apoyo al autoritarismo que pasó del 14% al 17%. Múltiples factores inciden en este declive, entre ellos las secuelas de los frecuentes embates económicos globales desde finales de los años 90. Pero otro factor igualmente importante al que apunta el estudio del Latinobarómetro es que los ciudadanos no perciben los beneficios tangibles de la democracia. La encuesta también destaca entre las grandes preocupaciones el personalismo, la corrupción y la permanencia en el poder más allá de las reglas. Todo esto unido al auge de actitudes populistas y autoritarias en la gobernanza, además de la pérdida de confianza en los partidos políticos que son vistos como instrumentos que facilitan todo lo anterior. Frente a ese panorama, resulta imprescindible reflexionar sobre las tendencias que han contribuido a esta situación. Entre ellas, destaca la propensión a perpetuarse en el poder y la reelección indefinida, que en los últimos 30 años han ganado fuerza erosionando la democracia. El caso más reciente es el de Venezuela, que combina factores como la concentración del poder y la persecución de la oposición y los medios de comunicación. Importantes órganos de derecho internacional han enfatizado que la reelección indefinida es incompatible con la democracia y que además no es un derecho humano fundamental, sino una modalidad de la contienda electoral. La Comisión de Venecia emitió una opinión en el 2018 manifestando que en un régimen presidencial los límites a la reelección presidencial deben considerarse necesarios para mantener el sistema democrático. Por su parte, en su opinión consultiva número 28 del 2021, la Corte Interamericana de Derechos Humanos dictaminó que la permanencia en el poder de un presidente por un largo periodo de tiempo afecta la independencia y la separación de poderes y que la habilitación de la reelección presidencial indefinida es contraria a los principios de una democracia representativa. Amigas y amigos, la historia nos ha enseñado que la alternancia en el poder es esencial para garantizar un ejercicio político responsable y genuinamente participativo. En esta misma línea, debemos reconocer que un principio esencial de la democracia es que el perdedor debe aceptar su derrota y ejercer una oposición leal y constructiva. De la misma forma, el ganador no debe avasallar ni doblegar al adversario. La democracia no puede ser ejercida únicamente por y para los ganadores. La mayoría debe garantizar el respeto y la inclusión de las minorías que gozan de iguales derechos y deben ser tratados con equidad y justicia. Entre los ciudadanos de una democracia hay un vínculo horizontal que se refleja en el principio elemental de que cada voto tiene el mismo valor. Por eso, el vértice de la democracia es la elección libre, justa y transparente que expresa la voluntad soberana del pueblo. La confianza en el proceso electoral es clave para la cohesión política de una nación. En el centro de toda democracia auténtica reside un compromiso fundamental con la defensa de los derechos humanos, que no solo protegen la dignidad y la libertad de cada individuo, sino que también forman la base sobre la cual se sustenta la legitimidad del poder político. Como bien lo ha señalado el filósofo Jürgen Habermas, la democracia y los derechos humanos están conectados. Uno no puede existir plenamente sin el otro. Los derechos humanos colocan en igualdad de condiciones a todos los ciudadanos. A su vez, la democracia otorga legitimidad y vigencia a estos derechos a través de la deliberación y el consenso. Las tensiones políticas y sociales desafían constantemente los cimientos democráticos, por lo que debemos reafirmar nuestro compromiso con este principio, asegurando que las instituciones no solo sean democráticas en su forma, sino también en su esencia. Con la mirada puesta en el fortalecimiento de la democracia y los derechos humanos, hace 2 semanas presenté una reforma constitucional ante el Congreso Dominicano en busca de consolidar el límite claro al tiempo permitido a un presidente para permanecer en el poder, 2 periodos consecutivos y nunca más. Además, se propone una cláusula pétrea para evitar una futura reforma constitucional que permita la entronización en el poder de un nuevo gobernante. Dicha cláusula tendrá el mismo estatus de los otros principios inamovibles consagrados por una norma constitucional que dispone categóricamente que nuestra forma de gobierno será siempre civil, republicano, democrático y representativo. Se trata, señoras y señores, de una acción preventiva frente a cualquier intento por perpetuarse en el poder. En el pasado, esta ha sido una práctica desestabilizadora promovida por líderes políticos dispuestos a subordinar y sacrificar el bien común a sus ambiciones personales. Otro aspecto de la reforma es el fortalecimiento de la independencia del Ministerio Público en la lucha contra la corrupción y la impunidad. Específicamente proponemos que la designación del Procurador General de la República ya no sea una facultad exclusiva del Presidente de la República, como lo es ahora, sino una decisión conjunta con el Consejo Nacional de la Magistratura, máximo órgano encargado de la designación de los jueces de las altas cortes. El alcance de esta reforma propone dejar un legado de mayor estabilidad política y social a las futuras generaciones. El pueblo dominicano me entregó mediante su voto en las pasadas elecciones de mayo la mayoría congresual más extensa en la historia de nuestra reciente democracia. Y mi respuesta a ese enorme compromiso y responsabilidad es limitar el poder al actual y a los futuros gobernantes. Estoy convencido que al momento de ser juzgada en el futuro, esta reforma será vista como un paso decisivo para la consolidación de una democracia más fuerte y moderna. Señores y señores, la defensa de la democracia no se limita a mejorar los aspectos procedimentales. Como ya dije, y como expresara en la cumbre por la democracia el presidente Joe Biden, debemos hacer todos los esfuerzos necesarios para que la democracia se traduzca en el bienestar concreto en la vida cotidiana de los ciudadanos. Para lograr lo anterior, la seguridad ciudadana sigue siendo uno de los grandes retos. Es además un componente del Estado de Derecho esencial para garantizar la vigencia de los derechos humanos y, por lo tanto, un requisito sine qua non para el progreso y la estabilidad social. Para República Dominicana, la seguridad es un pilar fundamental de la gobernabilidad. En los últimos años hemos logrado reducir significativamente la tasa de homicidios, pasando de 13.2 por cada 100.000 habitantes en el 2022 a 9.9 en el 2024 hasta la fecha. Este resultado no es fortuito, se debe a una estrategia integral que combina la aplicación rigurosa de la ley con la atención a las causas subyacentes al crimen. Las amenazas a la seguridad trascienden las fronteras nacionales. El narcotráfico y el crimen organizado corrompen instituciones, generan migración y desestabilizan las economías. Dada la posición geográfica y estratégica, República Dominicana se encuentra en las rutas del tráfico de drogas, lo que nos ha obligado a redoblar la lucha contra ese flagelo. La efectividad de esos esfuerzos queda evidenciada con las incautaciones de drogas logradas durante mi primera gestión que acaba de finalizar. Incautamos 148.826 toneladas de drogas en 4 años, más del doble que en los 16 años previos. El promedio anual de incautación de drogas fue de 38.160 toneladas, frente a solo 4.845 por año en los 16 años anteriores, es decir, 8 veces más anual. Pero el narcotráfico no es una amenaza aislada. Se interrelaciona peligrosamente con la crisis migratoria, facilitando la explotación de grupos vulnerables por poderosas redes criminales, incluyendo la trata de personas. Este ciclo de abuso y violencia afecta también la paz social y también sobrecarga las instituciones, disminuyendo la capacidad de los estados para garantizar la seguridad ciudadana. Reconocemos, sin embargo, que la prevención del crimen requiere una intervención profunda en las raíces causales de la delincuencia. Por ello, hemos invertido fuertemente en la educación y en la creación de oportunidades laborales para nuestros jóvenes. Este enfoque preventivo es indispensable para garantizar la seguridad y construir una sociedad más justa y equitativa. La crisis en Haití merece también una mención aparte. La inestabilidad en el vecino país ha generado una enorme presión sobre nuestra seguridad y hemos enfatizado claramente que la comunidad internacional debe asumir un rol protagónico y sostenido en la estabilización de Haití. Esto es una necesidad estratégica para la seguridad en el Caribe. Continuaremos colaborando con la comunidad internacional para lograr este objetivo y no debemos permitir que Haití vuelva a caer en el olvido. Señoras y señores, otro reto de gran envergadura en la lucha por preservar la democracia es la construcción de estados de bienestar. Por ello, mi segundo mandato estará enfocado en fortalecer las condiciones a nivel regional para promover desarrollo económico sostenible. República Dominicana es un ejemplo de dinamismo económico, demostrando con resultados concretos que es posible lograr un crecimiento robusto y sostenible en este desafiante entorno global. Nuestro crecimiento económico en las últimas décadas ha sido excepcional. En el 2023, nuestro PIB per cápita alcanzó los $11.200, consolidando una economía de ingresos medios y convirtiéndonos en la 7ª economía en América Latina y el Caribe. Entre el 2021 y el 2023, nuestro Producto Interno Bruto creció a un promedio anual del 6.5%, superando ampliamente el promedio regional. Para 2024, el Fondo Monetario Internacional proyecta para República Dominicana un crecimiento de 5.4%, una cifra notablemente superior al 1.9% para América Latina. Este es el resultado de políticas económicas prudentes, de una sólida seguridad jurídica para la inversión privada y de un entorno político estable. Hemos creado un marco legal y regulatorio que agiliza la permisología y ofrece previsibilidad y confianza a los inversionistas. Esto ha permitido que la inversión extranjera directa alcanzara una cifra récord de más de 4.390 millones de dólares al cierre del pasado año 2023. Recientemente, República Dominicana firmó acuerdos de cielos abiertos con Estados Unidos y Canadá. Estos convenios fortalecen nuestras relaciones bilaterales y liberalizan el comercio y la aviación. Esto va acorde con el objetivo prioritario de convertir a República Dominicana en un hub logístico, dada nuestra envidiable conectividad aérea y marítima que permite la estratégica ubicación país. Los 17 años de vigencia del Acuerdo de Libre Comercio RD-CAFTA ha sido fundamental para atraer inversiones, eliminar barreras comerciales, promover la transparencia y reforzar nuestras relaciones con Estados Unidos, nuestro principal socio comercial. Las zonas francas constituyen otro de los motores de crecimiento económico, aportando casi 200.000 puestos de trabajo y aproximadamente 8.000 millones de dólares en exportaciones en el año 2023. Estas industrias han ido escalando en la cadena de valor y hoy día exportan bienes de alta tecnología como dispositivos médicos y equipos electrónicos. Y como dije en mi reciente discurso de juramentación, esto nos permite también tener mejores empleos, más cualificados y mejores remunerados, y nos posibilita seguir en nuestra apuesta para que en los próximos años nuestro país sea de los pocos candidatos mundiales que califiquen para el ensamblaje de semiconductores. Tenemos la formación, tenemos la red de contactos y aliados y tenemos un ecosistema favorable para conseguirlo. La cooperación internacional es esencial para crear un entorno en el que todos podamos prosperar, donde los beneficios del comercio y la inversión se distribuyan de manera equitativa y donde la estabilidad económica se traduzca en mejoras tangibles en la calidad de vida de nuestros ciudadanos. Un componente crucial para fortalecer las economías a nivel regional sería la aprobación del America's Trade and Investment Act, un proyecto de ley que aún espera su aprobación en el Congreso de Estados Unidos. Este cuerpo legislativo es un recurso que podría transformar las relaciones económicas en las Américas al promover la integración y fortalecer los lazos comerciales, facilitando el nearshoring de industrias claves hacia nuestra región. También estamos comprometidos a continuar colaborando con el desarrollo de la Asociación de las Américas para la Prosperidad, APEP. Esta importante iniciativa, de la cual encabezamos el Grupo de Trabajo de Ética y Anticorrupción, tendrá a inicios del 2025 su próxima cumbre presidencial en Costa Rica. Apreciadas amigos y amigos, antes de finalizar mis palabras, quisiera referirme a otro tema de gran importancia para nosotros, la 10ª Cumbre de las Américas, que se llevará a cabo en Punta Cana durante la primera semana de diciembre del 2025. Estamos trabajando activamente con la Secretaría de Cumbres de la OEA y el Grupo de Revisión e Implementación de Cumbres en la organización de ese evento, cuyo éxito es un compromiso de mi gobierno. Con el propósito de reflexionar sobre los principales éxitos alcanzados en las pasadas cumbres e identificar insumos valiosos para la próxima, celebraremos este próximo diciembre un encuentro para conmemorar el 30 aniversario de las Cumbres de las Américas. República Dominicana está comprometida a liderar con el ejemplo, trabajando estrechamente con nuestros socios regionales e internacionales para construir un futuro de prosperidad compartida. Juntos podemos crear un hemisferio más fuerte, más justo y más unido, donde el crecimiento económico beneficie a todos, donde la estabilidad sea el cimiento de nuestro progreso común y donde la democracia se profundice y fortalezca, garantizando el respeto por las libertades y los derechos fundamentales de todos. Muchas gracias a la OEA, muchas gracias al CAF, muchas gracias al Diálogo Interamericano y muchas gracias a todos ustedes por su presencia. Que Dios bendiga a la OEA y a todos nuestros gobiernos de América. Muchas gracias.
Thank you, President Abinader. We'd like to invite Secretary General Almagro, Dr. Chavez, and President Díaz Granados back on stage for a photo with President Abinader. Thank you, President Abinader, and our gracious conference host for these inspiring words. Now, I remind you that you can follow us on X at The Dialogue, also at OEA and Agenda CAF. Please use the hashtag DiálogoOEACAF so that way you can participate in all the discussions, you can follow all the updates. You can also watch us in Spanish and Portuguese in the CAF live stream. You can also watch us in English at the Dialogue, and you can watch the live floor at the OAS live stream. Also, follow us through our media partners, NTN 24, El País, UCL, and Latin Finance. Don't forget to post your pictures, your comments, all the updates on the discussion using this hashtag, Diálogo OEA CAF, so that everybody can watch and follow everything that is happening today here at the 27th Annual CAF Conference, co-hosted by CAF, Development Bank of Latin America and the Caribbean, also by the Inter-American Dialogue and the Organization of American States, where we have the pleasure to be standing here today. To give way to our first fireside chat, I would like to introduce our moderator. She is Lilia Luisiano, a remarkable journalist born and raised in San Juan, Puerto Rico. Lilia Luisiano is an award-winning national correspondent and anchor at CBS News. She is a documentary film director, she's a producer, she's a podcaster and speaker. Luciano has spent over a decade covering immigration and drug policy at the US-Mexico border. For this reason, her work earned her an Emmy Award in 2019. Please welcome Lilia and our two featured speakers.
Muchas gracias. Thank you very much. I am introducing one of the speakers today, who is a special assistant to President Biden and the coordinator for the Los Angeles Declaration on Migration and Protection. This is Marcela Escobari. Marcela, thank you so much for joining us. And of course, welcoming Ambassador Frank Mora, representative for the United States at the Organization of American States. Thank you. Let's please take a seat. Thank you so much to CAF, and thank you to the Inter-American Dialogue, and thank you to the OAS for inviting us today. When I think back at the last time I was in this room in the last 12 months, I think about the sharp contrast that I have faced in my news coverage. I mean, I was in Medellin covering the Feria de las Flores to bring the story of the culture and the music. I was also doing a profile piece for CBS Sunday Morning on Maluma. During the same week in Colombia, when I got a call that I needed to rush to Ecuador because the presidential candidate, one of the presidential candidates, had been assassinated. That was last August. Over the last year, I have been at the border many times, including when the executive order was handed down. And there, I met groups of people who were crossing the border from Mexico, who were not coming from our region, but from Bangladesh. And just several weeks ago, I was in Venezuela covering the election. When I landed there, I was completely energized by this effervescence of hope. And by now, what I feel is that there has been a suffocation of that same hope. When I think about the people in this room and the ability to effect change, I think about what people that I met in Venezuela who are planning and saving up to cross the border to come to the US because it's the one place where they think that there's some hope. When I think about the people that I've met along the way in countries in the region, what I hear is a desire for quick fixes, quick changes, and messianic leaders. And that's a problem. Polarization and populism are a serious concern in our region, in our hemisphere. And Marcela, I want to start with you because through your work, even before working with the White House, you have dealt with solutions that are not immediate. Let's start talking about immigration because most of what I cover is there. What would you say, as we look into the US election that we're just less than 2 months away from, or 2 months away from, what would you say is the legacy of the Biden administration, and what should people think about if that legacy is continued under a Harris administration? And how does that differ from the previous administration and that legacy?
Well, thank you, Lilia. I think probably the biggest difference and something that has been core to the Biden-Harris administration's strategy is that it saw migration as a regional challenge that required regional solutions, right? The problem set had changed. We had 8 million people that had left one country in Venezuela. This has been the largest displacement in the Western Hemisphere in its history. But also the migration corridor shifted and expanded way beyond Central America and Mexico. But this is not the first time that we have, have seen spikes of migration in our border. And what the Biden-Harris administration did is implemented strategies that have been stress tested through history, but it did it in a very massive way. It increased enforcement, and not only through the EO, but in collaboration with Mexico, Title VIII, to send a very clear message that there will be consequences for people that migrate irregularly, but it also created alternatives for people to migrate safely, legally, and to be able to work here in the US. And I think probably most importantly, it realized that it needed a hemispheric approach. And that's where the LA Declaration comes. Like President Biden 2 years ago, the whole administration, with 21 countries, signed the LA Declaration. And that's basically a really, truly holistic approach to migration. We all have and face different facets of this challenge, but we can only tackle it if we're all rowing in the same direction, and that's what the LA Declaration does. And just to give one example of kind of the success of that strategy, which I think is going to be its legacy, I mean, the region has legalized and integrated over 4.2 million people in their communities. Every one of these individuals is one less person that has to risk their lives crossing the Darien. It's one more person that gets to restart their lives in their new communities. So I think when you speak about the legacy of this administration, it's going to be an approach to migration that is not rooted on bullying our neighbors or thinking that this problem is just solved at the southwest border, or rooted in fear-mongering. I think it's one that pushed sustainable solutions in a very pragmatic way and in a spirit of partnership.
Well, one thing, and I do want to follow up on that, Marcela, because there is this rhetoric, and the rhetoric goes around the numbers. I mean, last December, we saw record numbers, 250,000 people encountered at the US-Mexico border. And when we think about legacy, what people think about, the Trump administration was border wall, was very harsh or deterrent policies. And fast forward, I mean, I remember covering the border last year and covering the border this year and seeing the impacts, the rapid impacts of the executive order. Drop in migration within 1 month, or encounters within 1 month, of more than 30%. When people think about that, the first question is, well, why did it take so long? If you could have done that all along, why did it take so long for those limits to access to asylum to be implemented, and what were those concerns?
Look, there is no question that the executive order has had results. It has decreased more than 50% in terms of encounters at the border. But that is not an isolated action. There have been actions taken in lockstep with the region in the last few years. And just talking about enforcement, let me give you a couple examples. In the last couple of years, there's been over 300 new changes to visa policies to really clamp down on travel that is intended for irregular migration. I mean, if you take the example of Ecuador, who just imposed visas to PRC nationals, the next month there were 90% less PRC nationals in our southwest border, right? We have increased our biometric sharing throughout the region, where we can flag and intercept, threats and criminal actors before they enter any of our borders. Like, we've worked in an unprecedented manner with Mexico on enforcement. I just came back from Panama and Colombian trilateral, where they're working together to reduce, movement through the Darien. So I think the EO is part of this broader strategy. And to be honest, this was not a decision that the president took lightly. Like, You know, an EO is not a durable solution. It is fragile on the courts. But we put forth, you know, a solution that would have required legislative action to really solve a broken asylum system. But when Congress didn't act, you know, the president did.
The kind of collaboration, the kind of transnational, regional, hemispheric collaboration that you're talking about requires dialogue, requires people being able to speak and countries to speak with each other. And Ambassador Mora, I'm so disheartened, to be quite honest, brutally honest, when I come back from the places that I cover, when I go on social media and I see the comments, the way that people cannot even begin to dialogue. People are on one side, and if they are on the right side, they don't talk to the left side and vice versa. And that's not just people using social media, that is leaders. I was in the flight when there were all these former presidents trying to go to Venezuela to observe an election and were kicked out, and we almost didn't get to Venezuela because of that. And we come back and we see that there are, at the OAS, you know, conflicts when it comes to acknowledging something that to everybody, I think, here watching can acknowledge was not a democratic process. And so I wonder, what are the challenges to solutions that require so many different countries to come together and leadership to come together, and how do you defeat the level of polarization that prevents even conversation?
So thank you, Lilia. Can everybody hear me, or?
I think the mic is, there it is.
There we go. Good morning, everybody. You put your finger on it, I think, Lilia, because on the one hand, the complex challenges that we face, and we can't think of democratic erosion in and of itself, or migration, or poverty and inequality, or insecurity. These are all connected, right? They sort of reinforce themselves in a very negative way. And those kinds of challenges requires a kind of collaboration that perhaps we haven't seen before. And it is difficult in a polarized environment to get people to collaborate. And that's where the OAS, I think, comes in. Because the OAS, first and foremost, provides a space, a forum for, one, political dialogue, for people to understand what the challenges are and where they're coming from. And I think it's a start. It's not sufficient. It's not the end, right? The OAS is not going to provide the solution to everything, but it creates a space. And these challenges, because of their complexity and their transnational nature, requires, as Marcela was talking about in terms of migration, requires a multinational, transnational response. If we're going to, no single nation or single organization can say, we're going to tackle this problem on our own, you're going to fail. And you're going to fail miserably. So it is important that we try to overcome this problem that you said, polarization, political polarization. And you see it in every forum, you see it in every place. And until we're able to address this issue of polarization, until we're able to take seriously the challenges we face, transnational crime will take advantage of that. We'll take advantage of our own weaknesses, our unwillingness to collaborate, the lack of political will. And so it is pivotal, first and foremost, that we take advantage of forums like this to create dialogue, collaboration, and cooperation that would hopefully then seep into the region in ways that will address the complexities of these problems.
I like to learn with examples, with anecdotes. I know that there have been efforts, incremental shifts in achieving great successes whose stories are hard to tell because it's not in a headline, and we consume information, unfortunately, nowadays in headlines and snippets. And Marcela, I wonder, what is one of those successes? What has been either an effective policy or a victory that you can quantify that people haven't really heard about, that we haven't covered enough?
Okay, I really think
in multilateral collaboration.
No, I think I mentioned it, but I think the story that has not been told enough is the story of what the region is doing when it comes to legalizing and regularizing migrants. Like, when it comes to migration policy, like, we know what the answers are. This is not, brain surgery. It's like, we know that regularizing, legalizing migrants is like better for the migrants, it's better for crime, it's better for the economy. it is just politically complicated because, weaponizing migration is the oldest trick in the book. So despite that reality that has always made this policy issue really hard, in the region, we've had remarkable good policy and remarkable brave leadership, to be honest. Those 4.2 million people that have been legalized and regularized, that's over half of the countries that have signed the LA Declaration have active regularization policies, and they're currently implementing it, right? It started with Colombia with their 10-year temporary protective status to over 2 million Venezuelans. But Ecuador last month just announced a new regularization process for 200,000 migrants. Brazil has, with its interiorization policy, has matched 500,000 migrants to labor needs throughout the country. Peru, in the midst of the COVID crisis, it validated degrees of 500 different healthcare professions so that Venezuelans could go be on the front lines of the COVID response. These are incredible stories. I mean, you have seen them on the ground. I've had the privilege to talk to folks who want to come out of the shadows, want to contribute to their economies. And every time a government does one of these policies and we are able to show their success, it makes it easier for the next government leader. And I'm not saying we're done with this. This is incredibly difficult in this country and elsewhere. But the progress and the lives change is undeniable. And I think we do have the potential for this hemisphere to be an example for the world of how to manage massive displacement in a way that's helpful to migrants, but also absolutely helpful to our economies.
And among the topics that we're really diving into today is insecurity, is democratic governance, the root causes, the reasons why people are forced to leave the places where they're from. And Frank, I wonder if there are examples, if there are perhaps anecdotes or similar cases that you think of where, look, diplomacy is very slow, but that provide the kind of either structure or hope to see that these problems are not just going to accelerate and we don't need to constantly just catastrophize, but you can undo the insecurity and restore democracy.
So one of the challenges, and then Rebecca mentioned this in her opening remarks, if you just look at the issue of democratic erosion in the region, which is a significant challenge that affects transnational crime, corruption, et cetera. I think the OAS, if you just use the example of Guatemala, for example, the President Arevalo came to this hall and gave a speech and was very clear in saying, you all, the OAS, played a fundamental role in me arriving and being inaugurated in January of this year. We met 14, 15 times, passed a series of resolutions. Diplomacy worked. Diplomatic pressure worked. Others were involved, of course, but one should not underestimate the role of the OAS and how central it is, the issue of democracy and human rights. That we talk about it all the time. We have a critical instrument known as the Inter-American Democratic Charter, that we're constantly thinking about ways in which we can work. The Secretary General speaks to this issue all the time. And now Venezuela, right? We've had several meetings on Venezuela. We've continued to put diplomatic pressure, but we're part of a multi-front effort to make sure that the will of the Venezuelan people is not dismissed or subverted. And we should and must continue that pressure in Venezuela. And particularly in light of not just the subversion of the public will, but the brutality that's come after it, and the repression and the abuse of human rights. And that should be front and center for the OAS, for the Inter-American Commission on Human Rights, and for different organizations and forums and specific governments who are involved in doing this. But what we can't do, whether it was Guatemala, whether it's in Nicaragua, or in Venezuela, we should not abandon the Nicaraguan people. We should not abandon the Venezuelan people. Like we did not abandon the Guatemalan people. We should continue playing that role because it has, Lilia, an impact. it demonstrates how important, how relevant, how credible this organization is in addressing, just on this particular issue, the issue of democracy, the issue of elections, particularly in electoral observation, and of course, the incredible work that the Commission on Inter-American Commission on Human Rights does in showing, demonstrating, shining the light, as they've done in the case of Venezuela, for example, recently, about the brutality that we're seeing in that country at the moment.
And Marcela, I'd love for you to follow up on that, and both, if you can provide some of those examples of what did it look like from the White House in terms of Guatemala, and what is happening now? What kind of pressure, other than taking Maduro's plane, is the U.S. exerting?
Look, Frank and I were there in that epic inauguration, but I actually really liked that you brought this up as part of root causes, right? I mean, this was a fundamental shift when we thought about migration, and when Vice President at the time, Biden, decided and convinced many of its colleagues in Congress that we needed to go tackle insecurity, joblessness, corruption in Central America and the reasons that people migrated. And it was a fundamental change at the time. And then the Vice President, took it to a whole new level, not just with the historic commitment of $4 billion of foreign aid, but in bringing FDI, and most importantly, what Frank is talking about. It's really using all of our tools of government in pivotal moments to really tip the scale in favor of democracy. And that's what we saw happening in Guatemala, where, when the Attorney General was, trying to strip immunity of President Arevalo, of the electoral judges, where Congress stood in the way of a peaceful transition, we acted. We sanctioned 100 members of Congress. We brought indigenous communities together to the private sector to, think about how we share these principles of democracy. We rallied our allies from the EU to our allies within the region so that we all spoke in one voice. This was no longer an ideological battle, which it historically had been in Guatemala, right? And we were there with Frank in that inauguration, and maybe symbolically, we were there till the wee hours of the night until President Arevalo was inaugurated. But I think what it shows is, Frank, what you're talking about, but also the willingness of this administration to use all of its tools when it comes to defending democracy. And I think it's really up to us to do the same in this critical moment for Venezuela.
And I'm curious about that, because, I mean, covering Venezuela, you see the rapid progression of the violence, of the repression, of really the human rights violations. And I mean, the fact that just this week, there's that order for arrest for Edmundo González Urrutia. It's unfathomable, the speed at which things are becoming undone. So at which speed is the United States and people who are in this room and those in power to exert pressure, are they exerting that kind of pressure and demanding that the will of the people be respected? And this can go for both.
Yeah, I mean, obviously, the way they commit human rights violations is much faster than any response we might have, right? And certainly at the OAS. But the key is, I think, is that the protagonist in this tragedy, really, is the Venezuelan people and the democratic forces within Venezuela. The international community should be supporting them, right? We are part of the solution, but we're not the solution. We are in support of them, right? And so they need to keep sort of the fight and insisting that the will of people be respected. And so whatever we can do at the OAS, whatever the United States can do at other states to continue that, to ensure that the Venezuelan people feel, oh, that's it, we're tired. Let's move into the next crisis. We must not abandon them. We must continue to insist. Because I think Maduro is counting on one thing, which is what happened in the past. That the international community kind of says, okay, we did what we can and gave up. We must not give up. And I think with respect to the OAS, I think from the perspective of the United States, we're going to continue insisting that the OAS keep its eye very closely and following developments in that country.
And from the White House?
Look, you know, we all share the incredible frustration, but I think it's helpful to look where we are now and what we could have been, right? When 2 years ago, when I joined the administration, the Venezuelan people had given up on the possibility of electoral change, and there has been a dramatic change in terms of people really rallying behind change within Guatemala, within Venezuela, and as Frank was saying, like, let's look at the different scenarios that could have been, right? It could have been that we didn't have an election, that we didn't have a process, and yet we had a primaries process with 3 million people often risking their lives to go and vote. We had a united opposition in Venezuela, and we had and the other alternative could have been either no election or an election where it would have been easy for Maduro to cheat, right? It was so overwhelming that he had to resort to blatant fraud to claim victory. And now all eyes, and this is what we in the White House, the OAS, and everybody in the room is doing, is for the world to come together and shrink that space for Maduro to have less options in trying to continue this fraud.
Very quickly, we're out of time, but if anybody has a question, there's a microphone back there. We have time for one question. Maybe we have time for it, perhaps not even. But anybody raising their hands? Any question for the panelists? Well, if we don't, I think we are, no? You're just scratching your face. All right. I want to thank you both so much for your work, for your openness in discussing. And if anybody has questions, I think you're going to be around in the room, correct?
Thank you.
Thank you, Lydia.
Thank you all. Thank you for your time.
Thank you to our speakers for such an enriching conversation. Now, we'd like to move on to our first full panel of the day. It's titled The Role of Multilateral Development Banks, Security and Development in the Americas. It will be moderated by Isabel de San Malo. Isabel de San Malo is the former Vice President and Minister of Foreign Affairs of Panama. Not only that, she was the first woman elected as Vice President and Foreign Minister of Affairs. Currently, she's in her country, of course. Currently, she is Senior Policy Advisor to the Administrator of the United Nations Development Program, and she is also a member of the Board of Trustees of the International Foundation of Reporting Standards. It is known as the IFRS. Please join me in welcoming Isabel de San Malo and the speakers.
Good morning, everyone. It is a pleasure to join you today. I would like to greet President Abinader, President Chinchilla, Enrique Iglesias, Enrique Garcia. Thank CAF, the Inter-American Development Bank, and the OAS for hosting us today and ensuring that we have these discussions on this very timely issue for the Americas. The panel joining me today represents the multilateral development banks. Starting with my left here, Bill Maloney from the World Bank. Thank you for joining us today. Emilio Pineda, Inter-American Development Bank, and Cristian Asinelli, Vice President of CAF. It's a pleasure to join you today for this discussion to talk about something that is at the core of the issues in the Americas. And I would like to refer to what Sergio Díaz-Granados said, and the Secretary General. We cannot have development without security, and there is no security without development. And we have the numbers for what's happening in the region. We know how organized crime has penetrated institutions, has penetrated governments, is present in most of our countries. It intersects with democracy, it intersects with institutions. It's at the core of the discussions that we're having today. It's at the core of the possibility of progress for Latin America, and this is a very timely discussion. Hemos conversado que dada la audiencia vamos a intercambiar entre español e inglés, así que hago el cambio aquí. Y quisiera hacerle primero una misma pregunta a los tres panelistas en el día de hoy para conocer de primera mano qué están haciendo sus instituciones con relación al tema de seguridad en las Américas. Empecemos contigo, Cristian, por favor. Cuéntanos cómo está viendo CAF la situación y qué están haciendo al respecto.
Bueno, muchísimas gracias. Isabel, ¿se escucha? ¿Sí? Sí. Presidente Abinader, un gusto haberlo escuchado. Muchísimas gracias por sus palabras, su generosidad al estar aquí con nosotros. Lo mismo a los dos Enriques, Enrique García, Enrique Iglesias, dos pilares de los organismos multilaterales, la presidenta Chinchilla, al canciller de la República Dominicana, a todos y cada uno de ustedes por estar aquí. Quizás en términos generales lo que primero me gustaría recalcar es que América Latina y el Caribe de alguna manera tiene una serie de brechas que son urgentes, que tenemos que cerrar. Sabemos que 1 de cada 5 personas en nuestra región son pobres, que el 50% de la población más rica tiene el 10% de los ingresos y el 10% de nuestra población más pobre tiene el 50%, que el 22% de la población de nuestra región tiene problemas de acceso para tener servicios de Internet, que necesitamos tener más del 70%, aumentar más del 70% de nuestras inversiones en términos de infraestructura para poder cerrar la brecha de infraestructura, pero detrás de todos estos números, detrás de todas estas estadísticas, hay personas y en CAF a nosotros nos mueve, nos da velocidad, nos implica tomar decisiones políticas e institucionales para poder mejorar la calidad de vida, como siempre Enrique García nos enseñó como presidente de CAF, y para poder generar mayores oportunidades a los ciudadanos de nuestra región. Y para responder esta primera pregunta, quizás me gustaría plantear una primera brecha, que es la brecha de acceso a los bienes públicos, que en nuestra región obviamente se discute en muchísimos campos de las políticas públicas, pero por la capilaridad que tiene una institución como CAF en el territorio, que trabaja muchísimo con las ciudades, ese es el terreno desde donde nosotros estamos tratando de cambiar las cuestiones que tienen que ver con la seguridad. Y creemos que para poder cerrar estas brechas de acceso a bienes públicos, además de las cooperaciones técnicas, los proyectos de financiamiento, etcétera, hay que trabajar fuertemente en las cuestiones urbanas, en las cuestiones de sostenibilidad, de seguridad, de movilidad, y por eso nuestro enfoque es holístico y estratégico. Ayer en una conversación con los dos Enriques, justamente, ambos nos planteaban la importancia de la visión estratégica y holística para poder cambiar la matriz de la seguridad y del desarrollo en América Latina. Y yo creo que esa visión macro que ellos nos han planteado es la que tenemos que bajar nosotros cuando tratamos de, con los proyectos que tenemos en la institución de ciudades más seguras para mejorar la calidad de vida de los ciudadanos a través del acompañamiento, el trabajo a sectores más vulnerables, el fortalecimiento, pero también la prevención del delito, y la generación de espacios necesarios para que nuestras comunidades puedan encontrarse seguras en sus barrios, en sus ciudades, etc. Y el trabajo que hacemos y que estamos demostrando hoy con 3 organismos multilaterales tan importantes que trabajan en América Latina y en el Caribe, creo que es clave. Entonces, nuestras ciudades tienen un correlato con el crimen organizado, lo decían en la presentación, muy relacionado muchas veces con las ciudades fronterizas, con las ciudades que tienen puertos, donde muchas veces el fenómeno se torna mucho más intenso, y lo decía también el presidente Abinader, que países como República Dominicana, y por eso el gran trabajo que ha hecho en los últimos años para poder bajar la cantidad y aumentar el decomiso de drogas para que no sea un lugar de traslado a su país. Entonces, para cerrar esta primera brecha que te decía, creo que la visión, como decían ayer Enrique García, Enrique Iglesias, tiene que ser una visión integral, tiene que ser una visión holística, con una mirada que también se pose en las cuestiones ambientales y que ayude a que la exclusión se aleje cada vez más de esta provisión de servicios públicos, de bienes públicos. Entonces, transformar la seguridad ciudadana tiene que ser tomando las condiciones actuales, pero también tenemos que actuar de manera diferente. Ya lo decía el presidente Abinader. Necesitamos sí o sí mejorar las capacidades de financiamiento, por eso la importancia que estemos aquí las tres instituciones, la coordinación multiactor, clave para que los recursos se puedan utilizar de una mejor manera, y también ver las realidades locales para de esa manera tratar de construir esta visión integral que nos enseñaban ayer Enrique García y Enrique Iglesias.
Muchísimas gracias, Cristian, por esa respuesta, que yo quiero resaltar dos cosas que has dicho: poner al ciudadano al centro y el tema de los bienes públicos, que al final, como mencionaba también el presidente Abinader, son los elementos que permiten a esos ciudadanos tener las condiciones mínimas para avanzar o no. Y es que el Programa de Naciones Unidas para el Desarrollo, en sus informes de desarrollo humano, habla para América Latina de multicrisis. Estamos en un espacio de multicrisis donde vemos crisis energética, de transición, y ¿qué rol juega aquí el tema de la seguridad? Pasamos a Emilio con el Banco Interamericano de Desarrollo y su enfoque para el tema de seguridad, y que nos cuente un poco qué está haciendo el banco en la materia en este momento.
Muchas gracias, Isabel. Muy buenos días tengan todos ustedes, y quisiera comenzar con un sincero agradecimiento a los presidentes de la CAF y del Inter-American Dialogue por la amable invitación de formar parte de este panel. También un saludo a todos los presidentes que nos acompañan hoy en día. Es un honor estar en un panel donde están ustedes en el auditorio, y también un afectuoso saludo a nuestros socios y colegas de la CAF y del Banco Mundial. Es un placer compartir este panel con ustedes. El principal mensaje que quisiera transmitir en nombre del BID el día de hoy es que, como miembros de la comunidad multilateral, es urgente que encontremos una nueva forma de colaborar de una manera regional y transregional para abordar los retos de la criminalidad en América Latina y el Caribe, y particularmente del crimen organizado. Y para dar un par de datos que señalan la urgencia de abordar este reto, les comparto los siguientes. En América Latina y el Caribe tenemos 1 de cada 3 de los homicidios que suceden a nivel global, a pesar de que solo tenemos 1/10 parte de la población. Y esta gran prevalencia de criminalidad en la región tiene muy fuertes impactos sociales y económicos. En el área social, la criminalidad tiene un impacto muy claro, en donde, por ejemplo, está ampliamente demostrado que la exposición a un contexto criminal tiene consecuencias muy negativas en los logros educacionales y también sociales de la gente particularmente joven, particularmente los más vulnerables. En el aspecto económico, en nuestra región, alrededor del 23% de las compañías dicen que han tenido que pagar significativas pérdidas producto de robo y vandalismo. Un promedio muy por arriba del promedio global, que es en torno a 14%, y muy por arriba, más de 2 veces por arriba del promedio europeo, que es de 10%. Entonces, el crimen está teniendo un impacto enorme en nuestra región en términos sociales y económicos. Y si bien el fenómeno del crimen no es nuevo, este fenómeno ha evolucionado de forma muy clara en los últimos 10 años, en particular con el crimen organizado cambiando de una forma rápida su escala, su nivel de sofisticación, y que ya van mucho más allá de solo el trasiego de drogas a nivel internacional. En algunas zonas de nuestra región, las bandas criminales ya proveen servicios sociales que, para efectos prácticos, implican que han suplantado al Estado. Y es por ello que en estas circunstancias, que creemos de gran urgencia, creemos que tenemos la obligación de cambiar nuestro acercamiento colectivo a abordar el reto del crimen, y particularmente el crimen organizado. Tenemos que movernos a un approach que vaya mucho más allá de nuestras fronteras, y que vaya mucho más allá de soluciones locales o nacionales. Y por ello, y acá comienzo con este contexto a responder claramente qué es lo que estamos comenzando a hacer en el BID. Nosotros en el BID hemos elevado la relevancia del crimen en nuestro accionar cotidiano. Si bien el BID lleva más de 20 años trabajando ya con muchos de los países de la región en hacer reformas institucionales que apoyen la reducción del crimen, estamos elevando la relevancia del tema del crimen en nuestra estrategia institucional y en cada una de nuestras iniciativas regionales. Y muy recientemente, nuestro presidente Ilan Golfán, en la cumbre de seguridad que se desarrolló en Guayaquil hace un par de semanas, anunció la propuesta de lanzamiento de una nueva alianza para la seguridad, justicia y el desarrollo, que es un llamado a todos nosotros, a toda la comunidad, para juntar nuestras fuerzas, juntar nuestra energía y amplificar nuestro impacto para mitigar los efectos del crimen, y estaré contento de expandir sobre este tema en las siguientes intervenciones. Gracias.
Muchísimas gracias, Emilio. 1/10 de la población mundial, pero 1/3 de los homicidios. Es una cifra realmente impactante, que me atrevo a decir que no podemos enfrentar sin el establecimiento muy claro de alianzas, y quiero resaltar la alianza recientemente firmada por estas 3 instituciones representadas aquí hoy justamente para abordar la temática de seguridad, lo cual fue anunciado hace un mes, si no me equivoco, para abordar la temática de seguridad en las Américas. Creo que eso es muy importante y parte de lo que tenemos todos que hacer, promover esas alianzas entre países e instituciones para enfrentarlo. Bill, over to you. Tell us about the World Bank and the work being done in security in the region.
Well, first of all, thanks to everybody. Muy buenos días. Voy a hablar en inglés because we have a mixed audience. So for us, this is becoming a key issue in how we're approaching Latin America's, principally their growth, but also social protection programs. The issue of violence has risen to the top of the list of complaints that citizens have against their governments, and it's becoming enough of an issue that they're really thinking about how much democracy they're willing to trade off in order to walk their streets safely at night. Is clearly a major issue of social well-being that we need to address, equal to poverty, inequality, or anything else. And what our research has been showing also is that the easy fixes, well, there must be a correlation with poverty. No, given our levels of poverty, our levels of violence are much higher than would be expected. Given our levels of growth, no, igualito. Given our levels of inequality, that explains something, but we're far above it. It's a very hard issue that we don't know, and we need to understand what is generating these high rates of crime. I'll come back to it in a second. But the second element is that the region has reached a point of what I call resilient mediocrity on the growth front. We, over the last 30 years, have built very strong professional ministries of finance and central banks, and we have done extraordinarily well over the last 2 decades in managing 2 major crises, in controlling inflation, no worse than anybody else in the rest of the world. And that's a big difference from where we were many years ago, 30 decades ago. But we're not growing. We're projecting 2.5% as far as you can see. Yeah, some countries are higher, some countries are lower. But basically, this is a major problem. We are underperforming everybody else in the world in terms of growth. And then the question comes back, how does this question of crime and violence feed into that? And the issue is a lot. There's a recent paper published in Colombia showing that as it looked like the peace process was going to be signed, business startups increased. And the minute the plebiscite was rejected, they fell back again. Entrepreneurship is a process of informed risk-taking. And when you have the additional risk of violence and of organized crime around you, it just makes it too hard. And even though you see we had some success in unicornios in the region and super huge, yeah, but they're all in e-commerce and things that aren't brick and mortar. You want to be able to leave if you have to. FDI, we supposedly have this window, and I think we do have a window if we meternos las pilas, if we put our minds to it, a window to absorb some of the value chains that are being reallocated across the region. But the 250-pound capybara in the room is this. How much of our ventas are we going to have to spend on security? And when you pile that on the fact that our workforces lag behind Vietnam's, our infrastructure lags behind Vietnam's, you can walk the streets of Hanoi at night, all of a sudden we don't look so attractive. And if you look at the greenfield announcements of where people are investing, yeah, they're going up a bit in Latin America. They're going up much more in Thailand and in India and in Vietnam. Okay? So this window is there, but we're not playing it very well. There's some, Dominican Republic is, Costa Rica is, but this issue of managing violence is key. And the problem is 10 times harder than it was 30 years ago because it's not one cartel out of one city or two cities in Colombia. These are now international cartels that are permeating the region. They have much more power than they did then. And what's missing on the international side right now is precisely the platform that would approach this in a regional way, because it has to be regional. These are not local problems. And we had in our first meeting of the alliance between the three institutions, and the reason that we did this is because we all felt the issue was huge enough that we needed to raise the profile everywhere. But the first meeting we had at the Rockefeller Center at Harvard, the people who had fought the last big war 30, 20 years ago against the Medellin cartel said, the platform's gone. What used to be there internationally to help coordinate is not there right now. You have to help. We can work towards that, but it's going to take much more mobility on the part of the international community to address this problem. At the bank, we don't yet have the programs that, for instance, the BEAD has on judicial reform or on policy. We may work towards that. We've now put a lot more money into analytics. Let's understand this problem. Where are the pressure points? What's driving the simple things like homicides? What can we possibly do in terms of organized crime? And then we will work, but hopefully in conjunction with our partners in the alliance, we can make some progress on this.
Muchísimas gracias, Billy. Has traído a la mesa el vínculo con la economía, con lo que cuesta la respuesta, la atención, y eso me lleva a abordar un tema que quisiera invitar a los panelistas para que la próxima ronda de preguntas las concentremos en eso, y es el vínculo con las causas, los orígenes de este problema que enfrentamos en América Latina y el Caribe. Estamos hablando de la inequidad en América Latina y el Caribe, estamos hablando de la pobreza, estamos hablando de falta de oportunidades. Todos de alguna manera han tocado en ese punto en sus respuestas, pero yo quisiera invitarlos a profundizar ahora un poquito más. Y volvamos contigo, Cristian, que la CAF tiene una agenda que aborda a través de su cartera, y lo has mencionado, los temas de pobreza, inequidad, falta de oportunidades. ¿Cómo podemos fortalecer el vínculo entre la solución a estos problemas en América Latina y el Caribe y lo que está pasando en materia de seguridad?
Bueno, creo que aquí tenemos la segunda brecha importante, que es la brecha social. Recién se hablaba de esto de los homicidios, de esta relación tan fea. Nos ha pasado en la pandemia. Con la misma cantidad de población, más del 30% de las muertes del mundo ocurrieron en nuestra región. Y eso claramente habla de lo que vos estás diciendo, de la desigualdad, de la inequidad que nos toca vivir en los países de nuestra región. Y creo que todos los que estamos aquí presentes, de alguna manera, tenemos el privilegio de estar en posiciones que nos permiten hacer estos cambios en América Latina y el Caribe, y no podemos sentirnos más que interpelados, ¿no?, ante esta brecha social tan grande con la que nos toca convivir. Hace 20 años en CAF hacemos reportes de economía y desarrollo, los inauguró aquí Enrique, y el del año 2022, que trató los temas de los temas sociales, justamente mostraba que había una alta persistencia intergeneracional en temas de cuestiones educativas, sociales, de acceso a oportunidades en la región. Y este estudio mostraba que el 81% de las personas que tenían nivel educativo bajo se relacionaba con padres que estaban en la misma situación, ¿no? Y acá creo que tenemos que ser muy claros, porque al fin y al cabo estamos hablando de los grupos poblacionales que son los menos favorecidos: mujeres, afros, indígenas, personas con discapacidad. Sabemos que las mujeres, no lo tengo que decir acá, tienen que utilizar muchas más horas de trabajo no remunerado con respecto a los hombres, que los jóvenes con discapacidad muchas veces no tienen acceso a la educación pública. Más del 15% de los jóvenes con discapacidad no tienen acceso a la educación, o recientemente, en los últimos años, se están incluyendo en los censos de población a las poblaciones afros con preguntas que antes no estaban, con una población que tenemos más de 130 millones de habitantes en nuestra región. Entonces, estas cuestiones de exclusión que nosotros trabajamos con casos muy concretos, por eso creamos en el 2021, a instancias del presidente Díaz Granado, la Gerencia de Género, Inclusión y Diversidad, para poder trabajar en temas concretos como un programa muy importante que se llama Ellas se mueven seguras, para movilidad de mujeres en los distintos barrios de América Latina y el Caribe, con un foco y un proyecto piloto en Buenos Aires para trabajar sobre las cuestiones de movilidad de género en toda la región, que nos dio resultados muy prometedores, sabiendo que tenemos que trabajar en la necesidad de seguir mejorando infraestructuras de espera claves para que las mujeres se puedan movilizar de mejor manera, conectar los barrios con las ciudades, para que esto no sea un impedimento a la hora de poder cumplir con las labores no solamente profesionales, sino también educativas, etcétera, pero también apoyo a instituciones, apoyo y un marco de relacionamiento con otros organismos institucionales, como una iniciativa muy linda que estamos desarrollando en Colombia con niñas que trabajan los temas de género, pero desde el punto de vista de un movimiento tecnológico en el Valle de Naidí, en Colombia, junto a la corporación Manos Visibles. Creemos que el trabajo al que te referís tiene que ser con las organizaciones de la sociedad civil, con el Estado, con también el sector privado, porque los temas y los problemas de seguridad están muy conectados con el desarrollo, como decía Sergio Díaz Granados al principio de su introducción. Todo lo que hacemos nosotros hoy es fundamental para poder tener esta política de seguridad ciudadana y para poder prevenir la violencia de manera efectiva. La seguridad ciudadana implica también que podamos incluir en nuestros objetivos y en nuestros intereses a todos los grupos poblacionales, especialmente a los más desfavorecidos, y por eso reitero el tema de las mujeres, de las poblaciones afro, de los niños, adolescentes, indígenas, etcétera, que en nuestra región muchas veces son descuidados. Entonces, el apoyo a las víctimas, a los grupos de riesgo, a las minorías, para poder cerrar las brechas de este ámbito, y quizás hacer hincapié en algo que todos sabemos, que tiene que ver con que en nuestra región el talento está distribuido de manera homogénea. Vamos a encontrar jóvenes en América Latina y el Caribe, talentosos en temas sociales, en temas musicales, en arte, en política, en economía, etcétera, pero lo que no está bien distribuido son las oportunidades. Y espacios como estos creo que tienen, y organizaciones como las nuestras, nos dan la posibilidad de poder hacer ese giro, ese cambio, para poder dar más y mejores oportunidades y poder cerrar esto que vos decías al principio, que es esta brecha social que nos afecta a todos en la región.
Y traes a colación, Cristian, los grupos excluidos, los grupos históricamente excluidos en nuestros países, que es parte del reto, ¿no? Cómo llegar a todas las esquinas para crear esas oportunidades. Y eso me lleva a la próxima pregunta para ti, Emilio, que tiene que ver con el trabajo a nivel de comunidades. Porque abordamos siempre los temas de política pública, los macro programas que son muy importantes, pero hemos visto también la importancia de trabajar a nivel comunitario, a nivel de lo local. Cuéntanos un poco, Emilio, cómo ven ustedes este abordaje y qué lecciones podemos identificar del trabajo a nivel de lo local.
Muchas gracias, Isabel. Y como mencionabas tú y también como bien mencionaba Cristian, sin duda el crimen y la violencia tienen un vínculo muy claro con problemas de pobreza e inequidad. Necesitamos abordar las condiciones de nuestra población en términos de educación, de seguridad alimenticia, de salud, de equidad de género, para darles las condiciones propicias para que puedan prosperar y no caer en las garras del crimen y particularmente el crimen organizado. Así es que como parte de cualquier estrategia integral que tengamos para combatir el crimen, necesitamos un pilar fundamentalmente de prevención social para cortarle ese oxígeno que le da vida al crimen organizado, que son los jóvenes que alimentan sus filas. Y en este sentido, en el BID estamos muy orgullosos que llevamos a lo largo de los últimos 20 años más de 40 operaciones donde por un monto de más de $2 billones, donde hemos estado ya atacando una multiplicidad de asuntos que están todos vinculados con el crimen o con el crimen organizado. Y déjame dar algunos ejemplos, algunos ejemplos que hemos evaluado y que han sido casos de éxito. Por ejemplo, en Honduras, a través y asociado con un apoyo de nosotros del BID, apoyamos una reforma estructural de la Policía Nacional que estuvo asociada con una reducción en los índices de violencia del 50% y también en un fortalecimiento muy importante de la confianza de la sociedad en la policía. También en Chile, a través de un programa piloto en el que apoyamos a mujeres en condición de cárcel, con apoyos de reconversión, apoyos sociales, logramos reducir en un 50% la reincidencia criminal de estas mujeres en cárcel, es decir, después de 2 años, en el pasado todas estaban prácticamente delinquiendo y regresando a condición de cárcel. A través de este programa reducimos ese nivel de reincidencia en 50%. Entonces, en los últimos 20 años hemos obtenido importantes experiencias sobre cómo poder mejorar este pilar social. Dicho esto, y como ya lo había anticipado, en los últimos 10 años el crimen ha cambiado. Ya no estamos confrontando el mismo crimen de antaño. Y entonces es un crimen con un mucho mayor nivel de sofisticación, más violento, diversificado, con una escala internacional. El crimen organizado es de quintessential global business. Por lo tanto, nuestras soluciones tienen que adaptarse y adecuarse a este nuevo reto. Y es en este contexto que en el BID estamos impulsando una nueva estrategia integral para abordar este reto que tiene como objetivo fundamental, como ha dicho el presidente Golfán, cortarle el oxígeno al crimen a través de 3 acciones fundamentales. La primera es a través de acciones de apoyo social, limitar la influencia que el crimen organizado tiene en los grupos más vulnerables, es decir, reducir la propensión que la gente joven y particularmente en condiciones vulnerables tiene a sumarse a las filas del crimen organizado. Este es el primer pilar. El segundo pilar es fortalecer las instituciones de seguridad y de justicia. No vamos a poder confrontar este reto tan importante si no tenemos policías y sistemas judiciales fortalecidos. Y la tercera dimensión es buscar cortarle los flujos financieros al crimen organizado. Con estos 3 pilares confiamos que esta visión de cortarles el oxígeno hará factible debilitar sus fortalezas. Y por último, quisiera resaltar un punto que ha sido resaltado por todos nosotros y creo que el hecho de que estén las 3 organizaciones acá es una muestra inequívoca de que todos estamos conscientes de que el crimen organizado requiere una respuesta colectiva, regional, transregional, que nos permita abordar estos retos. Y acá quisiera resaltar algo que tú ya mencionaste, Isabel, recientemente las 3 organizaciones aquí presentes firmamos un memorando de entendimiento en el que nos comprometimos de forma conjunta a generar conocimiento y apoyo a políticas que mejoren la seguridad en la región. Creo que este es un muy buen ejemplo de esta coordinación. Y también recientemente, como ya mencionamos y también ya mencionó Bill, en Guayaquil se hizo esta propuesta de una nueva alianza para la seguridad, la justicia y el desarrollo como una herramienta, como una arena urgente para responder a este reto cada vez más complejo del crimen organizado. El objetivo de esta propuesta de alianza es que sea un complemento al ecosistema regional ya de organizaciones, de las distintas organizaciones, y que provea una arena donde las instituciones multilaterales, los gobiernos, la sociedad civil, los distintos actores del sector privado puedan colectivamente trabajar y coordinarse para confrontar estos grandes retos. Estamos trabajando colectivamente en el desarrollo de esta gobernanza con nuestros socios y con los países que han mostrado su interés en participar, y tenemos la expectativa de hacer un lanzamiento formal de la alianza hacia diciembre de este año, y estamos obviamente encantados de contar con la participación de todos los que lo deseen. Muchas gracias.
Emilio, has tocado el tema de la gobernanza de seguridad, y eso me lleva a la pregunta para Bill. Quiero invitar, porque nos quedan unos 8 minutos, quiero invitar al público, vamos a dejar 5 minutos del final para preguntas del público. Hay un micrófono en el medio, si alguien quisiera hacer una pregunta se pueden acercar a ese micrófono que vamos a entrar en ese tema. Hablando de la gobernanza, Bill, y el tema de las instituciones en este escenario de manejo de la pobreza. Sabemos que el tema de seguridad se alimenta de instituciones débiles, es como un círculo vicioso. Cuéntanos lo que han estado viendo desde el Banco Mundial en materia de las instituciones en América Latina y el Caribe para enfrentar los temas de seguridad.
I was just thinking that part of the problem of having 3 panelists who are in an alliance working on the same issues is that you're not going to get too much disagreement on where the areas are that we have to work on and even the diagnostic of the problem. But I'll take your question as an opportunity to just take the analysis up a level, which is we have problems of states which are still weak on diagnostics of things and even weaker on implementation. And this is, that may lead to, as we think about things like new industrial policies, that's going to be a problem. But when we're confronted with this issue of crime and violence, particularly with organized crime, it becomes a matter of state life and death. And we've been here before in the region. So this issue of how to strengthen the state, and I think needs to be the top of our list of priorities in all our institutions. One thing that, when I was in my previous job in the center of the bank, we started a project that was distilling all of the literature in the academic world right now, the current literature, on how to measure state capacity and state performance. And then the second half of it was what we know about interventions to strengthen states, from procurement to police to everything. And that is now online. It's called the Handbook of Government Analytics. And we're working on a front end right now for the region to try to help governments see what the next steps might be if they wanted to engage more on this front. On the specifics of courts, of police, all of these things, and these are big issues, judicial systems. It's something like, there are states where 80% of the people in jail have not had a trial. I mean, we have a lot we need to do in the reforms of everything from security services to judicial systems in the region. And that's all part of this strengthening our state and making our states more responsive to the citizens as well. So we're hoping we're pushing this agenda. We had 10 fellows from Latin America, government analytics fellows, to come and help learn or dialogue with us on what we can do to strengthen states in various dimensions. And I think this is a very important issue for all of us.
es un tema central, sin duda, las instituciones. Sin ellas no podemos avanzar en esta lucha por la seguridad, por la mayor equidad y la lucha contra la pobreza. Vamos a invitar a una o dos, no sé si tendremos tiempo de más preguntas del público. Adelante.
Buenos días, mi nombre es Camilo Enríquez, actualmente soy estudiante del MPM en Georgetown y bueno, he trabajado en Colombia en diferentes entidades públicas. Muy interesante el tema de hoy, la pregunta muy puntual en relación con la situación actual en Venezuela. ¿Qué planes tienen las bancas multilaterales para hacer frente a la ola, digamos, migratoria que se viene, que claramente va a desencadenar problemas de desempleo, de falta de oportunidades y por ende también incrementa los niveles de inseguridad muy seguramente? ¿Y cuál es la postura de las bancas multilaterales en relación con el modelo de El Salvador, que es un poco el opuesto al caso, digamos, venezolano? Gracias.
Bueno, y quedándonos 3 minutos y 2 preguntas, Venezuela y El Salvador. Vamos a tratar de responder de manera breve cualquiera de nuestros panelistas que quiera uno de los 3 abordar la pregunta.
¿Hacen todas las preguntas juntas o...?
Gracias, me parece muy bien, Cristian. Hagamos las 3 preguntas juntas.
Buenos días, buen día, good morning. Yo soy Marcos Cordero Pires de São Paulo, Universidad Estatal de São Paulo en Brasil. Me gustaría de preguntar acerca de la relación entre criminalidad y desarrollo. La propuesta, ¿cómo piensan la propuesta del presidente Lula acerca de una alianza global contra la hambre y la extrema pobreza? Es esto, muchas gracias.
Gracias. Y nuestra tercera pregunta.
Muy buenos días, Oscar Basoberrey con el grupo de World Data. Tocaron el tema de governance, me parece que es fundamental como base, pero me gustaría oír detrás de ese governance si están pensando en qué herramientas van a facilitar su implementación y ejecución. Gracias.
Muchísimas gracias. Tomemos una pregunta más.
Yeah, hi. I was just wondering specifically in terms of diligence, how the banks are taking specific steps to identify corruption and to make sure that financings or projects that they're financings are not being associated or money is not being given or taken to corrupt governments, narcos, like specifics, because this has been great to have a general conversation, but there's missing what's actually being done.
Muchísimas gracias. La última pregunta de la alcaldesa de San Miguelito de Panamá.
Muy buenos días, Irma Hernández, la alcaldesa más joven de Panamá, del distrito de San Miguelito, uno de los distritos más señalados por la inseguridad, alta población en nuestras cárceles. Y mi pregunta es muy puntual. Nosotros estamos combatiendo contra fuerzas criminales que tienen muchos fondos. ¿De qué manera podemos acercar los fondos de los bancos de desarrollo multilaterales de manera sencilla, sobre todo directamente a las comunidades donde se concentran estos problemas? Muchas gracias.
4 preguntas que han tocado todos los temas. Sí. Así es que 5 preguntas que han tocado todos los temas. Invito a nuestros panelistas, cada uno que responda y aprovechen para su mensaje de cierre porque desafortunadamente se nos acaba el tiempo.
Yo me animo quizás a hacer un hilo conductor entre las 5 preguntas sin poner nombres propios, obviamente, pero claramente estamos ante una situación en la región donde el fortalecimiento del Estado y la brecha en las capacidades estatales, que también ayer lo hablaban los 2 Enríquez, es fundamental para poder trabajar en las reformas institucionales que tenemos. Hay mucho menos diálogo en la región, nuestras instituciones no están fortalecidas, hay mucha menos confianza en las mismas y por eso debemos tratar de fortalecer, y creo que el presidente Abinader hizo un gran discurso de cómo el fortalecimiento de la democracia es clave para poder avanzar con las reformas, y él, teniendo tanto poder que le ha dado el poder popular con mayorías que nunca habían pasado en República Dominicana, está utilizando ese poder para transformarlo en mejores políticas públicas. Entonces quizás cerrar con una idea, aprovechando que soy argentino, del Papa Francisco, que siempre dice que estamos todos juntos en el mismo barco y que nadie se salva solo. Por eso tenemos que trabajar unidos y organizados en esta materia y en todas las que nos han convocado en esta conferencia tan importante para poder dar un salto cualitativo en la región que, como está aquí en los 4 bordes de este hermoso salón, es una región de paz. Tenemos esa ventaja ante otras zonas del mundo y esa ventaja la tenemos que utilizar para mejorar y trabajar por nuestras instituciones.
Gracias, Cristian. Emilio.
Gracias, Isabel. Yo voy a hacer algo parecido a lo que hizo Cristian. Creo que de las preguntas que recibimos hay un hilo conductor de qué es lo que funciona, qué es lo que no funciona. ¿Funciona este modelo? ¿Funciona nuestro modelo? Y ahí yo retomaría un argumento que Bill también adelantó ya en su intervención, y es que es muy importante que evolucionemos hacia tomar las decisiones basados en evidencia, basados en resultados empíricos claros que nos muestran qué funcionó y qué no funcionó. En la región estamos en etapas muy incipientes en hacer nuestras reformas institucionales, policiales, carcelarias, basados en cuáles son los resultados que realmente funcionan en un lugar y en otro. Y ahí es donde creo que tenemos un gran camino por avanzar. Desde el BID estamos trabajando en eso de forma muy proactiva. Hemos creado una evidencia en una plataforma, le hemos conjuntado una plataforma que está a disposición de todos ustedes, una plataforma de prácticas de justicia y policiales, donde tenemos en español y en inglés más de 800 ejemplos de 97 distintos tipos de políticas de seguridad, evaluadas ya sea de forma experimental o cuasi experimental, es decir, con evidencia muy robusta, de la región y de fuera de la región, donde nos ayudan a responder estas preguntas de qué es lo que realmente funciona o qué es lo que no funciona, en qué condiciones funciona el hot policing, en qué condiciones funcionan los programas sociales como Curb Violence, etcétera, etcétera. Entonces, un comentario que creo que nos ayuda a resolver varias de las preguntas expuestas es que tenemos que buscar la evidencia específica para las intervenciones específicas y con eso guiar nuestro accionar. Mi última reflexión es en el tema de la migración. Esto es algo que venimos confrontando en la región ya de tiempo atrás, y en el ID hemos creado una unidad de inmigración justamente que de forma proactiva busca analizar, evaluar los impactos regionales de la inmigración de los distintos países, cuáles son sus impactos fiscales, sociales y en materia de seguridad, y proponer potenciales medidas que lo mitiguen.
Gracias, Emilio.
So,
Bill.
Just three quick things. One is just to second what was just said about migration. The good thing about what's happening right now is we've already been through it. So all 3 institutions have some experience right now in managing migration flows, inserting them in the local labor markets, and we have those programs as well. The second thing, which wasn't actually part of a question, but I just want to leave it here, is that this fight against organized crime is not even regional, it's global. But what has to absolutely happen is more coordination among national governments. Needs to be more coordination on information flows, on policing, all those things has to happen, or we're not going to be able to make progress on it. The third thing is to address this question about how we handle corruption in the World Bank, and I'm pretty sure it's the same with all organizations. We have hyper-strong procurement rules, and actually a lot of governments value working with us precisely because we help put procurement systems on sounder footing. But you don't have to take my word for it. There's a paper by Bob Reichers in the American Economic Review, which got him in trouble in the bank because it showed that, yes, there were leakages. Big surprise. But the leakages are relatively small from our organizations. So, yeah, room for improvement. We have to keep improving. Nonetheless, the safeguards are pretty strong. So thank you all very much. Muchísimas gracias.
Muchísimas gracias, Bill. Y llegando al cierre de este panel, no puedo dejar de mencionar un tema que no hemos tenido oportunidad de tocar, pero estando en esta Casa de las Américas, imposible no mencionar los vínculos entre seguridad y democracia. Sobre todo cuando estamos viendo, como ya mencionamos, esa penetración de recursos del crimen organizado que están penetrando la política, que está penetrando los gobiernos, es un problema grave que tenemos que incorporar en la gran compleja ecuación de la seguridad. Sin más, muchísimas gracias a estos tres extraordinarios panelistas y a sus organizaciones por el trabajo que hacen. Gracias al diálogo interamericano, a la CAF y a la OEA por propiciar este espacio, y a quienes nos han escuchado el día de hoy. Muchísimas gracias.
Thank you very much to our speakers. And now we move to our third session, titled Subnational Approaches to Crime and Violence. It is my pleasure to introduce its moderator, Dr. Rebecca Bill Chavez. Raised in Austin, Texas, Dr. Chavez received her MA and PhD in Political Science from Stanford University and her BA in Public and International Affairs from Princeton University. Dr. Chavez served as Deputy Assistant Secretary of Defense for Western Hemisphere Affairs from 2013 to 2016. There, she prioritized women, peace, and security initiatives, combating the militarization of law enforcement, also expanding defense institution building programs. Dr. Chavez is the President and CEO of the Inter-American Dialogue. Without further ado, please join me in welcoming Dr. Rebecca Bill Chavez and our panelists.
Great. I wonder if some people think there's a coffee break now. But let's go ahead and get started. I'm so pleased and delighted to welcome our panelists today. We have three distinguished panelists, starting with Diana Alarcón, who served as Chief Advisor and International Affairs Coordinator for now President-elect Claudia Sheinbaum. At the time, she was, of course, Mayor of Mexico City. We have Chinua Alain, who is the Mayor of Port of Spain in Trinidad and Tobago. And finally, we have Eddie Bocanegra, Senior Director at Heartland Alliance, and also Senior Advisor to the Assistant Attorney General for the Office of Justice Programs at the U.S. Department of Justice. Okay, let's get started. So I'm really excited. I've been actually really looking forward to this panel on subnational approaches to combating crime and violence. In addition to our partnership on the annual conference, a key element of the Inter-American Dialogue's relationship with CAF has been our collaboration on the critical role of subnational actors, including community leaders, mayors, when it comes to addressing the shared challenges. Sergio mentioned in his open remarks the 2022 Mayoral Summit that we held on the margins of the Summit of the Americas in Los Angeles. And at that time, we focused on best practices when it comes to integrating migrants and climate change adaptation. Today, we're going to be able to talk about what mayors, what civil society, what activists are doing when it comes to one of the most pressing issues, as we have been discussing today, citizen insecurity. The innovative policies that are generated at the local level are more important than ever, as we see national governments in many cases stymied by polarization and gridlock. In many cases, it's mayors who are providing the much needed innovative solutions. And in this context, citizen trust in local leaders is actually in many cases higher than it is in national government. And this is critical today, as we're seeing waning support for liberal democracy. So local level solutions can counter the loss of confidence in public institutions and increase normative support for democracy. Our panelists today are all driving innovative solutions and influencing national level policy. So today, we're going to have the opportunity to hear about some best practices on a transnational challenge that is impacting cities and communities across the hemisphere. And it's, I think, one thing to keep in mind as we're listening to these and learning about these solutions, is that I think a lot of times these can be scaled and adopted at the national level. So, Diana, I'm going to start with you and the experience of Mexico City. Mexico City experienced a dramatic decrease in high-impact crime during the tenure of Mayor Claudia Sheinbaum. I'd love to know from you, what do you attribute that to? Could you talk a bit about what were the pillars of the security strategy in Mexico City?
Sure. First, I will thank you for the opportunity to share the experience of Mexico City in the last 5.5, 6 years, because it is indeed a remarkable experience of how to decrease insecurity, how improve security in a city that is 9.2 million people in a metropolitan area of 22 million people. So that's a large proposition. Security, of course, is a priority issue from the very first day Claudia Sheinbaum came into the Mexico City government, December 2018. From 2018 to now, we have a reduction of 62% of criminal activity. I wanted to show you a graph of the different incidents of criminality that we have, for which we have information, but it's average 62% reduction of criminal activity. How was that done? There was a four-pronged strategy that consisted on 4 pillars. The first and most important one, an issue that has been discussed here by previous panelists, attention to the root cause of insecurity. And that means mainly attention to young people. It is young people who are at risk every day to engage into different forms of criminal activity. In a city like Mexico City, you may realize, the issue of job creation and education opportunities, sports and so on. It's a big issue for young people. So the first and most important one was addressing the root cause of insecurity by providing opportunities for young people. The second one, which is very, very important, we thought, was improving the conditions, the working conditions for the police. There was an increase of 45% of the salaries of the police. There was an improvement of the career, career expectations for police men and women. That is improving the university of the police and making it a career, an aspiration to become a good police in the city. Recruitment of women, that was very, very important. Now we have about 1/3% of the police force in Mexico City is women, and an improvement in their equipment. We didn't have uniforms for women, so beginning with that one. So improvement of their equipment, patrol cars, and so on. So second part of the strategy was improving the police force. The third part of the strategy, which is very important, is investigation and intelligence. We had to strengthen, and Claudia Sheinbaum sent an initiative to Congress to give the police the authority to do intelligence and analysis of data and investigation about criminal activity. This is something that the police did not have before, and she gave the authority and strengthened the unit that nowadays does intelligence and investigation in Mexico City by the police. And the fourth pillar of this strategy was coordination. In Mexico, and I am sure in many countries, we have something that is called the revolving door. The police will get, a bad guy in the street, and it goes to the judiciary, and there is a judge that will bail him out or will do something to get people out of jail. So improving the coordination between the police, the National Guard, the judiciary, and the Attorney General's office with respect to the autonomy of each one of these institutions, but improving that coordination at the highest level was most important. Claudia Sheinbaum held a security cabinet every single morning from Monday through Sunday, 7 o'clock in the morning, to hear about the security situation of the city on the day, with every one of these institutions represented in the room. So 4 pillars, very successful strategy, 62% reduction of criminal activity in the city in 5 years.
So actually, now I'm going to turn right to you, Eddie, because I think that to build on this, because this emphasis on the root causes, Deanna, the first pillar that you discussed. So Eddie, you have vast experience in street intervention work, and you've been involved in multiple successful community-level programs. And I'd love to hear from you when it comes to programming and what your experience, what works, and also what do you see that hasn't worked?
Thanks, Rebecca. So let me just, because this is being recorded, let me just clarify something. So I serve as the senior advisor to the Office of the Assistant Attorney General. It is the funding arm of the Department of Justice. And typically, annually, we push out between $4 and $5 billion out into community, into institutions like law enforcement, supporting survivors of violence and alike. And it's this administration that for the very first time has prioritized community gun violence, or in this case, community violence intervention services, recognizing that we have an epidemic here in our country. And if we are going to tackle this issue, it has to be in parallel, meaning community in parallel working with law enforcement as co-producers of public safety. So having said that, I've been at the Department of Justice for a little bit over 2.5 years. I was asked to join the department because of the experience that I bring in the work that I did predominantly in the city of Chicago. You know, one of the top 3 or 4 cities in the country, and one of the cities that unfortunately often has a stigma based on its violence. You know, sometimes when I go to places, when I've gone to Spain, when I've gone to Haiti or El Salvador, and I tell them I'm from Chicago, the first thing they say, 2 things they associate Chicago with: Michael Jordan and Al Capone. So the city in itself, right, has had a bad, reputation in that sense. But we also would say that it's been a city that's been very rich. Many scholars, sociologists, criminologists come from that city and have studied the same work that many of us are here actually discussing and trying to learn more about. It's ironic that as I went to grad school and studied this work, not much has really changed. You know, the fundamentals of recognizing people and their humanity and recognizing that it is important for us in leadership to acknowledge people's dignity or give back their dignity. In many cases, government or incidents that happen in their communities and their lives robs them of that dignity. And so this idea of belonging, of feeling purpose, of feeling cause, is at the very end the fundamentals of any intervention that you might want to consider in your work. And so the last thing that I'll just say, based on your question, Rebecca, is that I've been very fortunate to do what we call street intervention work. What that really means is that you would hire somebody who came from these communities, you train them, you empower them, and they will leverage their life experience in these communities to connect with people who have many parallels of challenges as the individual that's doing the outreach. We also call them credible messengers or peacekeepers. These are all interchangeable because they all do the same thing. And in that process, I remember the first year of doing this work, 24 funerals I went to. 24 funerals of young men that I was supporting. And I did not know how to support their families, surviving family members. And that really challenged me to think about, how are we healing? How are we validating their lives? And it was interesting, and one fun fact that I'll point out here. When I think about Latinos and when they grieve or their cause of death, when they're sometimes associated through gangs, versus our counterparts with the African American communities, they're very different, and they're very different in the way they mourn as well. In Latino communities, there's a lot of still embarrassment and stigma. And so how you intervene with them, how you work with them is also very different in your approach. Fast forwarding, 3 years ago, leading one of the largest anti-violence programs in the country called Ready Chicago, allowed me to actually study through randomized controlled trials studies about the effectiveness of our interventions, the cost efficiency. So for my economists in the room, for every dollar that we spend, we save the city of Chicago $7, right? So it is really important that we think about how we engage those that are driving the violence and what it takes to support that population.
Thank you. So turning to you, Chinua, and the experience of Port of Spain, I know it's very different in size, especially compared to Mexico City. So first of all, I want to give you the opportunity to respond to what Diana and Eddie had to say, as I know that there is this community policing effort in Port of Spain. And also to talk about, I know a priority for you is coordinating with the national level of government. So if you could talk a bit about both of those.
So thank you very much, Rebecca, and thank you to the organizers for inviting the city of Port of Spain to participate in the dialogue this year. All of local government, it isn't one size fits all.
Yeah.
So that I come from a country that has a population of roughly 1.4 million people. The city of Port of Spain has 50 to 60,000 voters in the city. On a day-to-day basis, Monday to Friday, you get 250 to 300,000 visitors coming into the city. So that I say that just to give the audience a sense as to what our context is, being from the English-speaking Caribbean, being from a small island developing state, and for example, in the US context of local government, you have a federal government, you have state government, and then you have several municipalities. And the responsibility for the municipalities here really is based on their own context, based on their geography. In our context in Trinidad and Tobago, it would not make good sense for there to be several versions of national police, for example. So we have a municipal police force. It is roughly 200 officers is what it's established to have. But there is a national police force called the Trinidad and Tobago Police Service. They have the overall responsibility for crime and violence reduction. And our municipal police support their efforts on a day-to-day basis as we are called to do. And we also have our own specific responsibilities that we focus on daily, and we really focus on community policing. So one example of that would be this past summer, we partnered with the Trinidad and Tobago Police Service. They have the community-oriented policing section, and we partnered with them in doing a summer camp for children from at-risk communities, and we hosted that summer camp at City Hall. Several summer camps as well visited City Hall, and so we view our work as having to partner with as many stakeholders as possible within our own context, and supporting that work primarily in community engagement.
One other thing that I know that you've been working a lot on is urban revitalization, which seems to me is also can mitigate some of the challenges that have been discussed. Could you talk a bit about urban revitalization and how you see that playing a role in this?
Sure. So that the urban revitalization effort is a collaborative effort between the city, the Ministry of Housing and Urban Development, and the Urban Development Corporation of Trinidad and Tobago, UDCOT. Those are the three primary agencies, UDCOT being a center of excellence for project management, and the Ministry of Housing and Urban Development being the arm of central government that is coordinating the entire activity. That the work that is happening through that committee is primarily with infrastructural redevelopment, so that there are several infrastructural projects that have already been delivered, and some of those projects have had a specific focus on, or all of the projects have a specific focus on revitalizing the community. But I'll highlight one, for example. There's our national instrument, the steel pan. There are steel orchestras, which are musical groups that have developed in the community over the last 100 years or so. And so one of those infrastructural projects is the rebuilding of a new steel orchestra headquarters, a new pan yard in the downtown Port of Spain area. And the view is that that project will help in the revitalization effort in terms of culture and heritage. And that's really important for us. The part of the revitalization that we take some specific responsibility for would be local economic development. And we view that as a means of being able to bring as many people as possible who are not in the formal economy to bring them into the formal economy, so that we provide services to small entrepreneurs, let's say your street vendor, your roadside vendor, and we would collaborate with other organizations such as the Central Bank in providing for them financial literacy programs so that they can better formalize their business, make their small business more sustainable, and so not having to call on the government, for example, for an employment opportunity. That work is coordinated through my office and is also coordinated through the Ministry of Rural Development and Local Government. And the Local Economic Development Trust is a specific responsibility of local government in our country. And it's a place that we think is really critical in this work.
Would you let me share
of course.
An experience on that? Because I think that urban revitalization is most important. We didn't call it that way, but there were a series of programs to reduce the inequalities that we had in the city. When we came to the government in December 2018, we had a city that was cut in half. You know, the west part of the city, very affluent, good public transportation, public parks, schools, and so on. The east part of the country with poor infrastructure all along. So the effort of the government was to improve the social, economic, educational infrastructure on the east side of the city. And so we built 17 new public parks on the east part of the city that were lacking of green areas. See, the point was, and many of the problems that young people had, is they don't have a space to socialize, to do outdoors activities and so on. So public parks and green areas, recovering the public space was most important. Luminaries, you know, just lighting of the cities, of the corridors where women walk. That was most important for people on the east part of the city. We created, Claudia Sheinbaum created 2 new universities, Rosario Castellanos and Universidad de la Salud. Nowadays, we have over 50,000 new students registered at the university level, an opportunity they didn't have before. She created 300 community centers called Pilares, Puntos de Innovación, Libertad, Arte, Educación y Saberes, which are community centers where young people, especially on the most marginalized areas of the city, can go and they can learn a trade, they can join an orchestra, they can play an instrument, they can paint, they can do sports and so on. 300 of those new public centers we have nowadays. Public transportation was most important. We created a new mode of public transportation that is called cablebus, you know, those gondolas where you go skiing, but here you go to work. We have 2 lines of public transportation on the undeserved areas. People used to take 2 hours to get from home to school to work. Nowadays, you can do the same trajectory in 40 minutes. So I will agree with you, improving just the urban space, urban areas is most important, and integrating the city to a common living space, you know, ending with this separation between the rich and the poor. What we did is to build the best schools, the best public transportation, the best parks on those areas where we're lacking.
Yeah. That's actually, before I ask my next question, I just want to remind people that there's going to be an opportunity for you all to ask questions. So if you want to start thinking about them, I'll turn to you in about 7 minutes. Your point about targeting the most vulnerable areas and then moving in not just with police presence, but with other government services seems very important. And your use of data to be able to identify this. This reminds me very much of the experience, Eddie, that you had in identifying who are the most at-risk individuals. So I would love to know a bit about that, more about that. And also the importance of long-term intervention, that these policies can't be, they're not one and done. They have to be sustained over time. So if you could talk a bit about, you know, based on your experience on those 2 elements.
Yeah, Rebecca, so what I'm about to say might kind of rub some people the wrong way, but this is the truth based on what I've seen and learned. sometimes the people that are making policy decisions, right, when you think about their experience and the kind of work they're providing recommendations, often are informed by academic institutions, researchers, who often don't come from the same communities that are impacted by these issues. Sometimes they're by economists, sociologists, criminologists, and very rarely do we lean on behavior scientists. So behavior scientists is really important because people, all of us in this room, are very different. And we are all impacted by trauma in certain ways, and we grapple with that trauma in certain ways. We heal differently. Now, there's some common themes, right? But nevertheless, we heal differently because we also have different support systems in place. Yeah. And so a couple things that I'll share. One, in the last 2 years, and hopefully in the next couple of months, the Department of Justice, at least through the work that I helped lead there, we will be investing about $300 million into community. So it's $300 million. Again, first time that any administration has done this. It seems like a lot of money. We could use more. Point here is that the way that we also make informed decisions and where our money goes and what we support is really by listening to community and community needs. It's also a way we look at research to assess what are some of those needs and how do they actually triangulate, how do they match. So for example, in the United States, most of the violence that we see in the US is about 70–80% of the violence is concentrated in specific communities. So we know that violence is very segregated, and we also know that less than 1% of the people in those communities are driving the violence, meaning they're likely to be the shooters or the victims of gun violence. But a lot of times, our resources, right, don't necessarily allow us to support that particular population. And the reason why, because they're harder to engage. It's what we call non-social service seekers, meaning they don't care about your services. They have found a way, right, through street economy or through other peers to just learn how to survive. And so here's what I'll say based on my previous job that I had that actually brought me here. Through this randomized controlled trial study and through police data, hospital data, and other pieces of data, here's what I could tell you. I could tell you that on average, the several thousand of people that we served in Chicago, on average, they had 17 and 18 arrests. On average, they had 4 to 5 felony arrests. We knew that 60% of them had done prison time. We also knew that 80% of the men that we served, and they were all men 18 years and older, because that's who was driving the violence. We knew that 80% of them had only completed a 10th grade level of education, but they were reading at a 5th and 6th grade level. So think about what that means for the economy. Think about what that means for your workforce. Mm-hmm. The people doing this work, the people supporting this population, is also an emerging workforce. What are we also doing for them in their development, right, to care and support this population? So those pieces of data, and there's many, many more, we just don't have enough time to unpack, is what really informed me in the way that we think about strategies. And we're not going to program our way out of this. No 10-week program, 16-week program, a 20-week program is going to be enough to support this population. We need to think about how you're building an ecosystem, how you're working with the entire family to support an individual, and we have to be better at how we partner and collaborate between institutions as well, whether it's hospitals, law enforcement, direct service providers. That is really critical in how we think about the participants or clients you're working with, because the last thing that I'll say, my friends, progress for this population is not linear, meaning that if you're serious about this work, people are going to digress, people are going to fall back. It is natural for this to happen. It's like no different than somebody who's fighting a substance issues, whether it's alcohol or drugs. Eventually, there are some things that are going to happen in their lives that's going to trigger some things that's going to make them digress. So until we're able to understand that for this population that we are articulating here, we're not going to really see the results that we want to see.
Your point that it's not linear just shows the importance of having the political will to stick with it. So thank you for that. I want to ask one more question before opening it up, and it's about it's kind of a lead into a panel we're going to have this afternoon, which is going to focus on gender-based violence. Deanna, you mentioned the importance of bringing women into the police force. You mentioned these corridors. When it comes to gender-based violence in Mexico City, are there any elements of the strategy that you could share with us?
Yes, and actually this was, violence against women deserved a whole strategy on itself that was made out of 11 points. I won't go on into each one of them, but very important investment of resources and efforts to reduce violence against women, beginning with the urban environment. As I said, these corridors, illuminated corridors for women and girls where there was none, that was very important. Camina Segura was called. And Claudia Sheinbaum used to say, if a woman and a girl can walk safely across the city, we are all safe. Increasing the opportunity for women in economic activity all the way, from cooperatives to training to loans for the informal sector, jobs, and so on. Perhaps the most important part of the strategy was a coordinated effort to decrease violence against women across all the different sectors and spaces in the city. Public transportation, for example, there is a lot of sex-related violence, uncomfortable situations for women, so there was not only police, but also a design in public transportation where there are spaces reserved for women only. Probably the most important change that we had in the city was a program, and that required a changes in legislation to make sure that whenever there is domestic violence, aggression within the household, it is the aggressor, and usually it is men, it is the aggressor who leaves the household. So in the past, what we had is women with their children moving out of the house to one of these women's refuges, ¿cómo se llaman? Homes for women, which we improved. We increased psychological support and economic support for women that were forced to leave the house. But the most important change was to say, if there is aggression within the household, it is the aggressor, the man who leaves the household, regardless of the ownership of the house, of the apartment. So that was very important because that prevented the escalation of violence, but it was very important for women to feel safe at home with their children rather than moving away. There were many other efforts at the police level, within the general attorney offices to make women comfortable about going and denounce and make abrir carpetas de investigación, expose criminal activities. So there was a whole range of programs to that, but that is an issue that requires a specific attention. It was improved in Mexico City, and now we have the mechanisms to improve enforcement.
Thank you for that. I think this will really feed into the later conversation, but I want to open it up and see if there are any questions in the room for our panelists. I see one right here. Is that Renata? Hi. And if you have any questions, there are mics in the back of the room.
Hi, this is Renata Segura. I'm the director for Latin America at the International Crisis Group. Diana, I have a question for you about how are you envisioning that these mechanisms that work so well for Mexico City can now be expanded now that Claudia Sheinbaum is the new president of Mexico? What of what was learned in the context of Mexico City can be applied to improve security overall in the country?
The sound is pretty bad, but I think the question was how to take this strategy now to the national level. Claudia Sheinbaum is the president-elect in Mexico. She's going to be, the inauguration is on 1st October, so we are very excited for having the first woman president in North America, not only in Mexico. And yes, what she has been campaigning on includes a very well-defined strategy to improve security in the country, which is basically based on these same 4 pillars that I just talked about, plus a 5th one, which is a reform of the judiciary. And I know this is something that is very much in the press, you know, in the 8 columns of all international press. We have an issue, a real issue with the judiciary in Mexico. 90% of criminal activity doesn't go through the judiciary. So the level of impunity in the country is very high. This is a high preoccupation for the country. It's something that we have to deal with. For that, we need a reform on the judiciary system, which is now underway in Congress, and it's going to the Senate. So this is part of the strategy for security, to decrease impunity, to strengthen and improve the judiciary system. Other than that, Claudia Sheinbaum has proposed during the campaign a continuation or an expansion of this 4-pronged strategy that we had in Mexico City, to deal with the root causes of insecurity, to improve policing at the national level, and that means that improving the work of the National Guard, to improve intelligence and investigation of criminal activity, and the 4th is coordination. Of course, the challenges are much greater at the national level, but we have very good results in Mexico City, and we are pretty sure that we are going to have good results at the national level going forward.
Okay, I think we have 2 questions. If we could ask them both maybe at once, that would be great.
Well, hi, Andrew Seeley from the Migration Policy Institute. Good to see you, Dr. Alarcon. A question about immigrants, actually, in your communities, because both Mexico City and Port of Spain have seen large numbers of immigrants arrive, and often people who are distrustful of going to authorities and interacting. What have you been able to do in terms of working with immigrant communities on public security issues? And Diana, I know you did a lot of this in Mexico City, so I'm curious.
So again, in our context, being from a small island developing state, much of that direct work happens with coordination at the central government level. At the local government level, we support those efforts in whatever way we can. I know that the government recently took a decision to formally allow and encourage Venezuelan migrants to enroll at the school level so that they're able to go to school. But the day-to-day operational responsibility for that work is coordinated at the central government level. At local government, we provide support wherever we're called upon to participate.
Diana, did you want to add anything about the
Coordination?
or about the migrant in Mexico City?
Migration?
Yeah.
To Mexico City?
Was your question, sorry, maybe just repeat
the
question.
sound is really bad.
Oh, sorry, Diana, Andrew Seeley. The question is what you did with immigrant communities so that they would be much more comfortable approaching authorities in the city to integrate immigrants.
Integrating migration
yes.
into the city, yeah. Well, Mexico City as a city does not have responsibility for migration issues, of course, except for humanitarian assistance and making sure we integrate migrants into the life of the city, and this is precisely what we did. That was part of my responsibility within the government. Of course, we have a very large number of migrants that go across the city, do not necessarily stay in the city, but they go across. So, you know, all the facilities for their transit through the city are provided in terms of humanitarian assistance, medical assistance, and so on. But for people who decide to stay in the city, there are whole programs to integrate them as part of the city. There are job opportunities, and now we have specific programs that are opening spaces, job opportunities for migrants, to integrate children into schools. Nowadays, migration is not men who are looking for a job, it's usually families. At least this is what we are receiving in Mexico and in Mexico City, of course, so integrating their children into the schools, into the health services, assisting in housing, providing housing, temporary housing for them while they find more permanent spaces and so on. But it is those two areas of work. One is humanitarian assistance for people in transit. The other one is making sure that we are able to integrate migrants into the community for those who decide to stay and live in Mexico City.
So we're almost out of time, so I want to just end with just one question for each of you, and it is, we know that cities, they learn a lot, you learn a lot from one another, and I know, for example, the Mexico City and the Oakland connection, but if you could take a lesson or a key takeaway that you would recommend elevating to the federal level or to the national level, a best practice, or as countries in the region are grappling with citizen insecurity, what would that be? And Diana, I'll start with you and then go down the line.
My recommendation would be look at the root cause of insecurity, and it is mainly young people looking for opportunities to have a good living. It is young people who have the energy and the intention of doing something that is interesting. The temptations to go into criminal activity are very high. In my country, it is expressed as engagement into wrongdoing. In other countries, it is expressed as overuse of drugs and other activities, antisocial activities, for the lack of positive opportunities for people to have a meaningful life. So if there is one recommendation that I would make, is look at the root cause of insecurity with a special emphasis on young people.
Thank you. Chinua.
I would say to continue the investment in youth-serving organizations and initiatives. As I mentioned earlier, the investment in the urban revitalization program, in that cultural space that can serve young people. Those kinds of investments in the long term will redound to our eternal benefit.
Thank you. And Eddie.
You know, it's interesting. I wish we had more time because it's not just one thing, right? My encouragement to the folks in the room would probably think about what does real collaboration partnerships look like across sectors? How can you think about building a village, an ecosystem that includes the business community, that includes the government, and that includes community, religion institutions, and so on? It's not an easy task. If it was, I think you probably wouldn't have us up here right now. But I think that would be my strongest encouragement. And the last thing I'll just add is that, sometimes I think we forget what it's like to be on the other end. And maybe some of us never been on the other end, right? I think it's important that we see the goodness in people even when they don't see the goodness in themselves.
Thank you so much to the three of you. And I'm leaving this inspired and hopeful. So thank you so much.
Thank you again to our wonderful speakers for these enlightening conversations. Now, before we continue with our next panel discussion, I would like to remind you that this event is being live streamed on the CAF, OAS, and Dialogue YouTube channels. You can join the conversation on social media. You can use the hashtag DiálogoCAFOEA, and follow @AgendaCAF and @The Dialogue. Also, you have the OAS handles, which are @OEA_oficial, @OAS_official, @OEA_BR. And with that, we're ready to begin our fourth session of the day. It's titled Transnational Organized Crime in the Western Hemisphere. It is moderated by Mr. Juan Carlos Pinzón. Juan Carlos Pinzón is the former Minister of Defense of Colombia. He was also named Ambassador of Colombia to the United States 2 times. on 2 occasions. He is currently a visiting professor at Princeton University, an economist by trade. He graduated from Pontificia Universidad Javeriana in Bogotá, Colombia, and he also received a master's degree from the same institution. He holds also 2 additional master's degrees, one in public policy from Princeton University, and another honoris causa in national security and defense from the Columbia War College. Please join me in welcoming Mr. Juan Carlos Pinzón, Ambassador.
¿Se escucha? ¿Sí? Okay. Hola a todos. It's a pleasure to be here. This panel is going to have English and Spanish and English. You know, we have a heavyweight team of people here, and some of them speak Spanish, some of them speak in English. So we're going to take the advantage of the OAS anyway. Presidente, un gusto saludarlo. Saludo al presidente Iglesias que está aquí. Let me introduce first of all Frank Abrego, Minister of Security from Panama. It's an honor to have you here, Minister. Then let me introduce Roberta Jacobson, former ambassador of the United States to Mexico, former deputy secretary, assistant secretary for the Western Hemisphere at the State Department, Minister of Foreign Affairs of Paraguay, Rubén Ramírez, welcome, sir. Minister Albert Ramin, Minister of Foreign Affairs from Suriname, what an honor, sir. And finally, Iván Márquez, who's the security expert and leader for multidimensional security here at the OAS. Please, let's have a seat. Well, speaking at these hours is a little bit more difficult. We are just before lunchtime. So, you know, most of the people is already at the coffee shop or, you know, or he's looking for a lunch. So we're going to try to be effective and focus very much on this interesting issue. Organized crime, transnational organized crime, is a major issue for Latin America. Let us remind ourselves that Latin America is the most violent region in the whole world. The region that gets more homicides than any other in the planet is Latin America. As Latin America continues to be this area of hope, of natural resources, of water, of minerals, the region continues to be very much affected by crime and violence on multiple ways. Sadly, drug trafficking, illegal mining, human trafficking, among other crimes, are usually very much handled by organizations that do not know about borders. They operate from the south to the north, from the north to the south, east to west, with no hesitation, no limitation. In addition to that, their presence implies handling power, taking power, meaning that through corruption, they influence politics, they influence power, and they, in territories, take control of communities. Of course, the question mark is why this happens. Sometimes it happens because it's very much related to inequality, poverty, lack of a state presence, but many other times happen because criminal structures take enough power in a way that they compete to expand. So that's a little bit of the discussion we're going to have here. We're going to invite our panelists to speak initially, each of them 5 minutes, so they can give you a little bit of an idea. Of course, the big question is, what have you seen about transnational organized crime in your case, and how do you see it all along Latin America? Voy a comenzar con el ministro Frank Abrego. Ministro, la pregunta es, ¿qué has visto tú del tema del crimen organizado transnacional y cómo ese crimen está impactando Panamá en tu caso y América Latina en general?
Sí, buenas tardes ante todo. Hoy la crisis migratoria irregular, que en un momento dado la vivimos como humanitaria a raíz de la gran cantidad de ciudadanos de Latinoamérica que se desplazan todavía al día de hoy por las selvas del Darién. Cuando junto al presidente Mulino visitamos en 2 ocasiones los campamentos que Panamá estableció para ayudar a estas personas cuando atraviesan por más de una semana a través de la selva, en algunos momentos dados hasta 8 o 9 días. Cuando nos ponemos a analizar el común de la gente, de los que están cruzando, vemos, y tengo que explicarlo de esta forma que suena como un poquito discriminatoria, en 2 filas, ¿no? La fila de la derecha van las personas que podemos hablar, padres, madres, hijos, familia, personas de bien, pero en la otra fila vemos cualquier cantidad de personas que a simple vista podemos catalogar como delincuentes o miembros de algún tipo de organización criminal. ¿Cómo verificamos esto? Al final usamos la tecnología biométrica de huellas dactilares o oculares, y en los vuelos en la cooperación que hemos tenido con nuestro gran aliado que es los Estados Unidos y el Homeland Security, hemos podido no repatriar, esto es deportar, y le puedo decir que la gran mayoría de los deportados es porque tienen algún tipo de actividad criminal registrada en su país, llámese los carteles colombianos o las bandas ecuatorianas, donde todos ellos tienen algún incidente de homicidio, tráfico de drogas o de algún tipo de violencia que las autoridades de su país buscan y que gracias a los organismos de Interpol podemos identificarlo. Tenemos un gran problema ahí, es porque no podemos lamento decirlo de esta forma, 520,000 personas que el año pasado cruzaron a través de la selva nuestra y que este año van en 242,000 hasta hoy en la mañana, y que debemos cerrar en un promedio de 320,000 a final de año. O sea, todavía estamos esperando alrededor de 90,000 personas más. No hay forma tecnológica ni humana de poder certificar realmente quiénes son estas personas porque cruzan sin documentación. Hoy día nos hemos dado cuenta que el cartel del Golfo ofrece ya en las redes sociales el cruce desde mucho más allá de nuestro continente, desde Egipto, desde China. Este año hemos detectado alrededor de 25,000 personas de origen chino. Mañana, viernes, estamos expulsando del país a 115 ciudadanos de origen hindú que entraron ilegalmente en nuestro país y que van a ser extraditados hasta Nueva Delhi en un charter que va a pagar el gobierno de los Estados Unidos. Y esto nos da una idea de lo compleja que es la organización cuando usted aterriza, por decirlo así, en Ecuador, cruza la frontera colombiana, se desplaza hasta la frontera de Colombia con Panamá, y donde en toda esa red usted ya tiene ubicadas las personas que lo van a ayudar y que todos son miembros de algún tipo de organización criminal. Nos deja ver entonces el gran nivel y complejidad que tiene esto, no solo a nivel de Ecuador, Colombia, sino que ya vemos que hay ramificaciones en Chile, Perú, Brasil, ¿verdad? Y hoy conversábamos con el ministro de Relaciones Exteriores del Paraguay, que ya incluso hay tentáculos de estas organizaciones que llegan hasta Paraguay. Entonces, eso ya nos somete entonces a tener que actuar sobre el tema de que no es una simple actividad migratoria que nace de la persona, sino que hay una actividad criminal conexa en esta tarea, y que parte de eso se están montando hoy los grupos delincuenciales sudamericanos para llegar al norte del continente. Lo comparábamos con el Mariel cubano de hace algunos años, ¿verdad? Cuando llegaron a las costas de Miami la gran cantidad de criminales de la época que salían directamente de las cárceles cubanas y los ponían en las playas de Miami. Hoy día tenemos miembros del Tren de Aragua que pasan por nuestra frontera, y que la gran tarea que nos ha encomendado el presidente de la República es tratar de evitar que ese mal pase a través de nuestro país, o sea, en aumentar la cantidad de inspecciones biométricas, de perfilamiento y tratar a través de la coordinación con las policías locales de los distintos países el poder devolver a estos criminales a su país.
Muchas gracias, ministro. Muy importante este tema de la migración y cómo Panamá viene abordando este asunto. I'm going to shift to Roberta Jacobson. Roberta, you are a real expert on the whole Latin American region, and also you have a deep understanding of both Mexico and everything about the border here. So it would be great if you can give us some of your thoughts on, transnational organized crime and what can we do, what has been done.
Well, thank you, Ambassador, and thank you all of the panelists. I start with two disadvantages. One, I'm not in government anymore, and I will occasionally, as you'll hear, say we, what I mean is the United States government. It's just very hard to deprogram yourself after 31 years. The second is that I may not be as current as obviously the ministers are, or Ivan working on this project in the OAS. But I will say a couple of things that I think I've learned, One, we in the US government and in the United States generally, and perhaps in the region, I don't want to speak for others, have a tendency not to think of transnational criminal organizations in a way that I think would be more productive. Transnational criminal organizations are transnational corporations. And as corporations, we know in the private sector, if you wanted to put a competitor out of business, doing away with the CEO is not going to do that, right? You can, obviously, Sam Walton died and Walmart continued to exist. So that will tell you a little bit of my view on high-value target strategies. They can be very effective, but my view is that it is critically important that you look at the entire corporate structure. That means the consumers, that means the middlemen, that means the accountants, but most of all, it means the money. Follow the money is still true. The second is that there are new models of transnational criminal organizations in the region, even than when I left Mexico 4 years ago. Anyway, it was true at some times that if you were able to arrest, extradite the heads of cartels or the top leadership, they imploded. They did not last. What Mexico saw over the last 15 years or so is not that. They simply fragmented into a situation in which you're dealing with 15 or 20 cartels instead of 5. And there is a new model, and the newest model, I would say, is that of the CJNG, the Cartel Jalisco Nueva Generación, which has what I would call, again in corporate parlance, I guess I have been deprogrammed to some extent, they're a little bit like a Papa John franchise, right? If you are running a cartel in a particular area and CJNG wants into that area, they come to you and say, you can continue to run your business, but now you work for us. And if you don't want to work for us, we will wipe you out and your family. And this has enabled a cartel to have national reach, and I would argue beyond national reach, much faster than cartels who fought their way across the territory or to the plazas that crossed the US-Mexican border. I think one of the things that we know and we should be spending a lot more time on is the insidious effect that transnational organized crime of any sort, human trafficking, drug trafficking, or domestically extortion, auto theft even, that we've seen as areas the cartels can get into, the insidious effect it has on democratic politics. The notion that this is not a problem for countries of supply, it's only a problem for countries of demand, is simply not true. Because what these organizations do is slowly or quickly eat away at the democratic institutions such that they are hollowed out and they can ply their trade. And so I hope and think we've gotten past a blame game between demand countries and supply countries, because those borders, if you will, are much more porous than they used to be. Almost every country is also a demand country. But it's critical that we stay that way, that we not go back to the blame game. It's simply too big a problem, and frankly, as the ambassador said, the agility of these organizations who don't have to worry about national or international law means that the exploitation of any of our differences is to their benefit. So let me stop there. Thank you.
That's very good, Roberta. Thank you so much. Canciller, yo sé que puedes hablar en español o en inglés, así que adelante, por favor, as you prefer.
Thank you very much. I will speak in Spanish because I'm more comfortable in my native language. But quiero agradecer antes que nada a CAF, al Diálogo Interamericano y a la OEA por organizar este panel que es clave. Cuando en junio de este año organizábamos en Paraguay la Asamblea General de la Organización de Estados Americanos, planteamos como lema, y fue aceptado unánimemente por todos los países miembros, integración y seguridad para el desarrollo sostenible de la región. Y en la Declaración de Asunción se recoge el compromiso y la preocupación de todos los Estados miembros, es decir, de nuestro hemisferio, sobre el tema de seguridad. Y voy a dejar algunos mensajes claves que entiendo que son importantes para abordar. 1. Existe un diagnóstico para cada una de las regiones y eso nos devela de que tenemos problemas comunes y tenemos problemas específicos por región y por países. No es lo mismo el tema de seguridad en América del Norte que en el Caribe, que en Centroamérica o que en Sudamérica. E inclusive en Sudamérica hay divergencias respecto de que hay países que están con el desafío de la producción y el tráfico de drogas y otros con el tránsito y el tráfico de drogas, otros con los problemas vinculados al tráfico de personas, con el lavado de activos es un tema común en todo el hemisferio, con el tema de migración es un tema común en todo el hemisferio y obviamente la Organización de Estados Americanos ha definido 4 pilares que son fundamentales para entender cómo abordar y la necesidad de encarar un plan de acción y la implementación de programas en la lucha. En primer lugar, el tema de fortalecimiento de la democracia es un tema fundamental. Cuando no hay democracia en nuestros países, obviamente tiene múltiples efectos. Paraguay tiene toda la autoridad moral de señalar que durante los 35 años de dictadura que transitamos hemos incrementado enormemente la pobreza en el país y en los 35 años de democracia hemos logrado darle un salto cualitativo y cuantitativo con inclusión social en el crecimiento económico. Desde la perspectiva de la democracia también vemos lo que acontece en Venezuela y el efecto que tiene en la diáspora de los venezolanos y el impacto que tiene no solamente en América del Sur, sino que en todo el hemisferio. Entonces, el fortalecimiento de las instituciones es clave para el combate a los ilícitos. El pilar de desarrollo que tiene la organización implica de que hay una migración enorme por razones económicas, la pobreza genera una demanda de mayores oportunidades de generación de empleo y aun cuando no podemos culpar a la falta de oportunidades económicas y de crecimiento y desarrollo y vincular directamente con el crimen organizado transnacional, sí es un tema que afecta. Y lo más terrible en este ámbito del capítulo de desarrollo es que la pobreza tiene cara de niño en nuestro continente que, como decían en paneles anteriores, es el más divergente socialmente en el mundo. El otro pilar vinculado a los temas de derechos humanos también es clave. Hoy vimos con gran alegría que más de 160 personas han sido deportadas de Nicaragua con destino a Guatemala en este momento, que eran presos políticos por pensar diferente. Y creo que son aspectos claves en el entendimiento de que sin integración, y como decía Roberta, cuando tenés corporaciones que son multinacionales en el crimen organizado transnacional y los gobiernos y los estados no logran sincronizar políticas públicas y acciones y la implementación de defensa, encontramos de que no tenemos los mecanismos de defensa. ¿Y cuáles son los efectos? Un primer efecto es que nuestra región pierde, de acuerdo con informe del Banco Interamericano de Desarrollo, el 3.5% del PIB por la delincuencia organizada transnacional. El segundo elemento es que estos grupos se han llevado adelante una serie de mecanismos que inician con la corrupción, con la instalación de candidatos dentro de las estructuras gubernamentales en todos los niveles de poder, y esa corrupción que asociado con estas organizaciones drena la credibilidad del Estado, drena el respaldo que puede tener un gobierno, y aun cuando tenga legitimidad, la corrupción es lo que genera un descrédito de la democracia, y vemos en los indicadores por ejemplo, la Universidad de Vanderbilt con el Latinobarómetro que mencionaron también hoy, cada 2 años nos informa que tenemos un retroceso enorme en el crédito hacia la democracia como sistema o modelo gubernamental y el crédito a los estados como responsables de salvaguardar la seguridad de las personas. Y obviamente el tema de seguridad multidimensional es clave para poder entender de que el tráfico de droga, el tráfico de armas, el tráfico de personas, la corrupción, el lavado de activos, son todos elementos que están vinculados transversalmente. Y coincido también con Roberta en que el tema del dinero es el ovillo final. Todo se traduce en rentabilidad, pero todo se inicia con mucha violencia. Y lo que detectamos es que en el retroceso en muchos países, siendo América Latina la región más violenta en el mundo prácticamente hoy, nos deja un mensaje clave. En la medida en que no construyamos una capacidad hemisférica, un plan de acción, vamos a tener una proliferación de actividades cada vez más violentas porque disputan estas organizaciones criminales territorios, disputan espacios en sus diferentes actividades. Y tenemos que entender que hay una corresponsabilidad de todas nuestras naciones en resolver este problema. Hay países que adquieren drogas, hay países que producen drogas y hay otros por los que transitan. Y el consumo aumenta cada año. Y los que tradicionalmente adquirían drogas se han convertido en término medio porque disminuyeron el consumo y los países de tránsito empiezan a incrementar el consumo. Y con eso tenemos mayor pobreza y con eso tenemos mayores conflictos sociales en nuestros países. El hemisferio necesita una acción inmediata. No hemos tenido desde hace más de 20 años, y esto me lo contó nuestro distinguido secretario de Seguridad Multidimensional de la OEA, de que en los últimos 20 años creo que no hemos tenido una reunión de autoridades de seguridad hemisférica, y eso es preponderante e inmediato hacerlo. Eso indica de que tenemos una tarea fundamental para construir un enfoque y políticas de seguridad en nuestro hemisferio.
Canciller, muchas gracias. I'm going to pass the word to Minister Ramdin. Please, sir. I think You know, transnational organized crime touches the whole region, but your country and countries in the Caribbean in a subtle way, in a different way. I think it's interesting to see your approach to that.
Yes, good afternoon. Can you hear me? Good. Well, it's great to be on an OES podium again. First of all, congratulations to Inter-American Dialogue, CAF, and the OES, of course. I say that with a purpose because that's exactly what is needed, is collaboration among institutions. This problem of transnational organized crime in many forms, many phases, we have heard them all today, cannot be resolved by one country on its own within its national borders. That's why the term is transnational, cross-border in nature. So it requires every single country in this hemisphere to collaborate. I think more of that is needed. That's the first point I'd like to make, more collaboration between national authorities at both the strategic level, the tactical level, and the operational level. Regretfully, what I have seen, because we organized in 2022, because of our issues in the region, a meeting with this purpose with 6 or 7 countries, Brazil, Colombia, Venezuela as well, and also Guyana, Suriname, French Guyana, Curacao, and so on, simply because you need to work at the level of the different agencies in country. And what you then hear is that certain things are not possible. Operating together to interdict is a problem, it's a challenge. Some countries do not have the equipment. We got in Suriname, for instance, in 1 month, 10 pieces of intelligence saying this plane is coming your direction. They could follow it, we could follow it, but we could not interdict, we could not do anything because we did not have the equipment. So it's not only, that's why the operational side is critically important. Intelligence sharing is doing reasonably well, but making sure that those culprits are caught is a challenge for many countries. Keep in mind, these are territories which are not guarded. There is no tower, intelligence tower, in the southern part of Suriname near Brazil, which can monitor movements, flight movements. There is none. So you get the intelligence from far away until you pick that same signal up again closer to home. When you come there, you're half an hour too late. You're an hour too late. By then they have burned the plane already and they have gone. These are practical issues. This is one issue. So in my view, we need to work together, and that's why this is important. I think we should go beyond this. A summit on security alone, on transnational organized crime, is really needed in this hemisphere to align, to basically synchronize policies, but also operational efforts. The second point I'd like to make is, and then particularly with regard to small countries, keep in mind small countries are not the producers, are not the main consumers of drugs, if we take that as an example. They're not. They're just transshipment points for a reason, because there is less control, less capabilities to control, so those are used. Our vast interior is easy to access in that illegal form. And that goes for many countries in our region. So small countries are not the users, but they are transshipment points. Some of it leaks into society, which creates a social problem. That is a massive new challenge with lots of expenses. But more so, because a lot of money is involved, and I think we agree the money trail should be followed, you get influencers in your own political system. And even in government, even in parliament. So if you have that as a side impact, of a side effect, because of corruption, because of becoming part, the local scene becoming part of an illegal trade, whether that's contraband or other kinds of illegal crimes, it becomes very difficult to take decisions in such a way that it can address the issue of illegal drug trafficking. In the Caribbean, hurricanes, a declining economy, issues with regard to small firearms are a threat to the stability in the region. And these need to be addressed head on. It's not only transferring knowledge and technology. It goes beyond that, institutional capacity. So we have a lot of work to be done here. A roadmap is needed. Not every country is the same, and not every illegal or internationally organized crime is the same for every region. We have spoken about migration. The key thing in all of this is, and this came earlier on as well, Secretary General Magro spoke to this, fundamentally it is about addressing the underlying causes that facilitate, that make it possible for these crimes to continue to exist. Poverty, social exclusion, no jobs, economic development. If we address those issues, it will alleviate a lot of these things. So the question is also, what kind of society we want to build? In most of the countries, norms and values are eroding. If you see young children, they don't care anymore about whether they enter the job, because it doesn't sync with the values of being honest and not getting involved in criminal activity. But that is what they do still in most of our countries. So we have a lot of practical issues to deal with in this context. And the only way we can do that is by working together. On the longer term, also addressed earlier, is the issue about strengthening state institutions, your legislation. I can tell you that Suriname has gone through a process of the Financial Action Task Force in terms of AML. And we have done well to enact new pieces of legislation. And we have gone through, in a positive sense, through the audit with the FITF. But countries can do one thing, but when the surrounding areas are contaminated, it becomes very difficult to maintain that level of commitment. We went to tier 1 in terms of human trafficking, in terms of categorization by the US government. Tier 1 means you're doing pretty well in addressing human trafficking. We want to stay there. The question is, how do you maintain that position? And that's a major challenge. So let's be not only strategic, but also very practical in the way we address international crime, transnational organized crime in this region. Lots of work to be done, but I think this is a great opportunity to align our thoughts, but also make sure that the OAS and other institutions come together and put the programs in place to make sure that we at least address it. It's not an easy task because they run fast ahead of governments in terms of the capabilities they have, which we do not have.
Thank you, Minister. Very much appreciated your comments. So, Yuan, if you want to do your 5 minutes as fast as you can, will be great as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Ambassador. ¿Me escuchan? Yo paso al español como un desafío para no lastimar mucho la lengua. Bien, para aterrizar un poco la conversación hoy, me gustaría empezar esta intervención dando un poco la cara del problema. Nosotros acá desde la OEA, con esta perspectiva, este concepto de seguridad multidimensional, tratamos de encarar este problema del crimen organizado transnacional en todos sus aspectos. En el día de hoy sabemos que no son solamente delitos financieros, delitos, tráfico de armas, son todos juntos. Y muchas veces cuando hablamos de corporaciones, como bien se ha mencionado antes, estamos hablando de gente, estamos hablando de personas que sufren todos los días con el impacto de estas corporaciones criminales en nuestros territorios. La influencia del crimen organizado en la vida de las personas es algo que me parece el punto fundamental de todas estas discusiones y de lo que podemos hacer como comunidad internacional para aliviar este sufrimiento. Estamos diciendo que delitos financieros, y traigo algunos datos porque trabajar con evidencias es un poco de nuestra obligación, que era la primera economía ilícita en el año 2022, la que más generaba recursos para el crimen, dinero para el crimen. La trata de personas y el tráfico ilícito de inmigrantes, que es un problema también ya mencionado acá hoy, es la segunda economía ilícita en nuestro territorio. Seguido por delitos ambientales, y también tratamos delitos ambientales muchas veces como algo aislado de los otros problemas. La identificación principal y primaria siempre ha sido el tráfico de drogas, pero tenemos otros 3 tipos de delitos de crimen organizado que superan el tráfico de drogas en materia de recursos. Y delitos ambientales van un poco más allá de lo que entendemos como la destrucción del medio ambiente. Con delitos ambientales vienen también todos los problemas de salud, vienen todos los problemas comunitarios y urbanos en estas zonas. Hablamos del tráfico de drogas, que ha sido el canal conductor de las discusiones de seguridad en todo nuestro continente, y espero que con una nueva visión, una visión más amplia y con una capacidad más abrangente, pueda cambiarse en un problema superado en los próximos 5 o 10 años. Y por fin, claro, la violencia que afecta a las personas todos los días, que es la violencia armada del cotidiano. El tráfico de armas y municiones es un problema fundamental en nuestra región. Yo siempre me recuerdo que mientras el mundo mata con armas de fuego unos 40% de las veces, nosotros lo hacemos con más de 70%. O sea, hay un problema real, no solo por el crimen organizado y la dinámica del crimen en proporcionar y en generar violencia, pero también cómo nos organizamos como sociedad y los valores, como bien mencionaba el canciller Randin, los valores que estamos trayendo con tanta violencia en nuestras sociedades. Yo, desde la OEA, un poco de lo que hemos trabajado y la organización antes que yo me sumara a ella, tenemos 3 propuestas concretas para avanzar en el combate a la delincuencia organizada transnacional. Y eso me parece que es un reto interesante porque fue una construcción conjunta, coordinada de los Estados miembros de esta organización y que, claro, como mucho en nuestra región, nos falta implementar. Entonces, la primera sería la necesidad de una coalición multisectorial. Y cuando menciono una coalición multisectorial, hablo de una colaboración coordinada entre público y privado, multilateral entre estados y multidimensional, considerando amenazas tradicionales y nuevas, junto con este concepto inaugurado en la Declaración de las Américas del 2003 de seguridad multidimensional, que en realidad es una de las visiones más modernas de seguridad para el mundo y principalmente para este hemisferio. Nosotros dentro de la OEA también contamos con las capacidades de coordinación política. El embajador Ramírez, canciller Ramírez, ha mencionado la Ministerial de Seguridad Pública de las Américas, que es una reunión, un foro político fundamental coordinado por la OEA y que debe reunirse otra vez a comienzos del próximo año. Pero también tenemos otras herramientas dentro de la organización que nos pueden ayudar a coordinarnos un poco mejor. La reunión de autoridades nacionales en materia de delincuencia organizada transnacional, el RANDOT, el grupo de expertos para el control del lavado de activos, la Convención Interamericana contra la Fabricación Ilícita de Armas de Fuego, Municiones y Explosivos, que ha sido liderada por México en los últimos años, la CICAD para drogas, CICTE para el combate al terrorismo, pero también abarcando la cuestión de fronteras, que es tan importante para y financiación de terrorismo y sus conexiones con el crimen organizado. O sea, tenemos muchas herramientas acá que componen esta verdadera coalición multisectorial. El segundo punto sería una estrategia integral y eso me parece que estamos coincidentes con lo que mencionado el canciller Ramírez también, que los problemas muchas veces son hemisféricos, pero también son subregionales. Entonces, compartir las regiones para buscar soluciones en sus territorios, en sus ámbitos, me parece también una buena estrategia. Tenemos nuestras respuestas de manera integral y anticipatorias. Toda la parte de prevención se invierte muchísimo en nuestra región en represión, y la represión es el último recurso que tenemos contra verdaderas corporaciones, como fue mencionado acá. La parte preventiva de investigación, inversión en investigación, me parece también fundamental. Por fin, en esta estrategia de 3 partes, necesitamos, y repito eso como ya lo hice en Asunción por la ocasión de la Asamblea General de la OEA, necesitamos invertir en capital humano y tecnología. Nuestros países muchas veces tienen el mapa donde se puede llegar al tesoro escondido, pero nos faltan los barcos, nos faltan las capacidades. Y este tipo de coordinación con bancos de desarrollo, con fundaciones privadas, con las capacidades internas de involucrar la iniciativa privada en materia de seguridad, eso es novedoso para la región. Seguridad siempre fue el patito feo de las políticas públicas, con mucha dificultad en involucrar iniciativa privada y muchas veces sociedad civil. La diversidad que tenemos en nuestra región.
Voy a tener que interrumpir, Iván, porque te pasaste ya un poco más.
Por favor.
Excúsame.
Bien, ideas para
No interrumpí a los cancilleres porque tú entiendes la razón, right?
Por favor.
Pero a ti te voy a interrumpir, excúsame. Okay, so we have some like 15 minutes to have a conversation. So we got to be a very fast conversation. We got to be very brief. So, you know, on my experience of fighting organized crime, what I can tell you is that, yes, you can be effective. You can defeat them as a structure. But then there are multiple layers. Social policy. If you don't do the social policy, you're in trouble. If you don't have the cooperation, intelligence, and other governments and other agencies, not just meeting, but really executing actions, then you're in trouble. And, you know, all of our leaders here were very strong to describe that this is a multi-layer problem. So that's something you need to watch. And then there's another point, political corruption. If you don't confront political corruption, organized crime can reinvent itself and even can lead to take power in a way that denies the action of, you know, good faith and good actors. With that editorial, my question to you, I will send 2 questions in one just because of time. 1, how can we enhance coordination beyond the multiple set of meetings we have? What exactly can we do? Cooperation. How can we cooperate? The second question, about the political influence. How do we handle this? Because there are governments already in the region, I can say it, that already are very much influenced, if not taken, by organized crime. How do we handle that? Because that can be a reality. And when it happens, what tools do we have to confront that? Let me start with Minister Ábrego. Esta vez te paso un minuto. Resumen, el tema del crimen organizado, ¿qué herramientas hay para cooperar? ¿Qué hace falta para ser efectivo? Cosas prácticas con tu experiencia. Y 2, en el tema de cuando la corrupción del crimen organizado toma el poder político, ¿qué herramientas hay para afrontar eso?
Bueno, el crimen organizado como tal, mi concepto real, 1919, Chicago, la policía se da cuenta de que las personas se asocian y le dan la categoría de se están organizando. Hoy día diríamos que se están corporativizando, no sé si sería la palabra, o volviéndose corporaciones del crimen. Debemos estar mucho más atentos. Creo que en el conjunto de la sociedad civil, en su parte legislativa, que en algunos lugares es un senado judicial, policial. El problema mucho más allá de ser un problema de las policías locales o de las fuerzas de seguridad, es un problema de Estado, de la nación, sin vínculos políticos de un sector a otro, sino porque queremos tener un mejor país. Si tenemos un mejor país, tenemos una mejor región, un mejor hemisferio, y creo que con la cooperación internacional hoy día que estamos logrando gracias a la OEA, la ONU y las distintas corporaciones financieras que ayudan a la lucha contra la criminalidad, pero igualmente debemos entrar en el mundo de las oportunidades. ¿Qué le podemos ofrecer a nuestros pueblos para que no caigan en este flagelo que es la actividad criminal?
Muy bien, muy importante ese mensaje, ministro. Iván, te voy a pasar la palabra a ti. ¿Qué nos hace falta en la cooperación? ¿Cuál es la magia que no hemos logrado tener?
Bien, en nuestra experiencia muchas veces la coordinación se tiene como objetivo hacerla de modo hemisférico. Una de las herramientas que hemos visto en materia global, no solo en la región, que han funcionado, es justamente compartir los problemas a donde están en el territorio. Nosotros acá, por ejemplo, hemos tenido mucho éxito en trabajar con hojas de ruta para la reducción de la violencia armada y reducir el tráfico de armas. Ya lo hicimos en el Caribe, en conjunto con Naciones Unidas, y ahora lideramos el proceso en Centroamérica. Aterrizar el problema en el territorio, haciendo con que agencias internas y también con sus vecinos trabajen mejor en conjunto, se mejora la calidad y el nivel de actuación interna en cooperación. El crimen es transnacional, no respeta fronteras. Entonces, hay herramientas prácticas que, poniendo en funcionamiento, me parece que pueden ser una solución.
Muy bien, muy importante. Roberta, you have an amazing experience in the whole region, as very few people. And you've seen how corruption gets to power. How do we handle that?
I think there are two things to keep in mind. Y realmente agradezco muchísimo lo que ha dicho Iván y también el ministro Abreu. But I think there's a couple of things. The first, let us not kid ourselves that something like public financing for elections will take care of the problem. Mexico has had public financing for its elections for years. It does not mean that drug money doesn't get into campaigns. It's just perhaps even less transparent because it's outside of that system. But we do know from, and I think Colombia had some of this experience, certainly the United States does, we have to strengthen the watchdogs, right? And those watchdogs are within police and security forces, their offices of professional responsibility, their ombudsmen, their inspectors general, there are all different names for it. But there's a reason why the Department of Justice in the United States, one of the larger sections of its lawyers, are the public corruption lawyers, the ones who prosecute corrupt public officials. Because there's nobody here who would suggest that it doesn't happen in the United States with this much money around. So you can create model legislation, you can talk about creating greater links among countries, but there is a certain amount of this that is sort of think globally and act locally, which is aterrizando, bringing it down to the local level. The second thing I would say, which is really basic, I know, but I'm not sure we've implemented well enough, any of us, is work with women and with mothers. If you're going to be working in communities, especially communities that have been hollowed out by gangs or cartels or other criminal organizations, the greatest and most lasting changes come when you work with mothers. And I think we in the United States have spent much too much time arguing about soft side and hard side in the past. I'm hoping we're beyond that. Because everything is hard side, in my opinion. Everything is essential, but we need to bring it back to the community level in its implementation, and we need to make sure that both the private sector and government partners are putting in their fair share of these kinds of programs, because in general terms, You want them to exist when donors, whoever the donors are, finish their work there and to replicate successful programs.
That's very good points. Mr. Ramdin, smaller countries usually get targeted by organized crime from other countries. They need to do their money laundering effort, and also they seek to use it as a platform to export even drugs into the larger markets. How do you think we should be handling that, and what can we do, and what is the lessons you have?
Well, as I said, we have to be very practical. In my experience, and this is nothing negative about any security agency, but these are particular people. They have certain standards, they expect a certain behavior, and it's not always easy to find them aligned at the same level. But within the region, within CARICOM, there are several institutions. Impacts is one of them, which is supported by many institutions in the region, including the OAS and IDB and others. It's a basic regional intelligence vetting organization. So that is one. Strengthen that even more is required, so that the impact is much more to the specific problems each island, each country has. Our problems with a vast territory of land, 150,000 square kilometers unsurveyed, is a different problem than an island surrounded by sea, by water. So there are particularities, and that's why I'm very practical about these things. The issue of firearms, that needs to be addressed, not by the small countries, but the countries which export, or from where, let me put it properly, from where small firearms are coming. And we need to address that head on, because it results in crime domestically, and that in itself is another major issue. Within the Caribbean, there is regular discussion about security arrangements. And I think it's going well in the right direction. But there are new types of transnational organized crime. Cybersecurity is one of them. And you need to have technological capabilities to address it. So with support, and this is what I then call for to smaller countries, is massive global regional support. The banks should align their work in terms of security with the needs on the ground. And that is different from making a policy and de-link it, basically. That's a practical issue. Also something which is really important, which I think many countries are trying to do, is sign agreements with each other. We are in the process of finalizing an agreement, which I hope to sign by next week, of intelligence sharing on air surveillance with the United States, which will make it possible to earlier interdict in drug trafficking, which is taking place. But certainly institutional strengthening, and with that I mean really the practical issues of mobility, cars, guns, vests, boots, and so on. Very practical issues. Otherwise you can't interdict. We have good people who are willing to fight the crime, but if they don't have the equipment, it becomes very difficult. But also stakeholder engagement. And I'm speaking here, I'm happy that the private sector is now really understanding that democracy is at risk if we don't address the crime issues. But the banking sector equally must be engaged in terms of anti-money laundering efforts. And updating and enacting new legislation is also critically important, because a government cannot act on their own. That's the difference between criminal organizations. They have no rules. They don't play by the book. Governments need to play by the book, and for that you need pieces of legislation. So enacting or updating or modernizing legislation is critically important. And I think if we can do those things, I think the environment will be much better in terms of the attractiveness some countries have in terms of
Thank you, Minister.
international organized crime.
Thank you. So, Minister Ramirez, you will be the person that will end this panel. What I will ask you to think a little bit about is, what can OAS do to work with the countries in the region to increase cooperation, to increase effectiveness against organized crime? What multilateral development banks as CAF can do with countries so we can get better tools to confront organized crime?
First of all, I think that OAS is always the only institution that has the government mandate to work on that. And that is quite important to coordinate with the international financial institutions like CAF, IDB. And really, I know in Paraguay, as a side event in the General Assembly, CAF and OAS organized a meeting of the authorities of security of the region, not of the hemisphere, because it was everybody invited, but didn't came all. But I think that one of the most important issues today is that we have to coordinate all the agencies. The authorities on security, the authorities of the agencies are quite important to be coordinated. I can say some example. Today, we have under very deep and strong coordination the authorities of intelligence, the army, and the police force working together with Brazil. And we captured 12,000 tons of drugs. For example, we caught the trafficking of weapons and the biggest in the world, the trafficking of arms between Brazil and Paraguay. And that is an example how can we work together. And what can do us on that is, first of all, work as origins of several projects to give the strengthness on laws, as Albert said, the framework to work institutionally in different countries. Secondly, the equipment that the forces need today, that is a challenge for all the countries. And the organized crime is better organized, better equipment that they have today, and that is a challenge. And cybercrime, for example, that is a very important challenge. And human capacity building is our next work that we have to do on those issues. Thank you.
Well, thank you so much, Minister. Thank you to this incredible panel, very high-profile panel. And please join me with a round of applause to all of them. Have a good lunch.
Thank you very much to our distinguished panelists for their remarks, to Ambassador Juan Carlos Pinzón of Colombia. We will be taking a break for lunch. A reminder to check the hashtag DiálogoCAFOEA on X for live action updates and highlights reels from the day. Please join us back in the Grand Ballroom at 2 p.m. for the rest of our afternoon sessions. Enjoy the break. Attention, please. We will begin the next session in 15 minutes. Please take your seats. Thank you. Atención, por favor, vamos a comenzar nuestra siguiente sesión en 15 minutos. Por favor, tomen asiento. Gracias. Attention, please. We will begin the next session in 5 minutes. Please take your seats. Thank you. Atención, por favor, vamos a empezar nuestra próxima sesión en 5 minutos. Por favor, tomen asiento. Gracias. Please take your seats. We will begin in 1 minute. Thank you. Buenas tardes a todos nuevamente. Comenzaremos en 1 minuto. Por favor, tomen asiento. Gracias. Distinguished guests and panelists, welcome back. We hope you enjoyed your lunch. So, moving on with this afternoon's agenda, it is my distinct pleasure to welcome Gabriela Frias. She is the moderator for this next fireside chat. For the few of you that don't know her, Gabriela Frias is a Mexican journalist with more than 2 decades of experience. Frias is currently the anchor of CNN en Español Panorama Mundial, which is the network's primetime news program with an in-depth review of the most relevant events in the world. She has interviewed presidents, ministers, and high-level financial and economic authorities. She is one of the most recognized television journalists in the region. Please join me in welcoming Gabriela Frias. This is our next panel.
Buenas tardes, good afternoon. You can tell people are coming back from lunch, okay? So expect a lot of noise while people come back. So it's an honor to be here, an honor to be talking about Latin America, and an honor to be talking about policy with people who were really involved in the policy making in the past Trump administration. Interesting, because I'm sure a lot of you would like to know how they feel it would look and how they would describe how it's going, you know? So I have the privilege to be talking to two people who worked at the highest levels of the US government, so please welcome Carrie Filippetti. Hello, please. And Carlos Diaz-Rosillo, please. Thank you. Okay. So I don't know how much you know them, but let me just, they have very long resumes, so I'm just gonna go for the things that are important in the context of this conversation. Carrie Filippetti served as Deputy Assistant Secretary for Cuba and Venezuela in the Bureau of Western Hemisphere Affairs at the State Department. Thank you for being here. Carlos Diaz-Rosillo, I mean, a long resume, but founding director currently of the Adam Smith Center for Economic Freedom. He worked at the highest levels of the US government, serving as Deputy Assistant to the President of the Trump administration and Director of Policy and Interagency Coordination at the White House. So without further ado, I'd rather have you explain or describe what you did during the Trump administration, what are the topics that you were involved with, and specifically, maybe the one thing that you work that gives you the most pride, that you feel really proud about. Carrie.
Sure. So I'm really excited to be here. I loved collaborating with the OAS and with the dialogue when I was in government. So I had essentially 3 roles related to Latin America. The first was my initial role. I was the senior advisor to U.S. Ambassador to the UN, Nikki Haley, where I covered her Latin America policy. Then I became the DAS and Special Representative for Venezuela and Cuba. And then I also was head of the Havana Syndrome Health Incidents Task Force in the State Department as well, dealing with American service members who had been affected by Havana Syndrome. So what that really meant was most of my time was being spent on kind of countering authoritarians within the region, specifically the Cuban regime and the Venezuelan regime. I always sort of joke that I sort of failed because both of those are still horrific regimes. But I would say the thing that I was most proud of, there were 2 things that really come to mind. One related to Cuba, one related to Venezuela. The one related to Cuba was working with the European Union and specifically with Lithuania. Those of you who may be familiar with how Lithuania and the EU work, there was something called the Political Dialogue and Cooperation Agreement, basically a trade agreement between the EU and Cuba. We were concerned about it because it didn't have any human rights elements associated with it, and we wanted to make sure that those were added in. And through diplomacy with the Lithuanian parliament, we were able to get them to not put that forward for ratification, which I was really proud of, so that we could get human rights to be a larger part of the discussion. The second, as it related to Venezuela, was the genuine and people-based and people-focused that the administration, both the civil servants, the foreign service officers, and administration officials brought to our engagement with Venezuela, always meeting with the opposition members, really figuring out what would be most helpful for them, how we could help support their efforts, as opposed to trying to sort of lead from the front. And so I really appreciated that, notwithstanding the narrative, our approach was very much about how can we be of most service to the people of Venezuela and get them out of this horrific situation in which they found themselves.
Thank you. Carlos.
Sure, thank you. It's a pleasure to be here. So I had a set of very interesting jobs for all 4 years of the administration, actually from before. I started in the transition in May of 2016, when Donald Trump became the presumptive nominee, all the way to January 20th, 2021. The first of these was in the White House as the Director of Policy and Interagency Coordination. As you mentioned, what that meant was I was the guy who was trying to make sure that policy was implemented according to the president's specifications. As you know, Washington is obsessed with policy formulation. What is in the project, what is in the bill, what is in the executive order. And then the president signs the project, the bill, the executive order, and then the departments have to implement it. So my job was to make sure that there was coordination across the departments so that policies were implemented according to the wishes of the president, not the secretaries and not other bureaucrats in the departments and agencies. And parallel to that, I became a spokesperson for the president on Spanish language television and radio and media. The then Director of Communications and Press Secretary decided to do away with the position of a Spanish language spokesperson. And the logic was interesting. He said all the journalists who are accredited in the White House from Spanish language networks speak English. So why have duplication? Why have a press secretary in English and one in Spanish? And I said, yeah, that's true, but the Hispanic community wants to hear what we're doing in the White House in their own language. And I think what we're doing is pretty impressive, and so somebody needs to communicate with them in Spanish what we're doing. Do you mind if I do it? And they said, sure. And so, in effect, there were two of us who split that responsibility and became press secretaries, if you will, on Spanish language media, parallel to my job as the Director of Policy.
So you pretty much had to tone down sometimes whenever President Trump said something that he really didn't mean about Latin America?
No, I don't think I did. I know he was elected president, right? And so I actually liked his policies. I liked the guy, and so I was comfortable defending his policies with a straight face because I thought they were good policies.
Because you understood them or because you liked the guy?
I think it's both. I think I had a leg up on communications people because most communication experts are really good at communicating, but they're not in the room where the decisions are made. And so as the Director of Policy, I was in the room. So I could explain the policies from the perspective of a policymaker who understands policy and can communicate it, hopefully, I don't know if I did it successfully or not, but hopefully in a way that people can understand. It's one thing for you to get talking points, and every administration, Republican or Democrat, gets a series of talking points, and you just repeat them when you go on television. And I didn't do that. I actually never read the talking points because I wasn't in the room, so I could explain the policy, and I had the luxury, because it was in Spanish, if I made a mistake, I was pretty sure the president wasn't listening to it. And so I was free to say whatever I felt had to be said to defend his policies. So I did that for the first half of the administration, and then I did cultural policy and then defense policy.
You're laughing because I'm assuming that you understand that was pretty much the ecosystem in which you had to work when it comes to a Trump administration.
Well, obviously, one of the main things that you have to deal with when you're in foreign policy is this sort of like, there's three components here. There's the rhetoric, there's the reality of the policy, and then there's the perception. And the perception doesn't necessarily ever match up with either the rhetoric or the policies. I mean, one interesting thing that I found is that if you look at the actual policies that were done by President Trump, especially as it related to Latin America, number one, the amount of time and emphasis that was placed on it. When I was in government, there were moments where we were in interagency meetings talking about Venezuela and how to help the people of Venezuela 3 times a day, every day. So the sort of just time emphasis that was placed on it, but also the actual outcomes. I mean, USMCA was a huge success for both us and the region. We had amazing successes in this building at the OAS, dealing with promoting democracy, dealing with promoting human rights. So that was the reality. But of course, the perception doesn't necessarily align with that. I actually think the Biden administration is sort of the reverse, where their rhetoric is great and they're very glowing about the region, but in terms of the actual accomplishments and relationships, I think are not as significant, both either for American interests or for Latin American interests.
Interesting. I'm going to go into that, but let me ask you. I come from a country, Mexico, where the president really criticizes the press, and Mexico is one of the countries where journalists get killed, and a lot of us think that he's opened the door for that. Don't you think that when it comes to laying out policy, having a president that speaks or belittles the continent does not help your implementation of policy? And I'm asking this because if he gets reelected, a lot of Latin Americans, from government authorities to citizens, are wondering how much more of that we're gonna have to, listen.
Yeah, I mean, I think, again, a lot of this is rhetoric versus reality. For me,
but it has a consequence. Do you agree?
Sure, but for example, a lot of people in France call Americans fat and lazy, right? They're not talking about me. I know they're not talking about me. But so what I'm saying is that people will use language, we were talking in the back that I am a childless cat lady. People are always like, are you so upset about what J.D. Vance said? He wasn't talking about me. And so when President Trump talks about some of the concerns that he's experiencing about Americans who have been killed by illegal immigration, by Americans who have been killed by fentanyl and all of the serious issues that Americans really care about, we need to understand and appreciate that he is not talking about all people from the region, but he is talking about a real issue that we in America have to deal with.
I agree, and obviously rhetoric matters, but I would venture to say, and there's no proof, right? There's no survey that shows this, that if you were to ask Latin American leaders, they would tell you that the policies of the Trump administration were pretty good. And so what I always did when I approached defending the policies is yes, rhetoric matters. I'm not going to say it doesn't, but look at the policies, look at the record more than the rhetoric, because I think the record speaks for itself.
Now, you mentioned Venezuela, both of you. From what you worked on, your projects, the implementation of all your projects, the sanctions back in the day with President Trump, to what you're seeing right now, how do you gauge what's going on compared to what you were walking? Go ahead.
I mean, to me, it's a puzzle so we authored pretty significant sanctions. True, the dictator's still there. So if your way of evaluating how effective the policies were, the sanctions were, and you use, is the dictator still there? Yeah, he's still there. So from that perspective, yeah, they didn't work. I wouldn't use that perspective, right? Did we put pressure on the guy? We did. I think the elections, or the sham elections that took place a little over a month ago, things would have been a little different, I think, if Trump were in power. Sanctions need time to work. Sanctions need other members of the international community to go along with them. And I think if you were to ask leaders of the opposition if our policies were more effective, less effective, or equally effective than the current administration's policies, I think they would say they were more effective, even if the ultimate goal was not accomplished in the 4 years that we were in power. But we put a lot of pressure on the regime. And I think what I don't get, and I generally don't understand, is why the current administration would reward the regime and believe that there will be meaningful change when every piece of evidence pointed to the contrary. Now they reverse course, but for a little while, right, the administration was pretty much bending over backwards to negotiate with the Maduro regime, and believing that there would be a meaningful change, that there would be an honest election. And I think, to me, that is just incomprehensible.
Yeah, it's always hard for me to answer this question succinctly because there's a million different ways that I can take it. But I want to just start by saying I think a huge amount of credit needs to go to the people of Venezuela, opposition leadership, including Maria Corina Machado, Edmundo Gonzalez, but others as well, who are all part of this unbelievable system that was able to do what they did in July of this year. I mean, it is truly remarkable and a testament to everything that they have been fighting for. I was really disheartened to see that the Biden administration said that the only reason they were able to do that is because of the Biden administration policies. That's not true. The people of Venezuela are their own people. They are not governed by the United States. They don't need the United States to do anything. It is themselves. So I would say that first and foremost. So I think what they have done is they are really leading, and they've proven that without a shadow of a doubt. You know, this idea of like the emperor has no clothes. Maduro cannot hide behind any fraudulent sense of having been democratically elected. Now, those of us in the Trump administration knew he had no clothes back in 2018 and 2019, but at least now the Biden administration is there, so I want to give credit to them for kind of waking up to this and now considering the use of sanctions. What I will say is, it's really important that we appreciate that sanctions were not the policy, right? Like, sanctions were an important tool that was one of many tools that were used to try to get the Maduro regime to negotiate. A key difference between how Biden thinks about sanctions and how Trump thought about sanctions is that in the Trump administration, we saw sanctions as a tool to use to increase American leverage so that we would have something that we could remove if Maduro started to negotiate in good faith. The way the Biden administration saw it was, why don't we start removing sanctions to try to induce the regime to negotiate in good faith, which I think is what Carlos was referring to over the last couple of years, when we saw the removal of certain sanctions, when we saw the release of certain prisoners, when we saw direct exchanges between the US government and the illegal Maduro regime. Those were all things that were done as inducements, which, as Carlos pointed out, did not ultimately come to fruition. So the ultimate answer here is that there needs to be a balance between incentives and pressure. And I think figuring out exactly what that calibration looks like is going to be very useful to try to get the people of Venezuela back to being the free nation that they once were.
Go ahead.
And I would say, to the president's credit.
Can you raise your voice?
Yes, I would say, to the president's credit, he was willing to do things that had never been done before. And let me give you one example. It has nothing to do with the Western Hemisphere. North Korea. Our policy towards North Korea had been exactly the same with Republicans and Democrats in the White House. Trump comes along and says, I'm going to try something different. And all of his advisors said, that's not going to work. The leader of North Korea is not our friend, and things are not going to change. And his point of view was, we have tried the same thing over and over again for decades, right? And so let's try something different. It may work, it may not work, but let's do it differently. And to his credit, there were a number of policy areas. This is just one example where he was willing to try things that nobody else was willing to do, because the previous actions, again, Republican and Democrat, just hadn't worked.
8 minutes left. I'm going to take one question or two questions, so if you can raise your hand while I ask another question. So I know you worked with him, and I'm not asking you to, just guess what's going to happen, but if past this prologue, we've heard in the past hours, we need a different engagement, we need a different relationship, we need a different concept of how to deal Washington with Latin America. You know, we have authoritarian regimes. We also have a lot of drug trafficking and criminal gangs. Just judiciary systems are under threat, if not by authoritarians, it's by criminal gangs. And considering and linking that to immigration, when we already talk about over 8 million Venezuelans out of the country, don't you think it's time to rethink and probably place Latin America in a different prism as a US administration when it comes to policy? It's a long question, but hopefully you can give us practical answers.
Well, I'll start, and I'm
Sure.
curious also of Carlos's view here. So first and foremost, Latin America is one of, obviously our major national security threat is China, and I think there is general consensus within the political establishment that China is a major threat. However, American direct domestic interests are no more hugely at risk than our relationship with Latin America. That's everything to do with, yes, immigration, yes, you know, drug flows, weapons flows, but it's also to do with protecting existing democracies in the region. It also has to do with China, Russia, and Iran, who have used, and Cuba, of course, who have used the region as sort of a staging ground to try to antagonize the United States. So when you look at the current election, I think people in Latin America who are seeing that this election is very focused on domestic issues. That can be a good thing because those issues are so deeply tied to our relationship with the region. In terms of how we think about the region, I think America has gone in sort of this pendulum swing between not caring at all and not prioritizing the region at all, and then saying they prioritize it, but doing it in a very sort of like paternal way and kind of patronizing way of like, we're America, and, you know, pat on the head, you know, we'll tell you how to, you know, what's best for you. And I think what needs to be done is viewing the region in a true partnership model. It's what we tried to do with the Venezuelan opposition, and I think this is how the USMCA was negotiated as well. It was really both leaders, AMLO in Mexico and President Trump and his team, recognized that there were direct interests, national interests at stake for both countries in order to negotiate this, do it under better terms, and deal with some of the immigration problems that were happening as a result too. And so we were able to address a lot of illegal immigration, we were able to address trade relationships, and it was because that particular relationship, notwithstanding some of the rhetoric that you mentioned before, the reality was it was a real partnership model, and I think that's how we need to be approaching the region writ large.
Carlos.
A great journalist once said in a promotional piece for her network, México es un semillero de oportunidades. That was you. I would say Latinoamérica es un semillero de oportunidades. And I think there's two issues that bring to life the tremendous opportunities for Latin America as it relates to US foreign policy. And there's no question that the US government has ignored the region. Again, that's a bipartisan issue. Democrats have ignored it, Republicans have ignored it at their peril. And there's two issues where I think could help policymakers pay more attention to Latin America. One is China, right? We now understand, and I think Trump eventually is going to get credit for refocusing the world's attention on the real danger that China presents to US national security. And so if we look at what China is doing in Latin America, not just in Latin America, by the way, it's around the world, with their Belt and Road Initiative, with their acquiring access to airports, ports, roads, bridges, key points, technologies. If we tie US national security to that threat that the Chinese are presenting in Latin America, A, and B, the border. And not just immigration, right? But also the illegal crossing of drugs, right? Fentanyl, a huge issue for the US. And the other way, arms going into Mexico as well. If we tie US national security policy towards Latin America, towards the Western Hemisphere, Latin America and the Caribbean, to the Chinese threat and to what's happening on the southern border, I think that's a great opportunity for Latin America to rise on the policymakers' agenda. And it's a great opportunity for policymakers in Latin America to realize that this is a great opportunity for them. Nearshoring, for example, is a way for them to put themselves on the map. It's not just going to come on the US side. They have to come up with policies that are attractive so that US investors and the US government can pay attention to Latin America, the attention that it deserves, in my opinion.
And can I just add one quick thing?
Let me just, questions, any questions so that I'm gonna go over time. No question, oh, one, okay, one, okay. So, yes.
Just very quickly,
Yes.
to Carlos's point, one major tool that we can have, it's sort of a combination of the partnership point and the China point, is the DFC. And the DFC is a perfect example of like...
The DFC?
The Development Finance Corporation.
Thank you.
So it's a perfect example of an institution that was created for very good purposes, but it's not really, it's self-limiting. You know, 87% of countries in Latin America have restrictions because they're qualified as upper middle income countries, and the DFC traditionally focuses more on lower income countries. And so as a result, we see a lot of partnerships between the region and China because the United States is just not competing in that space. And so
adjusting to that reality.
Correct. And so something like reforming the DFC, just in terms of just like a very simple, tactical, concrete thing, is one small way that you can get at the partnership model as well as getting at the countering China model.
So I guess it's being more ambitious as the U.S., not only in Latin America.
But there's no reason why the U.S. cannot be the partner of choice for every Latin American country. And right now, for most of them, it is not.
It cannot be either U.S. or China.
With a few exceptions, the U.S. is not the #1 trading partner for most Latin American countries.
Brazil.
And it should be every Latin American with 4 exceptions. And so I think we need to be the partner of choice. And unless we're present, unless the government is present, unless American corporations are present to do the bids, to build the roads, to build the bridges that the Chinese are building, we're not going to get ahead. And that begins with the U.S. saying, we're here and we want to be your partner.
And I didn't even mention the values, if we are aligning in values, but let me just give the opportunity. I'm going to have those 2 questions and then let you, give you the floor.
10-second answer.
Yes? Who raised their hand? If not, I can go on.
No, there we go.
Can it be a question, not a comment, please? Because we're really running out of time. Yeah, I work on TV, you can tell.
Hi, my name is Sonia Schott.
Hello.
I'm with Schott International Consulting. I would like to know what will be for you the Achilles heel on the U.S.-Latin American relations. It is immigration, it is investment, economics, politics. What will be the issue for you both? Thank you.
Anyone else? Okay.
I think it's taking the region for granted and thinking as policymakers that because we have a geographic advantage, a cultural advantage to the Chinese, Latin Americans are going to go with us as what I mentioned, the partner of choice. And that ain't going to happen just because, right? If the Chinese are providing immediate benefits, as bad as they might be in the long term, and I think they will be awful in the long term, the job of a Latin American leader is to provide for his or her people. And so if we as policymakers take for granted that we need to say we're here, we're present, and we need to be that partner of choice because we're offering something to you that is valuable to you and we want a true partnership, if we take that for granted, they're going to eat our lunch, as they're doing right now.
Karen.
I would just say, 3 seconds left. No, I would just say that I agree with Carlos, and I think there's sort of 2 that I would say. One is if we start putting what I would consider like American progressive values as at the center of our engagement with some of these nations, as opposed to understanding what they need and what their people need, I think that's a huge risk, particularly on the Democratic side. On the Republican side, I think there's a risk of having immigration completely overwhelm all of the rest of our foreign policy. Our immigration policy and our Latin America policy should both be working towards the same general purposes. The more democratic and prosperous the region is, the less likely we are to see illegal immigration. And I think there is a risk of doing things like offering incentives to dictators to take back illegal immigrants, for example, on one side, or on the other side, allowing citizens of foreign nations to regularly violate American sovereignty without consequence, because we don't want to antagonize that country. So we need to be very mindful of how immigration policy on the domestic side and our foreign policy towards Latin America are integrated.
Feels like you're giving examples from the current reality. I don't know if I'm right.
I'm just coming up with things that are, as they pop into my head.
Well, we're over time, so thank you so much for your time and for your ideas, and thank you.
Thank you.
You guys.
Let's go.
Thank you, Gabriela, Kerry, and Carlos, for this fascinating conversation. The next panel taking place is titled Combating Gender-Based Violence. For this session, I am pleased to introduce the moderator, Michael Stott. He is the Latin American editor of the Financial Times based in London. Stott reported from Latin America between 1990 and 1998. He lived in Brazil, Colombia, and Mexico. Formerly Moscow bureau chief and editor in Europe, Middle East, and Africa at Reuters, he joined the Financial Times in 2014. He graduated from Cambridge University with a master's in modern language and speaks fluent Spanish, Portuguese, French, German, and Russian. Please welcome Michael Stott and the session panelists to this stage.
Thank you very much. I'd like to call in my panelists. So first we have Margaret May Macaulay, former president of the Inter-American Commission on Human Rights and a commissioner of the IAHCR now. Margaret, welcome. Great to sit here. Thank you. Next, we've got Alejandra Mora Mora from Costa Rica, who's executive secretary of the Inter-American Commission of Women in the OAS. Welcome. Please do take a seat. Thank you. Marie-Noëlle Baeza, the Regional Director for the Americas and Caribbean at UN Women. Welcome. Thank you. So sit down. And lastly, Eduardo Vergara, who is the Undersecretary at the Interior Ministry in Chile. Please do come and sit down. Thank you. Thanks. So, violence against women, gender-based violence. It's a painful subject. It's a difficult subject. It's a subject that shows in some ways the best and the worst of Latin America. Why do I say that? And the Caribbean. Very important. Apologies. Why do I say that? Well, because in 1994, many of you will know, the Belém do Pará Declaration was a pioneering piece of work under the auspices of the OAS that we will talk about a little bit more in the session, but was a landmark piece of work in terms of codifying crimes against women, violence against women, and action that could be taken to be more effective in policing it. So that, if you like, could represent the best of the region. The worst of the region, why do I say? Well, because the levels of violence are so high, and we heard earlier this morning about how violent crime in Latin America is a huge problem across the board, so it's perhaps not surprising that gender-based violent crime is also a huge problem, and femicides. And the levels of femicide have been stubbornly high. There's those shocking statistics that 1 in 3 women has been the victim of a violent crime, either from their partner or from a stranger. And of course, that makes one reflect that probably, given the numbers here, there are women in this room who have been victims of such a crime, and maybe even men who have perpetrated them, if we're honest about it. So that's cause for thought too, isn't it? This is something very personal too. This isn't an abstract subject we're discussing that's just for experts. This is something that touches all of us in our lives as parents and as citizens. So I think that's probably enough by me for way of introduction. I was going to come first of all to Marie-Noëlle for a little bit of a sort of sense of the general perspective here, and also how that Belém Convention, that landmark piece of work, how effective that's been in practice.
Well, thank you very much for the dialogue, the CAF and the OAS, to invite us to this amazing event. Thank you so much. For us in the UN, gender-based violence is the most extreme expression of human rights violation, and is the most extreme expression of a system that we need to leave behind, the patriarchalism. But it's also, it perpetrates this discrimination into home, into public spaces, everywhere. So this is the premise that we have to address. And if we talk about 4,000 women being killed every year, just for the sake of being women, we are talking about feminicides. We're talking almost a war. Every year it happens. 11 women a day in Mexico, 9 women a day in Brazil. So we are talking a serious issue of public policy, and a serious issue of public policy that doesn't have the political attention that requires and doesn't have the budget that requires to attend. So those are the two issues that we need: political stability, political attention, and budget. 6 to 8 out of every 10 women have been victims of violence in our region. And it's gender-based violence, but it's also the technology-based violence that is really rampant in Latin America, together with the panel that was before the lunch, the organized crime. We see those two types of violence growing very, very rapidly. And also violence against women that decided to be in politics, because politics is about power. And of course, when women enter into that space, you know, men don't like that. But it's about sharing power. That's what equality is. So for us, it's important also to mention that only 6% of feminicides have been before, registered, saying, well, I have a problem with my partner. I want to come and say, listen, let's have some measure to protect me. Only 6%. It means that the majority of women do not go to the public sector, to the justice system, to denounce that they are victims of violence. So that is a reality that we have to change.
Has that proportion changed at all?
No.
Is that of interest?
No,
It stayed the same.
Unfortunately, it stayed the same. It's pretty stagnant. There are some countries that have made some improvement, like in the Caribbean.
Yep.
But unfortunately, it's a number that is there. Maybe a little bit in Uruguay and Argentina that have been reduced, but at the same time, when we see the feminization of poverty in Latin America, the violence is growing.
Okay, well, thank you very much for those opening remarks, Marie-Noelle. I'd like to turn to Margaret now. And Margaret, of course, is a great legal expert, and the Caribbean has passed some legislation in this area, which I think Margaret's going to talk to us about a little bit, including how men reacted to that legislation.
Yes, I'm not going to go to the background that you've dealt with, but in the 70s, the women's movement in Jamaica and the Caribbean, I'm from Jamaica, so I'll focus specifically quite often on Jamaica, but it's the same, because CARICOM listened to the voice of the women's movement, because the criminal law failed in rendering women to come to the law, to use the law. And they would go to court and beg for their partners who had abused them and almost killed them. So they passed various kinds of legislation which were gender neutral and protective, and not to punish the violators, but to try and change the actions of the violators. And one of the most important pieces that gave access was the creation of the family court system. And these were done, as I said, on model legislation from the CARICOM Secretariat. And that court was innovative. It dealt with everything, and its processes were completely free. And initially, it was said to give access to women. Then it was decided that when the Domestic Violence Act was passed, to make the legislation gender neutral. And this was not very popular at first with men, because they felt that the women were always going to complain about being beaten and being this and that. But when they realized that they would be treated in the same way and be able to obtain the same orders as women could, it became more popular. And about 2 years after it came into effect, the Domestic Violence Act, men started applying for protective orders, which are injunctive, like protection orders, occupation orders when the perpetrator is put out of the house. And in some instances, it's the woman who's the perpetrator who had to be put out of the house. So they felt more comfortable in dealing with that. There are several others. The Child Care and Protection Act also covers every child who is abused, and every adult in Jamaica is given a legal obligation to report cases of abuse to the court, wherever it springs from. And of course, there's the Family Property Rights of Spouses Act, which gives even access when there's a breakdown in a relationship for man and woman to apply for the division of property, whereas before, the man walked off with most of the property or put the wife of 60 years out of home onto the street. So and the Maintenance Act is equal responsibility of mother and father to maintain their children, unless there is clear evidence that one is financially able, whereas the other is not. And then the court goes into these situations. Those were gender neutral. And then there's the Sexual Offences Act, which is also gives a responsibility to the perpetrators, be they man or woman.
Thank you. Yes. Thanks very much, Margaret. I'm going to turn to Eduardo now to ask about the experience in Chile under the Boric government, because we're keen, I think, all of us, to make this a session where we talk about some positive solutions and things that work, rather than going over again and again the statistics about how bad it is. Yeah. We know it's terrible, but we want to talk about how we make it better. So, under the Boric government, Eduardo, I understand that some of the figures in terms of sexual abuse and rape have got a little better. So I thought you could perhaps talk to us a little bit about what actions the government has taken which have led to those more positive outcomes.
Well, thank you, first of all. I would say that there are three elements that have been key components or in getting results regarding not only specifically about these types of crimes, but crimes in general, while at the same time we've seen an increase in homicides overall, particularly between 2021 and 2022. But I will say that the three key components are better data, better programs, and better response. And if we look at the first one regarding data, last year we duplicated the amount of households that we surveyed on a national security survey. It became, you know, in Chile we have an obsession with data, we pay attention to data, and our national survey became the second largest security survey in Latin America behind Mexico. So the amount of data we have helps a lot. We also have a national survey on violence against women that specifically gives a lot of information regarding that. And thirdly, we decided to categorize crime by harm. We had one category before where even violence within the household was not part of the priorities. So having better data also has an impact on operations, on response. So the second level behind data is better programs. Working with victims, we've increased our programs to work with victims. We've increased our community-based programs. Actually, a few days ago, we signed with organizations from Chicago, Cure Violence and Crime Interrupters, and we met with the city, and we're implementing a lot of programs that are working to interrupt violence at the community level. Understanding that communities are different, understanding that response needs to be different, but understanding also that society is changing. I mean, the amount of, if we look at data regarding victims and in terms of homicides particularly, we also seen an increase of foreign victims. I mean, there are new actors that are playing new roles. So these programs have been increasing. We evaluated programs that they've been working in the past government, and we decided to continue those, but we decided to create new ones. And lastly, the third element, it has to be with response. We're going through a process of police reform in Chile. Gender-based policies and actions have become a key component of that process. We've also been working with municipal corps. We have preventive corps. We don't have municipal police. We have a unified national police, so we've been working with them, training them, designing ways of approaching how to, with the new way we've categorized crime, police operations can set clear goals. If we don't have violence against women or gender-based violence or violence within the household as one of the priorities in terms of the list of crimes that a police officer needs to see before acting, it was very hard for them to make decisions. So I would say that response also has a lot to do with making sure that this, not only as a debate, but as a priority, is present on day-to-day discussions for police deployment. So I would say those three elements could speak a little bit about how institutions are better prepared to respond, but also to adapt.
Thank you, Eduardo. Thanks very much. Y ahora quiero pasar a Alejandra, que mencioné al inicio la Convención de Belém, el primer tratado internacional con fuerza legal que criminaliza toda forma de violencia contra las mujeres, endosado creo que por 32 de los 34 miembros de la OEA. Cuéntenos un poco el efecto práctico que ha tenido esa convención en cambiar la realidad de la violencia sexual en América Latina y el Caribe.
Sí, bueno, muchas gracias. Un agradecimiento a que estemos en este panel, que lo que tiene por objetivo es poner el foco en la mitad de la población y además de poner a dialogar la violencia multidimensional con los determinantes que pasan en la vida de las mujeres para entender los impactos profundos que tiene en la vida de las mujeres. Así es que antes de hacer una oda de Belén do Pará, porque realmente es el instrumento que le ha cambiado la vida a la región y la arquitectura de la región, solo quisiera señalar que cuando hablamos, por ejemplo, del tema de tráfico de armas, imaginemos lo que significan esas armas pequeñas cuando llegan a la casa de las mujeres y lo que significa la vida cotidiana de una mujer con alguien que está permanentemente mostrándole un arma que ha sido producto del tráfico, o lo que significa la movilidad que hablábamos ahora, de que están pasando tantas personas en esta migración, lo que significa en cada lugar ser víctima de violencia sexual, porque con los cuerpos de las mujeres se pagan muchas de las cosas, se cobran de una forma inhumana, y no solamente las personas que van en el tránsito, sino también funcionarios públicos. Es decir, así podría en cada uno de los temas profundizar en los impactos diferenciados. Por eso dialogar estos dos temas es muy importante. Bien decías que lo ratificaron, es la convención con mayor cantidad de ratificaciones. Desde la perspectiva de la CIM y del MESECBI, este instrumento es una historia de éxito. Es una historia de éxito en primer lugar por la forma como fue construida. No fue construida en un lugar sentadas imaginándolo, sino que fue construida desde las voces de las mujeres, y eso hizo una convención feminista, y hay que hacer una oda a esa visión de las mujeres en relación con lo que les sucedía. Y lo primero que hizo la convención fue declarar que era un derecho humano la posibilidad de vivir libres de violencia. Y esto que parece fácil, en aquel momento, en aquellos 30 años, cuando estábamos trabajando con las mujeres, lo que sucedía es que nos planteaban que este no era un tema del Estado, que el tema de lo que pasaba en el mundo de lo privado era un asunto que se tenía que resolver. Resolver esa dicotomía entre lo público y lo privado y decir que lo que pasa en el mundo de lo privado también importa y que la vida de las mujeres importa, y declarar la vida libre de violencia un derecho fue importantísimo. Lo otro que se hizo fue visibilizarlo. A quienes atendíamos mujeres desde aquel entonces, las mujeres describían situaciones que no sabían si era violencia o no, porque no se hablaba de eso. De manera que Belén do Pará puso un antes y un después en la historia, visibilizó lo que pasaba, le dio un nombre, pero también empezó a generar política pública que vino a transformar toda la región. El Poder Judicial se transformó de forma inmediata. Los juzgados especializados empezaron a juzgar con perspectiva de género, entendiendo lo que pasaba, por qué se ponía una denuncia y por qué al día siguiente se quitaba, y que parecía que era algo irregular y tenía que ver con un ciclo de violencia. Pero hoy día también Belén do Pará tiene un impacto enorme. Han pasado 30 años. Y resulta que la formulación de lo que entendemos por violencia le alcanza para poder entender las nuevas formas de violencia que están sucediendo. La violencia digital, la violencia política, la violencia en el espacio público, todas esas formas de violencia que no son más que la misma forma de relación de poder y ejercicio de poder, pero con otra vestimenta, que hace que Belén do Pará pueda seguir siendo el instrumento que puede resolver estas situaciones. Falta mucho que hacer.
Claro.
El mecanismo de seguimiento también nos permite tener un monitoreo, porque la letra de las leyes, si no, no funciona, si no hay un monitoreo. Y de fondo me interesa plantear que como OEA, señalar que las convenciones funcionan, que lo que sucede aquí, que cuando se colocan instrumentos jurídicos capaces de hacer regulación,
Eso creo que es un mensaje
funciona.
importantísimo,
Y además funciona y cambia la vida y la prevención de las personas. Tenemos 6 horas aquí. En esas 6 horas que tenemos aquí han muerto 3 mujeres en la región. Pero hay muchas vidas que se han salvado por la prevención y por los instrumentos que se han generado y por las obligaciones que se ha generado desde Belén do Pará.
Muchísimas gracias, Alejandra. Un mensaje muy importante, sobre todo en un momento de tanta fragmentación, de tanta fractura política, ¿no?, en la región. Marie-Noëlle, quería volver a ti, and switch back to English perhaps. You mentioned in your opening remarks organized crime, which has been the subject of some of the panels earlier today, and I think we've all agreed that this is an enormous problem, a growing problem, a major threat in the region, but it also has implications for violence against women, doesn't it? I wonder if you could talk a bit more about that.
Yes, of course. We believe that the impact of organized crime in women and girls is alarming. And it's alarming in 3 ways. The first, the use of women as target because they are not willing to be submissive in the organized crime supply chain, if you want. Or the violence against women when they are submissive and they enter into the organized crime machinery, but then they are disregarded in a violent manner. And then when they're used as mules, because when you think about the petty crime that women are in prison, is because of being used as mules of drugs. So it affects all of this. But the involvement of organized crime in the violence against women, it's in their bodies, it's in their lack of freedom, the disappearance of women, the feminicides that are increasing related to organized crime. In Ecuador, we are alarmed to see how the organized is committing more feminicides on a daily basis. So we need to see it very, very closely. But also, we need to see how we create more networks. We have a very important network, which is the Prosecutor of Sexual Violence Network. We started with 10, and now I think it's 3,000 prosecutors that are exchanging their way of how to preserve the evidence, how to do the due process, etc. So we need that. We need integration. I think the thread or the silver line of all the speakers has been how to integrate, how to work more closely. And with violence against women, it happens. And I think that the civil society organizations are the weakest link. Don't forget that Latin America is the region where the defenders of human rights and the defenders of environment that are women are completely alone. They are killed in massive way. Last year it was 97 of human rights defenders, and they don't have protection from everywhere. So we need to support the human rights-based organizations more and more, and particularly against organized crime. And I think this is something that is not talking out. I think violence against women and organized crime is not related yet. We need to start relating, because the patriarchalism and the brutality of the killing of women is terrible. And maybe none of this is known because they just disappear. And we have to stop this.
Thank you. And a sort of related trend, something we've discussed, is also, Margaret, is the increasingly intense violence, increasingly brutal forms of violence used, no? Which is a newer trend, perhaps related to the increased involvement of organized crime, perhaps related to technology, perhaps you could enlighten us a little bit on that.
And perhaps because of the change in time, because there's one thing I just must add to what they said, is that there are a larger number of cases now of women who are actively involved in violent crime with organized gangs. They are common partners, equal partners, and it's growing. It's certainly growing in our countries, and we do not talk about it enough, because there's a reason why they go, because they're mostly from the poor areas who go and join the gangs in order to also benefit as they see the gang male members benefiting. And I think we have to really focus on it. But of course, I have been working on violence against women for over about here in this part of the world for about 50 years. I look younger than I am. And really, the women's movement has done enormous work. We all know that. But yet, each year, the statistics show things are getting worse. And as you mentioned, the crimes against women, the violent crimes against women, are getting more and more brutal. We have victims of violence whose bodies are found in pieces. Yeah. We have husbands who contract for their wives to be treated in this way. And we also have wives who contract for their husbands to be killed as well. And children, I mean, that really burns my heart. And sometimes I become speechless. And for me to be speechless is difficult. And they are captured, they are kidnapped, lots of times by taxi drivers, because the public transportation system in lots of our countries is not very good. And so taxis are used a lot. And young women, medium-aged women, older women, young girls are captured by these taxi drivers, and they're disappeared for a while, sexually abused, and then they find their bodies discarded somewhere, and sometimes with their heads cut off and their hands cut off in order to make identification difficult. They forget about DNA now. And the police have been doing great work in the last few years to solve these crimes. And so lots of it is coming to light, whereas they would have been kept hidden because lots of governments don't want to frighten the public too much. But yet we need to know in order to take precautions ourselves and to speak with others and try to share information as to what to do. And ideas are given about how to secure ourselves in using taxis, but lots of us women also are very stubborn, don't do it. Because you could just take a photograph and let the driver see you take the photograph of his car and himself and send it, openly send it, and talk to your friend and say, did you get the taxi driver's face and number? And that has saved a number of people. And really, we ought to do that far more often. And also, making reports. That's why the family court was established, because women were reluctant to make reports to the criminal courts because of the sentences that would be passed against their partners. But the family court, their hearings are in camera. So nothing about the trials there, the hearings there, can be published. If they're published, you commit an offense and you face a very heavy fine or fine and imprisonment. So in that way, people feel secure to go to the courts to ask for protective orders. And the court has wide powers to make protective orders. That you cannot approach your wife, your partner, your visiting friend within 2 miles or 5 miles at any time and for any reason. And also put the perpetrator out of the home. And yet order the perpetrator to continue to maintain his part of the contribution, the maintenance of the children, and maybe of the victim, his main victim. Because one of the things we recognize in Jamaica and the Caribbean, the CARICOM laws, is that the children within the home, even if the wife is being attacked in the bedroom, are also victims of that violence, because they know what's going on, and it affects them psychologically and otherwise. So the family court, the domestic violence court act are innovative in the sense that they are more protective to try to save families which can be saved. They have counseling facilities in the court for the two adults, they have for the children, they have schools within the family court process, they have drug treatment groups for young persons, and they have a children's room because lots of mothers have to take their children to court, which is very user-friendly, and it is social, it is juridical, but yet the whole underpinning idea is to protect when we can. And then they can order counseling for the parties to go to. And if they do not go, they can be brought back to the court to explain why, and then the court will think of other avenues to take.
Thank you, Margaret. That's great explanation of that pioneering system, and perhaps one that's worth
I should
copying
add,
as well.
but these brutal perpetrators do not go to the family courts. Right. They still go to the criminal courts.
Okay, well, Eduardo, I mean, following up on the theme of organized crime, we know that sadly organized crime has reached Chile, and we were talking a bit earlier, Chile is a country that's historically had very low rates of violent crime, but actually now Chileans have become much more fearful, haven't they? I think you have some numbers on that. Tell us a little bit about that, because that's another form of oppression, isn't it? The rise of fear.
Yeah, well, my Spanish is a little faster than my English, so I'm going to
Como quieras,
answer in
como
Spanish.
quieras, adelante.
So bear with me, because I only have a few minutes. I want to give you a lot of information. En términos generales, Chile ha evidenciado y enfrentado un aumento muy significativo en los homicidios entre el año 2021 y el año 2022. Un incremento del 60%, que es tal vez a la fecha, desde que tenemos registro de los homicidios, el aumento más grande que hemos tenido. Pero este aumento también tiene una serie de subinformación que creo que es tremendamente relevante. Primero es que efectivamente la participación de mujeres como víctimas, pero también como victimarias, ha aumentado. La población extranjera como victimarias y víctimas también ha aumentado. Pero a diferencia de el caso de víctima y victimario hombre, en el caso de las mujeres estamos hablando que un porcentaje mayor y muy significativo sigue siendo homicidios por causas interpersonales, sea violencia intrafamiliar o no violencia intrafamiliar, y eso es aproximadamente el 45%. Por crimen organizado, del total no llega al 10%. Entonces la naturaleza del homicidio, particularmente sea como víctima o victimaria, en la mujer tiene una naturaleza muy distinta. El año 2022 creamos en Chile el Centro Nacional para la Prevención de Homicidios, porque Chile no tenía una cifra única de homicidios. Es algo que también logramos, información unificada entre distintas instituciones, que nos ha permitido, por sobre todo, actuar. Pero al mismo tiempo, a pesar de que hemos visto un incremento particularmente en los delitos más violentos y los homicidios del año 2016 a la fecha, no sé si podríamos hablar de las tasas, el índice o los niveles de miedo se mantienen en Chile tremendamente altos. Chile, por mucho tiempo, y eso lo muestran distintas herramientas de encuestas nacionales o internacionales, es uno de los países que ha mantenido las brechas más altas entre la criminalidad, o sea, datos criminales, no solamente homicidios, y la sensación de temor, que es de las más altas. Pero si a eso además nosotros miramos a qué es lo que teme la mujer versus el hombre, para tener una idea respecto a los temores, más allá de la victimización, hay cifras que son realmente interesantes, que algunas solo les quiero leer para que tengan alguna idea. El 71%, esto a pesar de que dimos cuenta de reducciones criminales significativas en muchos delitos, el 71% de las mujeres evitó caminar por ciertos lugares, por seguridad, por miedo a ser víctima de un delito, versus el 56% de los hombres. El 67% mujeres evitó salir de noche por ser víctima de un delito versus el 50% de los hombres. El 54% de las mujeres evitó caminar sola versus el 30% de los hombres por miedo a ser víctima de un delito. El 25% de las mujeres evitó usar un autobús de transporte público versus el 16% de los hombres. Entonces, uno de los principales errores que hemos cometido en América Latina por mucho tiempo, no estoy hablando solo de Chile, estoy hablando de América Latina, es subestimar la sensación de temor y tratarla como algo subjetivo, sobre lo cual buscamos culpables y no nos hacemos cargo. El problema es que ese error ha llevado a que nos enfoquemos en reducir la criminalidad, pero no necesariamente a reducir la sensación de temor. ¿Y por qué es importante? Porque cuando una persona toma una decisión de dejar de hacer algo, sea una mujer o un hombre, sea un niño o una niña, un abuelo o una abuela, quien sea, cuando deja de usar el transporte público porque tiene miedo, y claramente en una proporción mayor mujeres, cuando evita caminar en la calle, ir a un parque, o porque tiene angustia o miedo porque su nieto viene caminando del colegio a la casa, el Estado falla. Entonces, si no logramos entender y darle el mismo tratamiento de importancia y dejar de categorizar la sensación de temor como algo meramente subjetivo, de lo cual hay que buscar culpables, independiente que cuando uno pregunta por qué las personas creen que la situación del país de inseguridad está mejor o peor, normalmente a nivel país es por la televisión y los medios de comunicación. ¿Significa eso que lo que hay que culpar es los medios de comunicación? No. Pero creo que ese es un elemento central que tenemos que entender, particularmente cuando abordamos violencia de género en particular, pero también cuando hacemos intentos por desagregar las cifras criminales para tomar acción en políticas públicas. Eso decanta, además, en la confianza en las instituciones, la confianza hacia las policías, la confianza hacia la labor de los poderes judiciales, y sigo hablando en una realidad regional donde esa subestimación creo que nos ha llevado a no darle la importancia necesaria a la criminalidad misma versus también con la misma importancia la sensación de temor.
Gracias, Eduardo. Creo que María Noel quería agregar algo.
Sí, solamente para agregar a lo que vos decís, la prevención. Y la prevención es fundamental. Y es poco lo que hacemos para la prevención. Y poco juntamos la prevención con la educación, que es tan importante. Y también trabajar masculinidades. Vimos en Córdoba, en Argentina, el sexo de hombres, que ha sido impresionante. Como medida cautelar utilizaban los jueces que los hombres vayan a ese centro para entender de dónde viene la violencia, el continuum de violencia. Vienen el 99% de hogares violentos, entonces ¿cómo romper esa violencia? O sea, la prevención, trabajar con hombres, trabajar nuevas masculinidades, puede ayudar a reducir la violencia.
Gracias, y preciso. Y quiero dejarle un espacio a Alejandro, que no ha tenido oportunidad de hablar. Pero Alejandra, tú estabas hablando sobre violencia contra la mujer dentro de las relaciones de poder. Y se me ocurre, preciso, Argentina, tuvimos un caso muy destacado hace poco, ¿no? Chocante, de lo que salió, las acusaciones contra el expresidente Fernández, ¿no? Hechas por parte de su pareja, Fabiola Yáñez. Quería más que todo invitarle a usar eso como punto de reflexión sobre la distancia a recorrer, porque si eso puede ocurrir en Argentina, un país avanzado, creo que todos podemos concordar en esa temática de derechos humanos, en educación, derechos de la mujer, si eso puede ocurrir en Argentina, o sea, ¿cuánta distancia hay todavía por recorrer? ¿No?
Bueno, es que la violencia no tiene edad, no tiene clase social y sí está presente en todos los espacios. Y por eso es tan importante tener las herramientas para poder identificarla. Y que es uno, porque lo que sucede con la violencia es que de algún modo se naturaliza, es parte de la foto y como que ahí está y va a estar siempre. La gran transformación cultural es decir que esto no está bien y que no hay tolerancia posible y que lo vamos a transformar. Y ahora hablando un poco, relacionando esto con lo que decía el ministro de Chile sobre las percepciones, es que no hay nada más real que la percepción, porque las decisiones que se toman son reales y eso lo convierte y lo materializa. Y esto quiero compartirles lo que está pasando con las mujeres políticas. Las mujeres políticas que todos los días toman decisiones y que son interpeladas por eso, y sobre todo cuando están en la plataforma digital. Imagínense una mujer política que tenga que apagar su voz digital, desaparece de la posibilidad de estar presente. Y es lo que están haciendo las mujeres políticas, desapareciendo del mundo de lo digital para autoprotegerse de un espacio que le es tan adverso y que tiene tantas implicaciones. De manera que digo esto para decir que las percepciones valen, que hay que entender la desnaturalización que hay que hacer, que hay que responsabilizar al actor principal del Estado, porque estamos hablando de derechos, pero también hay que traer a la responsabilidad a las personas. Hemos venido hablando todo el día sobre inclusión, sobre que las personas importan. Una víctima de violencia importa. Eso no es un asunto privado, es un asunto del derecho a la vida. Importa entonces organizar las comunidades en torno a esto y sobre todo importa también eliminar la impunidad que ha caracterizado a la violencia, porque esto deslegitima el sistema y después nos preguntamos por qué las mujeres no fueron a denunciar. Porque perdieron la credibilidad en el sistema. Un sistema legítimo es aquel que responde a las necesidades. Y Belén Pará, cierro con esto, nos da la debida diligencia, nos habla de prevención, que es el gran cambio cultural con el que tenemos que apostar. Nos habla de investigación, investigar la muerte de una mujer o la violencia contra la mujer es distinto a investigar un robo de una máquina o de una cosa. Tiene que ver con otros instrumentos para poder hacerlo. Por supuesto que hay que sancionar, porque si no sigue deslegitimándose el sistema y tienen que haber sanciones que sean paradigmáticas y que sean disuasoras en algo que en la lógica del sistema judicial. Y finalmente hay que reparar, y esta sí es una gran deuda de los estados, reparar la violencia, reparar a las víctimas. ¿Cuántos huérfanos tiene nuestra región producto de que mataron a su madre enfrente de ellos? De manera que hay todos estos retos y por supuesto de mejorarse también los tiempos, porque los tiempos importan y resulta que a veces se dilata mucho en el tiempo.
Gracias, Alejandra. Y creo que tenemos espacio para unas preguntas. Si hay gente aquí en el público que quiere levantar la mano, aquí hay una señora con una pregunta. Creo que se acerca el micrófono y hay otro aquí. Sí, dos. Gracias.
Bueno, enhorabuena por el panel, por los expositores, enhorabuena al diálogo, a la CAF y a la OEA por la celebración de esta conferencia y la oportunidad de estar aquí. Soy Carmen Montón, embajadora de España ante la OEA en mi carácter de país observador. A lo largo de toda la mañana hemos hablado muchas veces de grupos vulnerables y ahí se nombraba a las mujeres junto con otros grupos. Las mujeres somos la mitad de la población, no tan solo que nadie nos reduzca a un grupo. Y ahora se hablaba de que las mujeres tienen miedo, pero yo creo que hay una pregunta implícita que quizá todas nosotras, al menos en nuestro foro interno, sabemos contestar, que es ¿de quién tenemos miedo? Gracias.
Gracias. Y la otra pregunta, por favor, si le podemos acercar el micrófono, tomamos los dos, porque creo que no hay tiempo para más, pero sí, la segunda pregunta, por favor.
Ivonne Lozada, vicepresidenta del Colegio de Abogados y Abogadas de Puerto Rico. Un placer estar aquí con todos y todas. No conozco las estadísticas en términos de armas en otros países, le doy la nuestra. En el 2020 en Puerto Rico se enmendó la ley de armas para hacer más accesible a la gente la posesión de un arma de fuego. Una de las consecuencias de eso es que anterior al 2020, 33% de los feminicidios íntimos eran cometidos con armas de fuego. Eso subió a un 77%. Luego de esa enmienda de ley de armas. Para que tengan claro, antes, en el 2020, solo 1.200 solicitudes de ley de armas habían. Subieron a 182.000 solicitudes, de 1.200 a 182.000. Y el 76% de esos feminicidios cometidos con armas de fuego son con armas legales. Así que en nuestro caso no hemos podido desligar la discusión de la violencia de género, los feminicidios, con el problema de la regulación de armas de fuego. No sé cuál es la realidad en otros países, particularmente en América Latina, pero me gustaría saber.
Gracias. Sí.
Bueno, yo creo que tenemos miedo al patriarcado, al sistema que existe, que nos discrimina, que todavía está en la sociedad en todos los aspectos. Por eso es un tema de poder la igualdad y por eso es tan difícil llegar a ello. Pero yo creo que el miedo está tan metido en nosotros que nosotros se los metemos a nuestras hijas también. Porque, bueno, yo soy uruguaya y la verdad que ando en colectivos desde que tengo 11 años, nunca tuve miedo. Pero cuando llegué a otros países me metieron ese miedo, que yo no tenía, porque crecí en una sociedad que era libre. Pero yo a mi hija le metí el miedo también. Entonces es algo que se transmite de generación. Por eso tenemos que romperlo. Y tenemos que romperlo confrontándolo y diciendo, esto es discriminatorio, esto no puede ser. No puede ser que una mujer cobre 25% menos a igualdad de trabajo. No puede ser que una mujer 30% menos acceda a un crédito porque es mujer. No puede ser que no haya paridad en la política. Todavía 15% de los alcaldes de la región son mujeres. 70% de los parlamentos está integrado por hombres. Tenemos 2 mujeres presidentas electas, en México y en Honduras. Y en el Caribe tenemos a Barbados. O sea, todavía la foto es muy masculina. Entonces, hasta que no rompamos eso, hasta que no generemos modelos roles, hasta que no estemos en la mesa tomando decisiones, bueno, entonces vamos a seguir teniendo miedo y eso tenemos que romperlo. Es nuestra responsabilidad romper.
Muchas gracias.
Sí, muy bien.
Gracias.
Algo.
Then Alejandro.
Sí.
Just
I just
briefly,
want,
'cause we're over.
I always speak briefly.
I know.
Unlike my Latin sisters. I just want to wind up saying, women in some countries are afraid of the police. They're afraid of men generally around them in their own communities and in other communities. And in addition to that, they are afraid of who will take care of them if anything happens to them and their children. So this is one of the reluctance about going to the law. But states cannot, and especially small island states, cannot afford the cost of gender-based violence or domestic violence or any kind of violence.
This is crucial.
We really
It's a
cannot
huge
afford
cost.
it. It's a
3%
huge
of
cost.
GDP.
The Jamaican about two years ago was over a billion US
Yes.
for 1 year. This is ridiculous. It's impossible for us. So therefore, I suggest that states have to make sure that they work consistently with all partners within the state, including, as the law says in the CARICOM countries, all adults who should have responsibility. And to make the public know how much it is costing their country, the gender-based violence. So instead of monies being used for development and social processes, because the public doesn't know. And the governments don't talk about it, the cost nationally. They have to bring it. And police must be trained every year of their service, not just once when they go into the force, how to deal with violence, violence and the victims of violence. They don't know. And when you train them once, they've forgotten. And they go back to their customary attitudes. So they must be trained every single year to effectively deal with it. And then encourage people. In fact, they're supposed to, in the laws of CARICOM, help people to go to the family court with these things.
Thank you, Mother.
Thank you. I must thank Rosie. It was good to hear your voice, Rosie, as usual, interpreting. And I thank
Alejandra,
CAF.
la última palabra.
Bueno, que nosotros no somos vulnerables y ese concepto hay que quitarlo porque somos vulnerabilizadas por un sistema. El tema de las armas realmente es un tema. El tema de las armas es el instrumento más usado para eliminar la vida de las mujeres y además tiene 12 veces más la capacidad de matar directamente, o sea, la probabilidad de resultar de muerte realmente, o sea, los estudios dicen que este es un tema que tenemos que estudiar. Y finalmente creo que ocupamos más mujeres tomando decisiones para que estos temas estén en el mainstreaming de la toma de decisiones, porque si no las traemos las mujeres y los hombres solidarios que nos acompañan, estos temas parecen ser la periferia cuando son el mainstreaming de la seguridad de la región.
Mil gracias, Alejandro, y gracias a todo el panel, de verdad, han sido estupendos, mil gracias. Un tema importantísimo. Gracias, muchas gracias. Thank you.
Gracias a ti por poder.
Thank you to our wonderful speakers for that participation. And now we've reached our last fireside chat of the day with President Laura Chinchilla and Mr. Chris Dodd. Laura Chinchilla Miranda was elected the first female president of the Republic of Costa Rica on February 7, 2010. Her efforts to promote the rights of women, protect children, and advance environmental sustainability, especially in the protection of the seas, earned her 2 important international awards. I'm talking about the Excellence in National Management of the Ocean, Peter Benchley of 2011, and the Award of the Shark Guardian of the Year in 2013. Mrs. Chinchilla holds an honorary doctorate from the University for Peace of the United Nations, Georgetown, and Kyoto University of Foreign Studies. Also, we have Mr. Christopher John Dodd. Over his 3.5 decades in Congress, Mr. Dodd was an active legislator. He authored or co-authored several landmark laws. These include the Dodd-Frank Wall Street Reform and Consumer Protection Act, also the Affordable Care Act, and the Family and Medical Leave Act, amongst others. Dodd is the current Special Presidential Advisor for the Americas. He served as a United States Senator from Connecticut from 1981 to 2011. Dodd is the longest-serving senator in Connecticut's history. He served in the United States House of Representatives from 1975 to 1981. Please welcome President Chinchilla and Senator Dodd to the stage.
Well, good afternoon. Thank you very much to all of you who are still here in this room. It has been a really fruitful session that we have had today with many important issues. And in this occasion, I first need to say that it is for me a great pleasure, Senator Dodd, to be in this stage with you. Let me express my admiration for your long and fruitful career in the United States Senate, but especially for your commitment with our hemisphere. And precisely our conversation will be focused on one issue in which Senator Dodd has been deeply involved, which is the America's Partnership for Economic Prosperity, and an initiative that, as probably you must know, was launched by the Biden's administration in June 2022, aimed at fostering the economic recovery and growth of the Western Hemisphere. It is important also to remember that after the COVID-19 pandemic, Latin America and the Caribbean needed all the possible support from recovering from the deepest economic contraction, the deepest one in history. A situation that, among other things, left our countries in extremely weak financial and fiscal situation. So the Americas Partnership was presented as a comprehensive response to such challenges, and I would say that it was really timely and necessary when we look at the reports, the most recent reports of the World Bank. The World Bank alerts that, and I quote, the region's central task still remains boosting the lackluster growth rates. The organization forecasts growth rates for 2024 and for the next 2 years very low, the lowest as compared with the rest of the regions. So the assumption behind the launching of the Americas Partnership are as valid as ever, and the work of Senator Stott has been, as I told you, remarkable as a special presidential advisor for the Americas and as a coordinator of the implementation of such initiatives. So I will I would like to give you the floor to start with this conversation, Senator Stott, telling us how the initiative came about and what is the role that you have been playing.
Well, first of all, President Chinchilla, thank you very much for agreeing to participate with me today in this conference, and thank all of you for staying. I presume your planes are a little later in the day, so you're here. You have to listen to us after a long day. I appreciate immensely the President Abinader, who was here earlier. I don't know if it was mentioned in the introduction, but I was a Peace Corps volunteer. I think Thomas Jefferson was president when I was a Peace Corps volunteer, back about 100 years ago in la República Dominicana. Entonces yo tengo un cariño para los dominicanos, la gente del pueblo donde yo estuve trabajando por los 2 años. Entonces voy a seguir en inglés, pero también en español, inglés, como usted quiere.
Algo.
Si no me gusta la pregunta, voy a hablar en inglés. Entonces, but let me just say, first of all, to the OAS, as well as to the Inter-American Dialogue and CAF for having this remarkable day today, beginning obviously with an address by Luis Almarago, the Secretary General, and then of course the speech by President Abinader. It's been a full day for you, and I think you've covered a lot of ground. And I'm delighted to be with President Chinchilla, if I may still call you Madam President in this process, for participating. I often tell her that I'm one of her fan club and have been for a long time as a political figure, a leader in the hemisphere. And it's a great question, how did this all begin? In a sense, you've answered the question. This would not have started at all had a new president of the United States about not even halfway through his only term, we now know, in Congress, gave a speech in Los Angeles at La Cumbre de los Estados Unidos y otros países. And he talked about America's partnership for economic prosperity. Now, a lot of times speeches are given, and there's some follow-up or none. In this case, there was a tremendous amount of follow-up. And let me just digress for a minute on why that happened. I served next to Joe Biden for 30 years in the United States Senate on the Foreign Relations Committee. Joe Biden had a lot of interests. He was involved in arms control issues in Europe, the Balkans, institutions, and did a tremendous job as chairman of the committee. But President Barack Obama asked Vice President Biden to become familiar and get involved in the Americas. He had never had much of a history at all in the region, but he assumed the responsibility that President Obama asked him to assume. Made some 20 different trips to the region. Now, that doesn't automatically make you an expert, but he fell in love with the region, as most do, who don't know the region well. And he came back determined to try and follow the issues and do more about the problems of our own hemisphere. And of course, when he became president, he then fully engaged as a president and chief executive of our country. That's not to say that other people I served with 7 presidents over the years, and all of them have had involvements of one degree or another. But frankly, I've never had an American president that dedicated as much of his time and effort We had bilateral meetings, I think, with around 13 different heads of state over a 6-month period when we were beginning to initiate this effort of America's partnership. And with one head of state after another about the importance of economic development, of private sector growth in the region. If we're truly interested as a hemisphere of doing the quality of life in terms of job creation, of healthcare, of education, of climate change, of immigration, of security, you cannot begin to answer that equation of problems without considering the economic vitality of the region and the importance that people have aspirations that are reachable, that are attainable. People don't walk away from their country of birth and language and culture and family and neighbors and friends unless it is desperate. They feel they have no other alternative but to pack up and walk. Today, around the world, by the way, there are 150 million people as we gather here in this great chamber who are walking today because of pestilence, disease, drought, wars that go on. So we're not unique in that regard. It's going on all over the world. And so we need, at least in our hemisphere, a hemisphere that has so much to offer the world, not just to ourselves, that we have an obligation, in my view, to make sure that we understand the economic element of all of this if we're going to be successful in dealing with these other issues. So, Madam President, I was delighted when the President asked me to be his special advisor. The title was too long. I couldn't even remember the title for a long time. It's much a special advisor at all. But a lot of meetings, a lot of discussions, as I mentioned, a lot of work with heads of state and governments in the region moving forward. And so we began to develop this message. The key and operative word was partnership. Again, it's a word that's been used in the past. You've got to go back to the good neighbor policy or the Alliance for Progress under Jack Kennedy when there was an actual effort to make in this regard. But President Biden was determined to do so. So that's how it began. And when we started talking about it during these bilateral meetings and conversations with leadership, both private sector, public sector people, at the IDB, at the dialogue, at different organizations about how can we make something like this happen. I don't want to go too long on all of this, but we've had remarkable success in the Biden administration, from Secretary Yellen, Tony Blinken, this trade representative, the USTR, as well as Gina Raimondo at Commerce, I get out a long list, have embraced the importance of developing this partnership in the Americas. We even had bipartisan support. Rarely in these days, but we have both the House and the United States Senate, bicameral and bipartisan, Democratic and Republican leaderships in both chambers that have embraced this idea. Not every dotted I, not every crossed T, but the notion of coming together and recognizing the importance of regional integration economically within our Americas, capitalizing on the resources and talents we have as a hemisphere. Our population is 1.5 billion people out of a global population of 8 billion people, a little more than 10% of the world's population, highly urbanized in many ways. 50% of all the forests in the world are located in our Americas. 50% of the fresh water in the world is in our Americas. 33% of the food the world eats every day comes from our Americas. And the list goes on. Rare minerals, important policies on agriculture and so forth that make a huge difference. So we're living in a hemisphere that not only has the answers for its own economic growth and well-being, but also critically important for the world in which we live. So the Americas partnership is a bold idea. And I know we've had them in the past, and they don't always succeed. And I'm aware of the history of that. But I believe this is a chance worth taking, that if we can come together as a hemisphere and work together to build this, and because we have bipartisan support and bicameral support, I know everyone's wondering what will happen on November 5th in this country. And I'm one of them that worries. But I feel fairly confident that almost regardless of the outcome, we've got the kind of leadership in the Congress that I think will continue to embrace this partnership idea moving forward. So that's the genesis of that. I apologize for the length of the answer, but
not at all.
There's every reason why we ought to. If we do nothing, I can tell you absolutely what will happen here. A continuation of what we've seen far too often. There were over 10 free elections in the Americas in this last 2 years. An incredible result that have. And many of us in this room with a little gray hair can remember a time when that would have been a phenomenon, and to have that many free elections in our own hemisphere. Today, that door is open. We have an opportunity with a window being open to go through it and to try something new and come together. If the window closes, and it will and can, if we let it happen, you may wait another generation or more to try and do something like this again. So regardless of people's ideology, regardless of their political persuasions, this ought to be something that all of us can embrace to try and make a difference in our Americas.
Well, wonderful. I think it is very refreshing first to listen such a kind of positive message in a region which is being hit by many kind of problems. We have been talking along the day about our concerns on migration, on organized crime, violence, of course, the most structural problems like poverty, inequality, etc. So it's very refreshing to listen to you, but also very reassuring to know that there is a positive environment here in Washington, something which is very difficult to find those days. And so that means that independently of what can happen during the next election, that window will remain open. Right. So that is something very reassuring. There are usually other issues which in certain way do not facilitate the sustainability of this kind of initiatives. One of them has to do with, not necessarily with the consensus here in Washington, but with the problems we have in Latin America and the Caribbean. Right. Basically, for example, ideology, that is one issue. Most of our regional schemes have failed precisely because the approach is more ideological rather than trying to have concrete impacts on the people. And so ideology is something, and now we are experiencing a quite polarized region. So that is something I and some other people are concerned about. And the second issue is how to mobilize most of the resources coming from different sources to our region. For example, it is impossible not to go back 50 years ago with the Alliance for Progress. Right. The Alliance for Progress was supported at that time by the World Bank, the IDB, and the United States, USAID. Right. And those institutions were key for one of the most successful experiences that we have had in terms of regional cooperation. And in this occasion, we are creating this initiative. We have a more fragmented context with many financial institutions, regional financial development institutions. We have bilateral programs coming from different countries, even Europe. So what kind of efforts are you implementing in terms of coordinating all those different organizations and sources, so most of them can really follow the strategic guidelines that you are going to define as the most important ones at the partnerships?
Well, that's a great question. And a couple of things. I've been asked, why the 12 countries that are part of this to begin with? Who made that decision? Why those 12? There are 32 nations in our hemisphere. 14 of them are the part of CARICOM, the Caribbean nations. The rest, obviously, in South America, Central America, and North, the United States and Canada. The countries represent 90%, the 12, 90% of the GDP of the Americas here. And they represent 2/3 of the population of our hemisphere. But it's not an exclusive list. We had to begin someplace. And by and large, the countries that are part of this have embraced what we're talking about as the values. This is not an organization like a country club where if you pay the dues to get into the club, you're automatically in. This is where people will agree and embrace a certain value system. First of all, you got to want to be a part of it. If you don't want to be a part, there's no reason to joining. And so you have to begin with the simple questions. Secondly, do you embrace democratic values? If you don't do that, then it doesn't make any sense to be a part of something that is anchored in democratic principles. Do you embrace free trade agreements and a free market economy in your country? Here, you understand the importance and the value of that. Do you embrace as well the policies and the commitments of your fellow nations who are part of this coalition of countries? So it's in the process as we talk about going forward, there are a lot of countries that have already expressed a strong interest in being a part of America's partnership. Argentina, Paraguay, Honduras, Guyana. I'm not suggesting you're going to have a consensus. People are going to have to decide whether or not they think someone's ready to be a part of this or not here. But those are the sort of the criteria they're beginning with. In the next few months, we'll be having meetings in Costa Rica with, again, the 12, 14 nations, plus those who've been invited to join the coalition of partnership as a result of that, and start moving forward. And we've already done an awful lot in the process. Let me first of all tip my hat to Ilian Goldfein at the IDB. The IDB voted unanimously. And getting an unanimous vote anywhere today is a miracle in many ways. But they voted unanimously to invest $3 billion in the IDB Invest program. It's private sector dollars that have gone for their fund into that particular fund, which is to encourage private sector growth and investment. And we've spent a lot of time with private sector investments. I spoke at a conference in Southampton that Michael Milken hosted last week on Sunday with people from the region that wanted to know why Latin America ought to be a place, or the Americas, where we can make future investments. I participated in this conference in Los Angeles earlier this year as well. And I'm going down to the Concordia when the UN General Assembly opens up. I'll be speaking with them with Senator Cassidy of Louisiana, who's one of the authors of the America's Act, where we're working together here on one bill that we can have, joined by Michael Bennett of Colorado, Congresswoman Salazar from Florida, along with Adriano Espaillat of the Dominican Republic, New York Congressman. That's your bicameral, bipartisan coalition, working together here to draft something that can make sense. And ongoing, on a regular basis, are conversations with those countries that are already a part of this, so we can build that kind of structure. And obviously, Madam President, you said something that's critically important. First of all, thank you and CAF for the tremendous work that you have done and others have done, recognizing that municipalities, the equation cannot just be heads of state and private sector. It's also got to be local governments that get this. And that's where you begin, in a sense, to understand this. And so, to the credit of the State Department, when we had the meeting in Los Angeles in 2022, we also had in Denver, Colorado, for the first time. I don't know why it hadn't happened over the years. We invited mayors from Canada, from the United States, and throughout Latin America to spend 2 or 3 days in Denver at a conference talking about municipal issues in our hemisphere. How can we deal with security issues, with infrastructure issues that need attending? If you're going to grow that bridge, that road, those buildings, you don't get private investment for anywhere in the world unless people can see the opportunities exist in certain communities and grow with it. So there's a lot of building that's going on, and recognizing we're not going to solve the problems that the municipalities have to engage in, but we can be a great partner in helping that along. I realize there isn't one single bullet that does all of this, but I think economic growth and investment in our region, and if you don't believe me, if you don't think I make any sense, make a call to Beijing. Ask them whether they think there's any interest in Latin America. Call the Russians, call the Iranians. They'll tell you. They have deep interest, and they're not slowing down in any way. I'm not suggesting that ought to be the rationale. I think there's a better rationale for seeing and contributing to the growth and involvement in our hemisphere. But it exists, and we need to get it and understand it quickly. Opportunities will not last forever. That window is open. It will close, I promise you. I've been around long enough to watch it close more often than open. But it's open right now, and we've got to make a determination whether or not it's in our common interest to do something about it and to provide at least a ray of hope and opportunity for people who live in our hemisphere.
Wonderful. Well, thank you. Thank you for introducing the very important topic of the subnational level.
Right.
Because I am also convinced that there are many, many issues that cannot be addressed only at the national level.
Yeah.
And the other level is the regional. When we analyze, for example, all the situations, the challenging situations with climate change, it is almost impossible to pretend to resolve the problem of climate change if you only go nation by nation.
Yeah.
You need to coordinate the policies.
Yeah,
in our region, we have the amazing Amazon.
Right.
And in Amazon, you have, I don't know, I think it's like 9 countries.
Yeah.
And of course, Brazil has probably the 60% of the Amazon. But it is going to be impossible to do something in terms of improving the sustainability of this important region without thinking in regional rather than in national terms.
Right.
And the same happens with organized crime. I don't know if this is an issue that you have singled out as part of the agenda of the Americas Partnership, or if you see the problem as part of this integral approach to economic prosperity. And that will be my last question, because I already see I had forgotten about the...
Just getting started.
Yes, I'm so sorry. But that will be the last question, and your last...
Well, you're so right. Look, I mean, this is such common sense. I don't know what there'd be a debate about it. But all of us recognize, if you were to list, as I said, pick the 5 biggest problems that exist, not only in our hemisphere, but globally. Immigration, obviously, is one, obviously. Climate change is clearly one. Economic opportunity is clearly one. You get down a list here. And if democracy cannot produce for people, people make other choices. We may not like it. We may think they're wrong-headed about it. But that's what happens historically. People make different choices. Unless you can prove that our system of governance can produce the quality of life that people have aspirations for, in a sense. So every one of these problems, as the president points out, require cooperation. You just can't do them. I mean, I appreciate the commitment of a President Petro. When you ask him, what are the 5 most important issues? He starts with climate change in Colombia. If you talk to the new president in Paraguay, who's desperate to be involved, by the way, with the Americas Partnership, and has talked about it. Him talking about what he can do to encourage economic growth in Paraguay as it happens. You go down that list of the heads of state in these governments, this is what they're looking for, a real partnership. And it's not one nation doing it all. Europe ought to be involved. Asia ought to be involved. This is not exclusively a U.S. deal at all. We need to be developing those relationships. So it's critical that people embrace the idea of regional economic integration. If you don't regionalize economic integration and expect nation by nation by nation, all 32, to necessarily develop their own policies in their own way, it doesn't work. It just doesn't work. Any more than in this country, if we did state by state by state on trying to develop the kind of needs we have. It's hard enough as it is in this country here to get cooperation, but you have to work at it every day to make it happen. And so what I'm suggesting here with the partnership doesn't happen automatically because we come up with a plan for it to happen. It happens if people are committed to it or something like it. There's not a pride of authorship here where take my plan or nothing. We need to be working together on how this could work to go forward. And I'm excited that there are members of Congress now showing a great interest in the region and want to make a difference here, and that's important. I don't know if that answers your question, but I so agree with you on that particular point.
And well, we will need to finish here, but if you allow me to say the final words in Spanish, I know, do you understand them? Y yo creo que van a estar ustedes de acuerdo conmigo que no sabremos quizás quién va a ganar aquí las elecciones de Estados Unidos en noviembre, pero así sean los republicanos, así sean los demócratas, necesitamos que el senador Dodd siga haciendo su trabajo. Así que muchas gracias.
Thank you, President Chinchilla and Senator Dodd. Now, in order to prepare for the final session of the day, which includes a very special presentation, I really recommend you do not miss it, we will be taking a 10-minute break before convening once again. A reminder to use our hashtag #DiálogoCAFOEA, and these are our X handles, @AgendaCAF, @TheDialogue, @OEA_oficial. A special thanks to our media partners, NTN 24, El País, UCL, and Latin Finance. We'll see you again here at 4:33.
está sonando.
Welcome back. And we have officially made it to the final panel of the day, titled The Power of Art, a Tool for Security and Social Resilience. This session will be moderated by Tonija Hope Navas. She is the director of the Ralph J. Bunche International Affairs Center at Howard University. She holds a bachelor's in Latin American Studies from Macalester College, a master's degree in tourism administration with a focus on international education from George Washington University, and a PhD from Howard University in higher education leadership. Dr. Hope is active in a variety of initiatives to promote racial equality throughout the African diaspora. She is a member of the U.S. Civil Society Committee for the Joint Action Plan to eliminate racial and ethnic discrimination. She is also chair of the U.S. Civil Society Committee for the U.S.-Colombia Action Plan to promote racial and ethnic equality. Please, with further ado, join me in welcoming Tonija Hope Navas and the panelists to the stage for this session.
Buenas tardes, ¿cómo están?
Buenas.
Okay, hola.
Boa tarde. Good afternoon. Buenas tardes. Boa tarde. My name is Tonija Hope. As was mentioned, it is an honor and a privilege to be here with you all this afternoon. Thank you to all of you who have stayed for what I think will be a very special session, probably unlike most sessions at a CAF conference. So appreciate that. As was mentioned, I'm the director of the Ralph Bunche International Affairs Center at Howard University here in Washington, D.C. And I often like to give just a brief explanation of what Howard University is and the space that it holds, because it's not often understood. So Howard University is a historically black university. It was founded 157 years ago here in Washington, D.C., with the express purpose of educating people of African descent. It is one of 105 remaining historically black colleges and universities, and it is an institution that was created to serve students of African descent, but not exclusively students of African descent. And we have students from all over the world, from different religions, different races, and we are very proud of it. And we are also very proud of one of our graduates who you may have heard of, our Vice President of the United States, Kamala Harris. Just give a little shout. Just, you know, happy for one of our graduates, that's all. So the panel that we are here today to discuss is focused on the power of art as a tool for security and social resilience. And I would like to congratulate CAF for including a panel session that incorporates art into a conference that doesn't typically include conversations about that topic. I would like to encourage CAF, however, in a future conference, to have a panel that focuses on issues facing people of African descent that is not focused exclusively on art and culture, but maybe explores education, health, entrepreneurship, and the like. So I hope to see that in a future conference, and I would be happy to moderate it. So with that, I would like to introduce our panelists. We've agreed to be brief on the introductions because you can access those in the program, because we've got greater things to do while we're up here. But the first panelist is Mauro Castillo. Actor, singer, composer, musical producer, trombone player, etc. You may know him from Disney's Encanto.
Yeah. We don't talk about Bruno. Yeah, let's go.
So we will.
Yeah, in order to
we will start with the first. Okay, so I'm gonna switch to Spanish now because we're gonna speak Spanish.
Okay.
Mauro, tu historia de vida es muy especial. Naciste en el sur de Cali, Colombia. Iniciaste tu carrera musical a temprana edad y hoy tu talento te ha llevado a muchos lugares, incluyendo Hollywood. ¿Cómo defines en tus palabras el poder del arte?
Bueno, yo vengo de Prados del Sur. Prados del Sur es un barrio en la ciudad de Cali, Colombia, hecho por inmigrantes de diferentes lugares del país, incluso del Ecuador, con muy poca ayuda en su momento pues, de la ciudad como para construirse. Mi papá y mi mamá compraron un terreno. Mi papá es un profesor de escuela ya retirado. Entonces, pues él tuvo que parar de estudiar para poder cuidar la tierra. Ni siquiera una construcción, sino la tierra de no ser invadida. Ya estábamos presenciando como esas manifestaciones de violencia, porque para ti poder proteger a tu familia, tener que violentarte de una manera, no sé, es complicado, pero bueno, lo que les quería contar es que la educación no es todo. La educación es la que me tiene aquí, hablándole a ustedes, precisamente. Y es la que permite transformar vidas. No solo una familia, ustedes ya han hablado mucho de eso, lo sé, saben, tienen un montón de indicadores. Yo de niño siempre quise ser astronauta, quise ser baterista. En algún momento quise ser economista, estudié 2 años y medio en la Universidad del Valle, economía. Y después la música me atrapó. Yo soy tenor de ópera de la Universidad del Valle. ¿Y qué quiero decir de mi ciudad, o por lo menos del lugar donde vivo? Las personas que llegaron a mi lugar estaban huyendo de la violencia y luego tuvieron que enfrentarla en una forma distinta. Entonces, yo siento que nadie quiere seguir en ese camino. En algún momento es la única opción por temas laborales, llegar hasta a tomar decisiones equivocadas respecto a la aspiración de tener un sustento económico, digamos. Entonces, pues quería simplemente decir que la educación lo es todo. Para mí es el elemento que hace que nuestras vidas se transformen y que pues podamos transformar también nuestras comunidades y ayudar. Ahora me dedico a eso, a enseñar por medio de diferentes modelos, de modelos nuevos que están más cerca de las comunidades que ahora les hago un ejemplo rápido, pero están más cerca de las comunidades que de la manera tradicional en la que se enseñan las artes. Eso es lo que hago ahora, sí, es como mi camino en el arte. Bueno, aparte de películas y shows y conciertos, pues dedico un poco de tiempo, no todo es dinero, ¿no? A veces un poco de tiempo ayuda y hace una diferencia grande.
¿Y siempre supiste que ese era el camino?
Saber que ese era el camino, no. A veces el tema de la percepción, tú tienes una percepción y sientes como que llegar a algún lugar te va a representar o a complementar algo que anhelas, y cuando llegas no necesariamente era lo que estabas buscando, o estás agradecido con la vida por haber llegado a un título universitario, a una posición, a lo que sea, pero siento que la vida misma nos va mostrando las maneras. Yo tuve la fortuna, pues por mis récords académicos y por lo que tenía de estudiar una carrera como economía, y luego la música me habló, me dijo, no, ven, deja Smith quieto y vente para acá a ver Mozart y Bach y en fin. Entonces siento que el camino empieza a mostrarse en la medida que uno va avanzando, y pues me siento muy honrado de poder conectar todo lo que sé, lo que he podido aprender de todo lo que he estudiado, y poderlo brindar a la gente. Siento que comunicar a través, en este caso del arte, es importante, y saber cómo se hace y saber cuáles son las bases, eso también es seguridad, porque así tenemos como el control de nuestra propia memoria como humanidad. Eso es lo que siento pues que ha tenido el arte, el impacto del arte, y sobre todo de la educación, de pensar en la academia, de pensar en una manera un poco científica, por más que esto sea muy romántico, ¿no? Es también ponerlo en ese lugar Y para mí eso es viajar en el tiempo. No esperar a tener 90 años y decir, oh Dios mío, si hubiera... No, la academia te ayuda a comprimir toda esa cantidad de información y de asimilarla y decir, ok, yo vengo de aquí, estas son mis raíces, pero necesito además para conectarme con el mundo, pues entender y saber cuál es el hub, cuál es el conector en realidad. Eso es.
Bueno, muchas gracias. Vamos a pasar al otro hombre del panel, Carlos Valencia, mejor conocido como Tostao. Ustedes tal vez lo conocen como integrante del grupo Chucky Town. Es cantante, actor, compositor y activista de derechos civiles, entre otras cosas. Tostao. Eres otro de esas historias inspiradoras. Naciste en una de las regiones donde hay esa mezcla de riqueza y talento cultural en medio de la inseguridad. ¿Cómo se construye un proyecto de vida a través del arte en contextos como este?
Bueno, yo vengo del Chocó, del Pacífico colombiano, el África dentro de Colombia, y si hoy me preguntas eso, diría que se puede hacer todos los días. Cuando en su momento lo empecé a hacer con mi carrera, lo que estaba buscando era expresarme a mí mismo, expresar la forma en cómo nosotros hablamos, cómo nosotros bailamos. Y cuando empecé con el proyecto de Chucky Town, tenía una premisa, y es que nadie está contando las historias de nosotros. Hoy tú me estás diciendo cómo es hacerse una carrera en un contexto donde la violencia o sea, tiene una guitarra, tiene un pelado bailando, pero al mismo tiempo tiene los grupos al margen de la ley coqueteándole no solo a los chicos, sino también a las chicas para tratar de llevárselo. Y hay una frase que puede ser como cliché, pero con el arte todo el tiempo le estamos arrebatando a los violentos nuestras juventudes, nuestros chicos y nuestras chicas, para que no se lo lleven. Entonces, cuando hoy que la realidad en Colombia es mucho más pluriétnica y multicultural en la televisión, porque siempre hago este ejemplo de la televisión. Nosotros en Colombia teníamos un programa que se llama Padres e Hijos, que duró como 90 años en la televisión, y yo no me acuerdo todo ese tiempo, no me acuerdo haber visto un solo afrocolombiano, una sola afrocolombiana en ningún episodio. Entonces yo decía, ok, nuestra historia no está pasando por televisión, entonces yo no le puedo convencer, mi mamá no me podía convencer, o mi papá o mi tío, de que yo podía hacerlo en grande, de que yo era grande. No podían echarme ese cuento porque yo no lo veía. Había otra historia que no estaba pasando mucho por televisión, y era Grupo Nietzsche, Guayacán, Joey Arroyo, que yo dije, esto es la línea por donde yo debo ir. Y esto fue lo que a mí me enamoró, escribir canciones para relatar historias. Cuando yo digo de dónde vengo yo, la cosa no es fácil, pero siempre igual sobrevivimos. Estoy lanzando una de las frases más resilientes, ok, no está fácil, lo sabemos, están pasando todas estas realidades, pero lo que no puede pasar aquí es que nos vamos a rendir, y la vamos a hacer en grande. Y lo logré con Chucky Town, gracias a Dios. Gracias a todas las organizaciones que nos han dado la oportunidad, y hoy, con una alianza bellísima que hicimos con CAF, tenemos esto que se llama Somos Grandes, y es para decirle a todos esos chicos y esas chicas, hey, tu grandeza, así no esté pasando todos los días por la televisión, no la puedes dejar opacar. ¿Te gusta bailar? Vamos a bailar. ¿Te gusta ritmo exótico? Vamos a hacer que el ritmo exótico, que es un género que se creó en el Chocó y que lo vamos a hacer mundial, lo dije hace unas semanas en revista Billboard, y que creo que lo vamos a lograr paso a paso, es una realidad, ¿no? Que se va viral en TikTok, que se va viral en diferentes plataformas, y que yo le digo a todos los chicos que están haciendo parte de Somos Grandes, hey, no crean que esto es de la noche a la mañana. Hay una metáfora que utilizo, no sé si aquí sepan mucho, pero hay un licor que se llama whisky. Todo el mundo toma whisky menos nosotros. No. Ese licor, le digo yo a ellos, ese licor no viene de un año. Nunca te dice, ay, dame un whisky de un año. No hay un whisky de un año. Yo creo que el mínimo es como de 8. Bueno, si el whisky toma 8 años, ustedes no van a ser de la noche a la mañana. Igual que el vino, ustedes no van a hacerse de la noche a la mañana. Entonces, lo primero es no tener prisa. Lo primero es coger las herramientas. Si vas para el bosque, ¿qué herramientas vas a llevar? Hacha, algo con que hacer fuego. Bueno, si vas a la industria del entretenimiento, profesionalízate. Busca tu grandeza. Voy a cantar, canto mejor. Voy a tocar el piano, voy a tocarlo mejor. Voy a bailar, tengo que bailar no 8 horas, sino 12. Subir el nivel, montarla en alta, para cuando llegue el momento, ¡boom! Porque como decían por ahí, y lo dijo Eddie en estos días, cuando la oportunidad se cruza con la preparación, cuando la suerte se cruza con la oportunidad, se cruza con la preparación, aparece lo que muchos llaman que es suerte. Pero mentira, es tu momento de brillar porque estabas preparado. Si no estás preparado, te dieron la oportunidad, dejas pasar la oportunidad y no solo por ti, sino por los que venían detrás tuyo. Y es una pérdida de tiempo en ese sentido.
Muy bien dicho. Gracias. Vamos a pasar a Alisa Sanders, cantante, intérprete con una mezcla multilingüe de jazz y música brasileña, uniendo Brasil y Estados Unidos a través de sus profundas y diversas tradiciones musicales. Alisa. Oh, okay, we're going to do English. Okay. Or we can do Portuguese.
We might do half and half.
We might do half and half. We'll see. We'll see how we feel. Okay. One of the goals of your music is to connect the diaspora. You live in Salvador, Bahia, Brazil, the city with the largest presence of black people in the hemisphere.
Americas, yeah.
How has this path, this music path, diaspora, how have you connected the cultures, the roots of black culture?
How to connect it. For me,
I think she already
and, oh, okay, no, I'm good. Thank you. So for me, the connection between the Americas is really through art. I was born in the United States. My family's from here 200-300 years, so, you know, what way could I be connected? To me, when I heard the music from Salvador, Brazil, when I saw things of that culture that were similar to things in my African American culture, I understood that there was a connection. It was a connection that I might not have understood by language because I didn't speak the language at the time. The religions were different. We were obviously, there are different countries. There's an ocean and a continent between me and Brazil, but the art and the music spoke to me. And to me, that speaks to the roots of the Afro cultures in the Americas. Which even though we speak different languages, we have different surnames, our people came from the same place. Maybe they came over on the same boats. They went through the same struggles. And they chose to resist, they chose to stay, they chose to live. And one of the things that allowed them to do that then, and that continues to allow them to resist, to stay strong, to feed their spirits in the midst of the violence and the challenges to survival, is art. And so I think art is one of the most powerful methods we have for connection in the world. You know, it knows no limits. You don't need to speak a language, the same language as someone else, to understand what they're feeling, what they're trying to say through their music, through their painting. So that's my connection to Brazil.
Oh, cool. So a few days ago, you had, in Salvador, Bahia, there was a program that was held called Salvador Sonora.
Yes.
It was an initiative from the Secretary of Culture, and it was supported by Somos Grande and CAF and Tostao. How was your experience in this program?
Sure. Well, you're seeing part of it on the screen. These are some images. Because I'm here speaking on behalf of Salvador Sonora, which is many people. I just want to read in Portuguese quickly how they have explained what Salvador Sonora is, and then I'll speak a little bit about the experience. So forgive me those who don't speak Portuguese. Let me see. Oops, hold on, let me find the right notes. There we go. Salvador Sonora é uma iniciativa de estímulo de desenvolvimento de carreiras músicas negras. É a primeira entrega da Agência do Trabalhador da Cultura da Prefeitura de Salvador. Através dessa ação será realizada uma imersão criativa para profissionais negros da música, intérpretes, arranjadores, instrumentistas, e talks sobre música e o mercado aberto ao público. O projeto contará com o patrocínio do Banco de Desenvolvimento da América Latina, por meio do projeto Somos Grandes. Tem como objetivo acelerar as capacidades de talentos de artistas, empreendedores emergentes da comunidade afro-latinas e indígenas. So why was this important? Salvador is one of the richest places for music and for art, in Brazil. It's the birthplace of Caetano Veloso, Gilberto Gil, Isa, Luigi Luna, samba. But nowadays, artists can't survive. Artists are increasingly being asked to give their gifts for free, to create music that they're not paid for, to play in spaces that don't want to pay them, and they simply cannot continue to make art if they can't pay their rent, if they can't feed themselves, take care of their children. So Salvador Sonora was really important in saying to artists, we understand that what you're doing is important. We understand that you cannot continue to do this without the resources. So instead of driving Uber, instead of doing something else, we're going to pay you this week to come together, to collaborate, to create art. We're going to show you that your work has value. And so it's an initiative that I hope is recognized and repeated in other cities and throughout Latin America, because we need to support our artists. Otherwise, they can't continue to do the work that they're doing. And these pictures just show a bit of the experience. We were 8 artists, me, who's American Brazilian, 7 other Brazilians. We had Alexi from Colombia, Play from Colombia, and Yael from Uruguay and Argentina. And for 7 days, we just got together and we played. We learned a lot. We had a lot of conversations that were really beautiful, in that Yael would play a rhythm from Argentina, and the Brazilians were like, oh, I recognize this, we call it something different, but ours sounds this way. And so there were all these conversations happening through the music that culminated in creating 3 new songs that were disseminated from these 3 different cultures. And it was a beautiful experience.
We family, man, at the end of the day.
Okay, we're going to open it up to questions from the audience in 1 second, but I forgot to ask Mauro, se me olvidó preguntarte sobre tu nuevo proyecto al otro lado. ¿Cómo se conecta tu proyecto con el tema de esa conferencia?
Bueno, sí, yo les prometí que esto iba a ser divertido, ¿verdad? Entonces vamos a hacer algo interesante. Aquí, el tema de la tecnología nos afecta a todos. Hay un álbum que hice que se llama Inteligencia Artificial, que habla acerca de las implicaciones que tiene nuestra interacción con las redes sociales en nuestra mente y también en la sociedad. Entonces, al otro lado habla acerca de la migración. Por alguna razón todos empezamos a movernos, todos estamos en un constante movimiento, hasta la aldea más inhóspita, digamos, menos reconocida por nosotros, digamos, como, no sé, como las poblaciones que se encuentran en Perú, que están muy aisladas, digamos, siempre todo está moviéndose. Mientras que nosotros estamos buscando de alguna forma quedar bien en una selfie, ahí estamos adoptando una posición que es como ya el estándar de TikTok o de Facebook, nos estamos convirtiendo en algo más, ¿no? Estamos migrando de alguna manera también quienes somos nosotros en ese momento para convertirnos en algo más. Entonces, hablando de del arte, bueno, tengo que terminar esta frase diciendo que mientras nosotros migramos información de un celular, lo que sea, en este momento hay mucha gente pasando por el tapón del Darién, ¿no? De alguna forma todos estamos migrando, todos nos estamos moviendo hacia un lugar, por alguna razón. ¿Qué hacemos? O yo qué hago por lo menos cuando trato de pensar en música y de comunicar a través de la música. A la música también le cabe la ciencia, también le caben otras materias, también hace parte de nuestras culturas, eso es clarísimo, pero ¿cómo hacemos para fortalecernos y evitar que salgamos a buscar algo que no sabemos qué vamos a encontrar allá? ¿No? Cuando nos movemos no sabemos qué hay allá, a veces llegamos y, no sé, alguien dice, porque sé historias, dije, yo quería ser delincuente porque no sabía cómo era esto, pero ahora que estoy aquí ya no me puedo devolver, ¿no? Y es como entender la raíz y empezar a escarbar en los métodos en los que nos educan, en los métodos en los que nos educamos, pues, y en cómo compartimos la información, porque la percepción es la que está moviendo el mundo en este momento, por más datos estadísticos y cosas que haya. Entonces, para tratar la música de una forma un poco más holística, les voy a poner un ejemplo, aquí rapidito. ¿Ustedes tienen amigos cantantes de ópera? Son insoportables, ¿no? Todo el tiempo están cantando. Resulta que la forma en la que te explican la ópera es que tú tienes que hacer un sonido, ¿no? Vamos a estar un poco alto, vamos a organizarlo aquí, les presento aquí mi trombón. Entonces, empezamos. Ok, entonces Pitágoras fue el que agarró y tomó la cuerda y la empezó a partir. Eso lo sabemos desde primaria. Creo que en todos los lugares por donde han pasado la educación básica primaria se sabe el nombre Pitágoras. Entonces, de esa forma holística empecemos a decir una cosa, ok. Tú escuchas un tenor de ópera y hace y ese es el espectáculo, ¿no? Muchas personas se quedan en la mitad porque no pueden hacer ese salto, que me ha costado un montón porque llevo muchos años practicándolo, pero si ellos se hubieran dado cuenta y hubieran utilizado la ciencia para explicar que en la mitad de ese hay una nota, pues es más fácil porque es un escalón que tú tienes para conectar. Y no me lo estoy inventando, o sea, está aquí, es la ciencia, es como la gravedad, está entre nosotros. Y aquí se lo voy a tocar. Entonces cuando yo hago es más fácil que hacer. Entonces, ¿qué es lo que hay que hacer? Lo que necesitamos hacer y en lo que trabajo con mi laboratorio de investigación, ahí está el Loco Bedoya, que es productor de Missy Elliott, Beyoncé, Mick Jagger, Wizard, en fin, un montón de gente. Arjona, terminó el disco de Arjona, quierenlo, odienlo por Arjona, no sé, lo que quieran. Pero la cosa es que nos juntamos para empezar a desarrollar unos métodos que se acomoden más. Y si tú pones a hacer, a ver, vamos otra vez. Ese es maybe, tal vez, para los que instauraron la metodología del bel canto, el blues estaba muy lejos. No lo entendían, entonces, aparte que sugiere una modulación, esa nota sugiere un paso a otro lugar. Entonces eso no entró en los métodos de canto. Pero ¿qué tal si ponemos esa nota ahí y hacemos que la gente se reconozca un poco más en su comunidad? ¿No? Eso es lo que necesitamos hacer al final. No destruirlo todo y hacer algo nuevo. No, es buscar sobre lo que ya está edificado, agradecerle a esas personas que juntaron mucho tiempo y mucho conocimiento en dárnoslo y tener esa curiosidad de ir a buscar qué más hay ahí, ¿no? Entonces, que sea una migración responsable. Porque si tú encuentras esa nota, a lo mejor no te vas de la escuela de ópera. Si tú encuentras esa oportunidad, a lo mejor no te vas para la delincuencia. Encontrás una manera de hacer que esto de verdad funcione, ¿no? Y pues yo donde quiera que voy trato de contar esto de la música con elementos de la ciencia, con elementos de la tecnología, para mostrar que estamos todos conectados y hacerlo de una forma más holística. No sé, se me ocurre hablar de esto pues porque, lo siento, trato de encontrar, gracias embajador Pinson por haberme recomendado, de verdad, pues porque siempre siento que hay espacios donde se puede hablar de esto. Más tarde voy para Berkeley, afortunadamente acabo de recibir una invitación de la Escuela de Música, Berkeley, para hablar de estos temas de una educación un poco más transversal, que evite que la gente se vaya porque no entiende el sistema, los entregables, todo ese montón de cosas. Me gustaría hablar de esto en la COP16. Yo no tengo agente para la COP16, me encantaría poder hablar de eso por allá también. ¿Sí? ¿Cómo? La CAF. Entonces estoy en el lugar. Perdón, correcto. Ok, pero entonces es más allá de buscar y hablar de estadísticas, de todo lo que podemos encontrar es conectarnos a través de lo que somos, con lo que vibramos, ¿no? Con nuestras raíces y poderlas juntar con otras expresiones. Y de eso trata precisamente el álbum. Y pues es un álbum que va arriba abajo contando una historia. Los invito a que lo escuchen, pero pues de eso se trata al otro lado. Ahora voy a cantar algo acerca de eso. Y la canción que sigue justo después de eso tiene un motivo y se van a dar cuenta por qué. No les voy a decir por qué metí una canción de Supertramp en salsa, pero después les cuento.
Gracias. We are really short on time, but if somebody has like one burning question that you want to ask, there's a microphone in the back. Otherwise, we can skip that.
Just one small question.
One burning question.
Short.
Buenas tardes. Como alguien que me formé como músico de jovencito y hasta la fecha estoy rodeado por muchos amigos músicos, no en este salón, pero en otros espacios de DC, pues me alegra tener un panel enfocado en arte y cultura aquí en la OEA. Bueno, mi pregunta, como latinos, nuestras identidades son muy transversales. A la hora de diseñar un programa como Salvador Sonora, ¿cómo buscan a los participantes? O sea, específicamente dicen, estamos buscando a personas que representan algún grupo minoritario, o es un énfasis, o sea, ¿cómo navegan esos tipos de programa a nuestras identidades transversales para que no se pierdan entre tantas apelaciones que hay disponibles? Gracias.
Somos grandes. Ok. Ok. Bueno, en el caso de Somos Grandes, lo que estamos tratando es de poner en valor lo afro y lo indígena, que como lo decía en mi intervención, a veces no está pasando por los lugares donde se toman las decisiones, donde se hacen grandes los artistas. Es decir, si ves la región, América Latina y el Caribe, tiene grandes artistas que no llegaron a ser artistas. No sé si de pronto conoces gente que dice, este es mejor que pero este está dedicado a la escuela de economía, pero Karol G es Karol G, pero esta canta mejor quizá, o lo que sea. Es un poco de tratar de amalgamar toda esta gente que es muy talentosa, específicamente la línea afro e indígena en América Latina y el Caribe, para empezar a dialogar, ¿no?, entre todos y todas, y poder circular información y llevar a las más grandes ligas. Por eso el nombre es Somos Grandes, buscar la grandeza que cada uno tiene y cada una tiene para ponerlo en circulación en la industria de la música realmente, o sea, transformar las vidas de los que participen en el programa a todo nivel. Estuvimos en Argentina, en Somos Grande Argentina, y movimos literalmente la afroargentinidad con todo el tema de la unión de emprendedurismo, con el arte, la cultura, la música, herencia, la historia. Hay una historia afroargentina que no te van a contar porque todo el tiempo están hablando de Maradona, de Messi, y no alcanzan a contarte esa minucia, pero está ahí. Entonces es un poco poner en valor y en la discusión toda esa parte afro e indígena que tiene América Latina y el Caribe a través del arte, la música, la cultura. Eso es lo que hacemos en Somos Grandes.
Bueno, muchas gracias. Vamos a pasar a lo sabroso. Pero antes de eso voy a tomar un privilegio de hacer un breve comentario, porque yo soy ciudadana del mundo y en mi mundo yo no formo parte de la minoría. Entonces yo invito a ustedes a considerar, en vez de referirnos a referirnos como grupos minoritarios si pensamos globalmente. Nosotros no somos la minoría, nosotros somos la mayoría. Entonces, para la consideración. Quiero agradecer a los panelistas por sus comentarios y, bueno, ya los voy a dejar hacer lo que...
El aplauso también para Tonija, nuestra moderadora.
One, two, one, two. One, two, one, two. La pieza que viene a continuación se llama Al otro lado, seguido de Breakfast in America.
¿Que por qué estoy pasando por aquí? Porque yo vi en el celular que allá todo es más fácil.
¿Que por qué estoy pasando por aquí? Porque yo vi en el celular que allá todo es más fácil.
Espérame, amor mío, como yo espero verte al otro lado del río. Yo tengo la esperanza, tengo puesta mi alma al otro lado del río.
Todos somos migrantes, de una forma u otra, pero lo somos. Mientras para algunos es como pasar la información de un celular viejo a uno nuevo, otros están pasando por el tapón del Darién, con el pan de mañana en la boca. Para otros migrar duele más. Partimos de nuestras ciudades, de nuestros pueblos, de nuestro estado de la mente, buscando un ideal. Y nunca olvidamos de dónde venimos. Nunca olvidamos de dónde venimos. Y no los olvidamos nunca.
esperanza. Tengo puesta mi alma al otro lado del río.
Take a look at my girlfriend, she's the only one I got. Not much of a girlfriend, I never seem to get a lot. Take a jumbo across the water, like to see America. See the girls in California, hoping it's going to come true, but there's not a lot I can do. Could we have keepers for breakfast? Mommy dear, they gotta happen in Texas, 'cause everyone's a millionaire. I'm a winner, I'm a sinner, do you want my autograph? What a loser, what a joker, I'm playing my jokes upon you. Nothing better to do. Como dice, la la la, la 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 la, la 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 la. Seem to get a lot. Take a jumbo across the water, like to see America. See the girls in California, hoping it's going to come through. Nothing better to do. Como dice, la 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 la, la 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 la, la 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 la, la 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 la, la 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 la. Qué contraste, qué contraste. Bueno, se puede bailar si quieren. Qué mejor que la cumbia para juntar toda América. Y esto dice así. Cumbia. En esta canoa rancha que tú me mandaste a adorar, ya viene rompiendo el agua, solo por venirte a ver. En esta canoa rancha que tú me mandaste a adorar, ya viene rompiendo el agua. por venirte a ver. Cumbia. Si mi compadre se muere, no es por falta de cuidado. Debajo en la cama tiene su plátano sancochao. Si mi compadre se muere, no es por falta de cuidado. Debajo en la cama tiene su plátano sancochao. Adiós canoa, me voy pa' Beté, rayando la aurora, al son de la luna, oliendo la bruma. Ay pa' Beté, ay pa' Beté, ay adiós canoa, pa' comerlo con café, y esos panes pa' que son. Ay adiós canoa, rayando la aurora, al son de la luna, oliendo la bruma, canoita de oro. Que el mismo nos una. ¿A quién le gusta la cumbia? ¿A quién le gusta la cumbia? Ay, pa' comerlo con café, y esos panes son. Adiós canoa, rayando la aurora, al son de la luna, oliendo la bruma, canoita de oro. Ok, gracias. Bueno, lo que viene ahora es una bella improvisación, así que quiero invitar a Lisa para que suba a la tarima, a Tostado también. Ella trajo... ok. Que estaba bailando allá, pero no podía salir. Pudieras venir, ¿no? Tonija también está invitada a bailar.
¿Cómo fue la web? ¿Cómo fue la web?
Bueno.
¿Cómo fue la web?
Colombia, sí señor. ¡Ey, saludo! Hay gente de Colombia ahí. De México, de Centroamérica también. Ah, bueno, muchas gracias. Nos han tratado muy bien. Nos han tratado muy bien. Esta es una, mira, nos ha unido a todos esta tarde. Qué bueno, me siento muy honrado por eso.
Oh, there we go. Sound is here. Hi, everyone. Thanks for sticking around. So, what I wanted to offer today, because I'm here as part of a collective. So there are many with me today. It's not just me. And our experience of Salvador Sonora was very interactive. So what I decided to do was to bring a song that we created collectively. And I'm going to use this looper, which will allow me to make many voices. And then I'm going to invite my fellow artists and you to join. So if you feel like getting up and dancing, if you want to clap, if you want to sing with me, feel free. This is participatory music. All right, so.
Traducción. Todo el mundo arriba, pues, vamos a pararnos.
Ok.
Vamos arriba, todo el mundo de pie para que se liberen, siente la vaina, siente la
claro
música,
que sí.
siente. Un aplauso para todos ustedes. Damas y caballeros, un aplauso para todos ustedes.
Sí.
Saludos a mi gente de CAF, saludos a la gente de la OEA.
Sí, señor.
Aguante, tú sabes. Ray, Alisa, show me
That's how we
some
like
love.
it. Okay, so I'm gonna actually create the track in front of you guys. So this is a, oh wait, hold on. I'm doing it backwards. First, I want to actually bring a traditional samba to you guys, and then I'm gonna create this track. This is a samba made famous by Carlinhos Brown, but it's a song that's probably 100 years old that comes from the Recôncavo region of Brazil, which is where samba started. So this is called De Longe Benzinho. And someone in this audience knows, you can sing along if you want. And you were going to play trombone with me?
Yeah, I was sing and play this trombone. Yeah, if you want it.
Yeah, I know.
Whatever you want. Okay.
Amor de longe, benzinho, se favor não me querer, benzinho, dinheiro eu não tenho, benzinho, mas carinho sei fazer até demais. De longe, benzinho, se favor não me querer, benzinho, dinheiro eu não tenho, benzinho, mas carinho sei fazer até demais. Ba-do-do-do-day, ba-do-do, ba-da-do-do-way. Ba-do-do-do-way, ba-do-do, ba-da-do-do-way. Ba-do-do-do-day, ba-do-do, ba-da-do-do-way. Ba-do-do-do-day, ba-do-do, ba-da-do-do-way. Ba-do-do-do-day, ba-do-do, ba-da-do-do-way. Close your eyes and feel the music. Now you're flying free. Close your eyes and know the music. Now you're flying free. Flying free.
Desde el Pacífico venimos trayendo cuño y WhatsApp. Aguante mi gente la OEA y la CAF. Aguante Alisa que se viene a pasar. Dice, dame un sonido que no vamos a parar. Hay que sube la mano así. Sube la mano. Aquí todito siempre nos conectamos. Gozadera total, arriba no paramos. Sube la que siempre la vacilamos. Dice Mauro, que es lo que trae pa' mí. Alisa, pura gozadera, sé que sí. Y taradurari, ¿cómo que lo va a pasar? Sube la mano, mi gente de la casa.
Yeah. Hay sabor. El aplauso ahí a Lisa.
Bueno, esto es
Saunders.
Totalmente improvisado.
Improvisado
para ustedes,
ahí, gozando, vibrando.
Sí, con todo el cariño del mundo.
But that's the magic of this music. This is
La
something
magia de
in
la
the
música.
DNA of music of the African diaspora. We don't need to know what's coming. We find a way to speak to each other through the music. And it's magic every time.
Vamos a gozar. Bueno, seguimos gozando.
Sí,
Vengo desde Chocó con
No
mucho ritmo
avanzan.
exótico. Esto se llama No Avanzan. La hice con un gran talento del Chocó que se llama Luis Eduardo Acústico. Y vamos a gozar aquí, mi gente. Siente la música, vaya. Suéltala, loco. Dame la palma, todo el mundo. Sigue. Si es wiki, toma con gusto. Que sea wiki del caro. Y si el biche, rico, biche. Por andar pendiente de la vida ajena. Es que pena. Por andar pendiente de la vida ajena. Es que ustedes no avanzan. Sí, siente la música, suelta la mano. Siente la música y suelta la mano. Y siente la música, suelta la mano. Ponte pa tu número, que todo el mundo se reveló. Y tú cogiendo bochinche, no. Es de la zona extranjera, hasta Chocó fuerte y espeso como el borojó. Lengua larga, cuerpo chiquito, hasta 2000 lazos, ahora 8000 y pico. Si van a hablar de alguien me quito, malo está la charla, pero pollo está rico. El lengua larga, cuerpo chiquito, hasta 2000 lazos, ahora 8000 y pico. Si van a hablar de alguien me quito, por años de viaje, pero el pollo está rico. De la vida ajena, es que ustedes no avanzan. Por andar pendiente de la vida ajena, es que ustedes no avanzan. Y si coquetea a la muchacha, es su problema. Con extensiones, es su melena. Y si sale el viernes a disfrutar con las amigas y se seca la botella, ella misma la lleva. Y si es biche, rico biche. Guaro, rico guaro. Y si es whisky, que se lo tome con gusto y que sea whisky del caro. Y si es biche, rico biche. Y si es guaro, rico guaro. Y si es whisky, que se lo tome con gusto y que sea whisky del caro. Caro. Baila, caro, caro. Y hace que corrió y para, dice. Hace que corrió y para. Y hace que corrió y para, dice. Hace que corrió. Por andar pendiente de la vida ajena, es que ustedes no avanzan. Por andar pendiente de la vida. Todo el mundo conmigo, vamos allá. Para este lado, empieza conmigo. Por allá. Hace que corrió y para. Todo. Hace que corrió y para. Dice Sinelli. Para. Y hace que corrió y para. Dice. Hace que corrió y para. Hace que corrió y para. Hace que corrió y para. Hace que corrió. Vea, exótico. Más o menos. Pa' que sepa cómo es la ricura de mi mori. Sigue la marimba suave. Dame las palmas. Agradecer a la gente de la CAF, a la gente de la OEA por la invitación. Recuerden que somos grandes. Dios los bendiga. Alisa, Mauro.
Muchas gracias, aquí
Solo
estamos.
cosas
Gracias
chéveres
a todos.
positivas, Eddie. Muchas gracias.
Juan Carlos Piso, muchas gracias a toda la mesa
A
de acá.
Sinelli.
Gracias a todos por hacer eso posible.
Y como en los
Acá,
grandes
acá, por
conciertos,
cierto. Sí.
regálame una histeria, mi
gracias.
gente, ¿cómo fue?
Bueno, gracias Eddie. Bueno, gracias Tonija.
Eso. Aguanta.
gracias.
Eso es sanador. Si gritan, de verdad, yo digo como en los grandes conciertos, regálame una histeria, ¿cómo fue? No, esa no es la actitud. Ahora con la mano arriba, como en los grandes conciertos, regálame una histeria, ¿cómo fue? Ya tú sabes, mi gente, con todo el amor y todo el cariño, ya tú sabes, aguante CAF, aguante la OEA.
Gracias.
El poder del arte, nunca se olviden, el arte es transformador, de adentro hacia afuera. Dios los bendiga.
Así es, y gracias. Gracias por compartir.
On behalf of CAF,
Bueno, ¿qué hay por ahí? Ahí ¿tenemos alguna salsa por ahí?
Tires una
¿Tenemos
salsa.
alguna salsa? No sé, de pronto una rebelión por ahí no sirve, ¿no? Sí, si una rebelión no sirve, bueno, vamos a darle a la rebelión. ¿Por qué
En
no?
los
¿Por qué
años
no?
1600.
Ahí estaban los... Ok, ya, solo un minuto. Bueno, les dijimos que iba a estar divertido, ¿no? Así que gracias por estar aquí tras esa jornada extenuante. Quiero agradecerle a todas las personas que han venido trabajando por meses, ¿no? A todos los que han hecho grande se va a veces. A todos los que han hecho grande este evento. ¿Estamos listos? Sí, bueno, quiero contarle a mi hermano un pedacito de la historia negra, de la historia nuestra, caballero. Y dice... Ya dice. Quiero contarle cómo dice, cómo. En los años 1600, cuando el tirano mandó, las calles de Cartagena, aquella historia vivió. Cuando allí llegaban esos negreros africanos en cadena, besaban mi tierra, esclavitud perpetua. ¿Quién se la sabe cómo dice? Esclavitud perpetua. Sí, señor. Esclavitud perpetua. ¿Cómo? ¿Usted me lee? Check, check. ¿Cómo dice? Un matrimonio africano, esclavos de un español, que les daba muy maltrato. Eso es salsa, eso es vida. Y a su negra le pegó. Y fue allí, se rebeló el negro guapo, tomó venganza por su amor. Y aún se escucha en la verja: no le pegue a mi negra. ¿Cómo dice? No le pegue a la negra. No le pegue a la negra. Óyeme y no le pegue a la negra. Oh, no, 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 no le pegue. Oye, que esa negra se le respeta. Ey, que aún se escucha en la verja. No, 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 no le pegue. Gabriela, te quiero, Tonija, gracias. Gracias a ella, a todos, muchas gracias. ¡Que viva nuestra cultura! Desde Escalona, pasando por Espineta, en fin, por todo el mundo, sí, por todo el mundo. Que viva nuestra cultura y lo que hemos aportado para la humanidad. Ok. Ginastera, en fin, todos, que quepan todos aquí. Un abrazo grandote y bueno, gracias por esta gran oportunidad. Bueno, no sé si haya más tiempo, creo que nos están haciendo hacia allá. Pero no sabemos quién manda realmente, pero quisiéramos quedarnos hasta mañana. Es verdad. Qué joven. Bueno, no sé. Sí, no sé. No, que hay. Bueno, no, algo técnico parece que está pasando. Pero de corazón les quiero agradecer por esta invitación, por tenernos aquí, por hablar, por abrir esos espacios, por hacer que las cosas sucedan. Ojalá sigan sucediendo. Y como lo escuché en algunos paneles, pues bueno, que siga así, que transcurran, que nuestros nombres queden para la historia, como los que pusimos un aporte importante. Así que bueno, sigamos haciendo historia. Gracias a todos. Ok, encontramos una más. Es que había un problema por ahí, pero ya. Ok, esto dice así: salsa para todo. Tuve la oportunidad de hacer un papel en una serie e interpretar esta canción, así que bueno, oye, te hablo desde la prisión, ve. Bueno, con todo cariño, ustedes saben, todo eso es improvisado y aquí estamos poniéndole el corazón también. Y dice: en el mundo en que yo vivo siempre hay cuatro esquinas, pero entre esquina y esquina siempre habrá lo mismo. Para mí no existe el cielo, ni luna ni estrella. Para mí no alumbra el sol, para mí todo es tiniebla. Ay, 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 qué negro es mi destino. Ay, 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 todo de mí se aleja. Ay, 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 perdí toda esperanza. Ay, adiós, solo llega mi quejas. Baila salsa, ve. Y decirle que ahora que soy yo, Mauro Castillo. Mauro Castillo. Ay. ¿Cómo? Bueno, háganme una bulla si le están pasando bueno. Sí, sí señores, que viva nuestra cultura. Vamos. Condenado para siempre en esta horrible celda, donde no llega el cariño ni la voz de nadie. Así me paso los días y la noche entera. Solo vivo del recuerdo eterno de mi madre. Ay, 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 solo espero que llegue. Ay, 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 el día que la muerte, ay, 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 me lleve a estar con ella. Ay, así, ay, cambiará mi suerte. Dice: dímelo, pau, pau, pau. Pam, 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 pararam, pam, pararam, pam, pam. Sí, señor. Baila mucha salsa, ve. Otra bulla si te gusta la salsa y la música nuestra, caballero. Herencia mundial. Aquí vamos. Y esto se va.
Ay, que solo estoy, solo me espera la muerte. Ay, que solo estoy, cuando cambiará mi suerte.
Oh, qué triste soledad, vivir en esta condena. Yo no quiero sufrir más, te lo digo, Magdalena.
Ay, que solo estoy, solo me espera la muerte. Ay, que solo estoy, cuando cambiará mi suerte.
Compañeros de prisión, gente de toda la clase que no tiene corazón y no saben lo que hacen.
Solo, con mi pena.
Ya, ok.
Solo,
Samba.
en mi condena.
Samba, 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 samba.
Solo, con mi pena.
Samba de Salvador to Brasil.
Solo,
De Bahía.
mi condena.
Se aprende de todo aquí, mira. Bueno. Sí, señor. Gracias, CAF. Gracias a todos. Samba, samba, samba. Ay, muchas gracias. Yo soy Mauro Castillo. Nos vemos en la próxima. Gracias.
Wow, wow, gracias por cerrar esta conferencia con ese positivismo y ritmo de nuestra región. On behalf of CAF, the Development Bank of Latin America and the Caribbean, Organization of American States, and the Dialogue, thank you all for being here, for joining us in this 27th annual CAF Conference. It was a real pleasure to have you all here in all these discussions, in all this analysis with such important keynote speakers and speakers. We hope to see you next year in the 28th Annual CAF Conference. Please, this is a reminder that before you leave your headsets on your chair or where you found them. Thank you very much, and please, the last round of applause for all of our speakers and participants. Thank you.